And now, welcome to the stage, the founder of Lesbians Tech, Leanne Pittsburgh.
Welcome to Lesbians Tech. I'm Leanne Pittsburgh, the founder of Lesbians Tech. Are you guys ready for group participation this morning? You ready? All right, turn to your neighbor. This is a tradition. Give him a high five. Oh, yeah. Stress is up. All right, there'll be more time for high fives. More time for high fives. All right, everyone stand up. All right, if this is your first Lesbians Tech Summit, sit down. Wow. A lot of all right, the people still standing, look who's sitting down. It's your job to take care of them today. If this is your second, stay standing, we can do this. We're really good at group participation. If this is your second summit, sit down. Second. Edie's still standing, guys, I'm just saying. If this is your third summit, sit down. Who's going to be the last one standing? If this is your fourth summit, sit down. These are my parents, everyone. All right, if today is your fifth summit, sit down. I know some of you are like counting in your head. All right, if this is your sixth summit, sit down. Yeah, it's your sixth. Yeah, we've actually done some international summits, but have the three people stand up again, because this is our sixth one in the US. We won't count the international. Give them a round of applause. So I started Lesbians Tech to solve a problem. When I went to LGBTQ events, they looked a lot like this, right? And then I started going to tech events, and they looked a lot like this. And I started to wonder, do lesbians in tech actually exist? And the truth is, I actually thought they didn't. I did not, when I started this, I really thought it would fail. I did it to mostly prove myself right. And it turns out I was wrong, and I'm so happy it's wrong. So we are 3 years old. We've done events in 35 cities, and we just hit 20,000 members worldwide. The number looks good, right? Solid number. We've launched a program called Lesbians Tech in a Plane. We've done summits in Brazil, Berlin, and all over the world. This year, we're going to do Asia. It's still TBD, so if you want to weigh in on that one, let me know. We're going to do Mexico City in January and Paris in the summer. Anyone Paris in the summer? Want to go? Yeah? Okay. We've been fortunate enough to produce the LGBTQ White House Tech and Innovation Summit for 3 years running. So that's been pretty impressive. And this year I got to meet the first dogs, so that was cool. They were very friendly. One of them was not so behaved, but it's, they're working on it. We launched a coding scholarship program, which we've named after the amazing and lovely Edie Windsor. How many of you knew that she was a coder before the program? Okay. So this is the whole reason that we're doing this. We feel it's so important to tell her story and to tell her story as a techie. We're actually going to talk about that later today. But our goal was 20 coders. We had a Kickstarter. Some of you backed it, so thank you very much for your support. And we actually doubled our goal. Instead of 20, we're sending 40 queer women to learn how to code. We haven't launched this yet, but we're going to very soon. Bring a Lesbian to Work Day. It's going to be a one-day shadow career program. So it's going to be an opportunity to, you don't have to commit to this 6-month program. How many of you have done mentoring programs before, either a mentor or a mentee? It's great, actually. So one of the things that holds a lot of people back from doing it is the commitment, right? Who has time to meet every week, every month? But if you just had one day, imagine the things that you would feel like you could learn, right? Even if you aren't sure that you want to learn how to code, maybe you could spend the day with someone and figure out what your next steps are. This is new. I haven't really talked about this a lot, but how many of you want more sort of outside of the summits? Would you guys want a leadership program? Would you want to participate in that? All right. So we've been doing feedback across the country and asking our members, what else do you want? I'm essentially here to serve you. We want to provide you value. So we're going to launch leadership programs. We are thinking about doing them in terms of skill sets. So designers, coders, data scientists, marketing, you name it, we're open to doing it. But small groups so you can get to know one another and provide each other value. So we've built this as a tech conference. I hope that you notice when you look at the content that we've really put the technology first, because we know, well, you want to bring your whole selves to something, that you're technologists, and that's a huge part of your identity. And I think that's allowed us to create this incredible movement. But we've done this together. I have been so impressed and surprised by the way that it has grown. I'm really telling you the truth when I thought it would fail. And I'm just so honored to be able to stand here today and be your leader and to build something together with you. So for the first timers, I encourage you to get involved, to be a part of this. If you have ideas today, please tweet them at me. I will try most things once, so nothing is out of the range. We can really do anything. We've had the support of some pretty incredible people. And he wanted to tell you something. I send greetings to all those attending the Lesbians Who Tech Summit. We live in an extraordinary time in human history. Technology is constantly evolving, fueling our economy and improving the lives of people across the planet. What were once mere ideas in the minds of optimistic are now realities we see every day. We have platforms for individual expression that help us recognize our common humanity. And we power our lives with hardware that continues to shrink, making our world smaller and closer than ever before. As barriers to equality and opportunity break down, we look to trailblazing innovators like you to seek new frontiers and guide us toward a future of greater inclusivity and understanding. I wish you all the best as you gather here to celebrate innovators and harness your creative potential. So now I want to bring, we are growing, which is so exciting. I have a team. So how many of you are volunteering today? Raise your hand. City directors, raise your hand. Keep them standing. All right, so these are the people you want to go to, but you also want to go to our new Lesbians Who Tech advisors, who I want them to come on stage right now. Let's play a little music. Ready for music?
Bitch, I'm back. Hey, baby.
Stand up.
Oh, yeah.
She's gonna mime while I talk.
Can you hear me?
No. Maybe we can grab a handheld. Well, welcome to Lesbians Who Tech.
Yay!
Woo! We are your hosts. Can I grab a handheld?
Can I get a hand? Oh, wait. Am I?
We're good? Oh, we're good.
Can you hear me?
I
Okay.
can hear you.
Okay.
All right.
We could totally do The Sound of Music.
Shall we just abandon this?
We should just, yeah, we should totally do it.
I think we'd
Okay.
make us
No,
all
we
do it.
shouldn't.
Okay, so we're back.
Guys, we're here.
Welcome
we're here.
back.
I've been waiting for this all week.
I've been waiting for this all year. You know, we're repeat offenders for those of you who are
Yeah, who
just
don't
here for the
know.
first time. Danielle and I graced this stage a year ago.
In this very spot.
Yes.
Picture it. Sicily, 2015.
I can't think of a song to sing. Sorry.
No, oh, you can't? Okay, that was my Golden Girls reference.
Oh,
I'm
you're
just so
right.
old, I'm just gonna start
No,
this
I like
referencing
it. No,
shit.
I think that was really good.
Okay,
All right.
so do you have your agenda? And if you don't have a paper agenda, do you have your cloud agenda?
Ooh, a cloud.
Okay. You guys are
If you
so
have your
good.
cloud agenda, make sure that you didn't use a Yahoo email address to download it. I mean, who knew that Yahoo actually had 500 million users?
I think it's just all the people who didn't cancel their accounts to go to
Right.
Gmail. And I apologize if anyone from Yahoo, that was no offense, no shade, just tea. So let us walk you through your day, shall we?
All right.
So
What's the start?
starting off, how many of you have tweeted already?
No? Okay.
Oh my
I'd
God,
like
what
to
is
see
it,
that.
too
That we
early
need
in
a
the
little
morning
more.
to tweet?
This is a conference where it's great. We say take out your phone,
Yeah.
use it. We want you to tweet. Make sure you use the hashtag LWT Summit.
Uh-huh. LWT selfie, like this. Uh-huh. And then we have LWT fashion, like this. Doesn't she look great? Leather
Oh.
joggers, y'all.
It's so I can be sporty.
It's Sporty Spice.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have not downloaded the app for today, which all of you have because that's why we're here, it's tech, huh? So you did. You can download it, right?
You absolutely can. Make sure you have it on your phone. It's going to give you all the information that is here. Plus, in that moment when you freak out and you're like, is there something on the main stage? Is there something at Le Poussin Rouge? Is there something upstairs
You
that I
just
want
wanted
be
to
at?
say Le Bousson.
I really did. I've been practicing it all morning.
It was like, because we could have just,
We could have held off on that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. Sorry.
she's like, Le Bousson Rouge is on the street.
Yeah, on the streets. So make sure you have the app open. It's going to give you the full schedule.
Yes.
There's amazing speakers everywhere and amazing breakout sessions everywhere. So open up that app.
Okay. Then we have the LWT Optimize, right, which is where you get to share your ideas. So, like, this was a great idea. How good does the stage look? Right? So, this was Leanne's idea, right?
her know if you like it.
She upgraded you all. I don't know if you remember, so feel grateful. But now, so if you have your own ideas, tweet and use the hashtag LWT Optimize.
We love feedback. We like nice feedback, generally.
Oh, keep your angry tweets to yourself. I'm not reading those.
Okay.
Block.
And if you need, the summit is accessible. If you need help with any type of accessibility, please make yourself known. Come down here to the front, send us a tweet, something like that, and we will help you access any services that you might need today.
Okay? Yes! Clap for that.
Yeah. You see, I brought out Arsenio Hall.
That was a good clap. Okay, if you need a job, how many of you need a job? Yay to the unemployed. If you need a job, you can go across the hall at any of our breakout sessions, and there is a recruitment zone, okay? So give them your best face, be your best self. And so that's across the hall. We got wonderful people there, Goldman Sachs, Indeed, Bank of America, all of these wonderful people sponsored that for you to find a job.
To find a job, make sure you check them out, say hi. It's important that we give our sponsors a lot of love because they help make this event possible. So make sure you go say hi. And how about we do a quick round of applause for our amazing sponsors.
All right, if you were following along, we are now on page 4. So, page
4.
It's got this map on it. This is going to be key, right?
Yes, and it is a key. This
Double
is true.
entendre.
Double entendre.
Second.
Okay.
second
Anyway,
time.
so the map. We this year, Leanne has blown up Lesbians Who Tech, and now there are 4 different locations, not just one. And so on the map, the 4 places that we are taking over today: Groove Music, the Blue Note,
Le Poussin Rouge.
Le Poussin Rouge.
Anytime you need that one, I'm here for you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go, and I'm gonna go and.
Le Poussin Rouge.
And then also here, okay? So the map, follow it.
Just so you know, you're at number 1 right now.
So
in case there's any confusion.
if you have a pen, just right here like I did.
We both did this morning.
Literally.
We need to locate
I
ourselves.
don't know why I did that. I needed a red
I
dot.
don't want to get lost.
Okay, so now that you know where you are, then we're going to go through the entire day. So we have fantastic, amazing speakers that are going to kick off the morning. Then we're going to have a break at 11 a.m. or sometime in that vicinity.
Right. A break to stretch your legs, go check out getting a job, maybe use the loo.
It's like we're in Europe.
I know. I'm
Okay.
bringing a flavor.
I like it.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we come back here, or the wonderful breakouts will start at 11:30. Okay? So we're going to all be together in here. And then when do we start to break out? 11:30. Or somewhere around there.
Right. There is content on this stage all day. You can stay here with Danielle and I. We'll be here. There's going to be amazing things simultaneously. So don't get confused. There's also content.
That's what simultaneous means.
Yeah, same
At
time.
the same time.
That's why we do this together.
Okay. Good.
There will be amazing breakout sessions. So make sure you're paying attention throughout
Yep.
the day if you want to be here, or you can be at the other locations, but know that there is stuff going on here all day long.
All day.
Check your trusty Summit app if you are not sure where you want to be.
Okay.
So what happens after the break?
So after the break, then we have speakers back here that we're going to run through. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I mean, the energy, the information that's being dropped.
It'll be good. And then
Trust.
12:45,
Lunch.
You should have signed up for a lunch beforehand so you know where you're going. Double check in here. It's going to tell you where to go.
How many of you signed up ahead of time?
Oh, good Summit attendees.
So you all just are not going to eat.
The rest of you,
The rest of you just ain't eating.
find a food truck. You're in
Find a
a
food
great
truck.
neighborhood. There are tons of places to go explore, lots of local food. Don't go too far because we need you back here,
At what time?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock or somewhere in that vicinity. Because what happens at 2?
At 2 o'clock, we kick off the main stage here with lots of great talks, and then something you're not going to want to miss is our pitch and demo session. So there will be cash prizes given away,
Not for any of you,
but
for the people doing the pitches.
you want to see who wins because then you want to ask them for a drink after.
Right.
Those are the people funding post-event drinks.
Correct.
So you want to be here. We'll have some great judges, great pitches, and then we'll take another break.
We take another break.
3 o'clock is a key time for you to know. So from 3 o'clock on, this room is going to be packed because we're all gunning to the end of the day where we have an amazing keynote from
Amazing.
the CTO of the United States, Megan Smith. So if you want a seat for that, make sure you come here and put your butt in a seat early. Save one for a friend, maybe meet a new friend, maybe someone you met at one of the breakouts.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, you know, they'll meet people. It'll
There'll
be
be
nice.
a lot of swiping.
A lot of swiping. Lots of swiping.
You know you already started. It's 10:13. What are you doing for lunch? 'Cause none of you signed up.
Swipe. It's just lunch, isn't that? It's one of those. It's just lunch.
It's just lunch. Okay, then 4 p.m. we go through our wonderful start out with our keynote, big keynote finale, and then what do we have?
And then we've got high fives
And then
cocktails with live music. For the first time ever, we are proud to announce that our after party is going to have some amazing live music. So it's going to be Brianna Knight and Madam Gandhi. So we hope to see you there on the
Yes.
dance floor
Yes.
with a cocktail.
I will be drunk.
Me
Like
too.
legit, like 5:15. So
It doesn't start till 5:45.
legit at 5:15. I'm gonna be
5:15. I'll be doing the thank yous.
right, because I won't be here.
For those of you who are not, so while we encourage you to drink as much as you can in the early evening, go home and go to sleep because we want you back here tomorrow morning.
Yes.
I will be
Saturday,
here with you.
day 2.
Guess where Danielle will be?
I will be home,
Sleeping.
drunk.
So
my
that's
feet
great.
up.
I'll be here with one eye open, probably in the same clothes.
But the outfit is so good, though.
Right? I got to get 2 days out of it.
Yeah.
So tomorrow morning, join me here with Leanne and everyone else. There's going to be some amazing morning talks. Again, there's going to be awesome breakout sessions, content all around. You can stop for a break at 1 o'clock to have the mimosa or Bloody Mary you need
that
to get
you need.
through.
Everybody needs hair of the dog.
Then there is a coding boot camp tomorrow afternoon. City director meetup tomorrow afternoon for anyone that's interested in getting more involved in becoming a city director. I will tell you that I was one of the original city directors in New York. It is an awesome experience. You get to meet so many interesting people.
Do you get a badge?
Did I? Well, I missed the part where you got to stand up
Oh.
earlier, so I wanted to
Okay.
just,
Yeah, that's good.
And then we wrap tomorrow at 5. And by
Yeah.
then I will officially be dead.
She will be. So, how does
that's
all of
it.
that sound?
You feel good?
Do you feel informed?
Yes? Do you feel ready? Any questions? Comments? Concerns?
Ask somebody else because we're not dealing with that. All right.
All right.
Well, let's go. We're
All
ready
right.
for our first speaker.
We are?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. You ready?
And as soon as let's do it together.
Okay.
Welcoming up to the stage right now, we have Sylvia
Sylvia
Vasquez
Vasquez
Lovato.
Lovato.
And she's going to be talking about what climbing Mount Everest teaches you about the power of being uncomfortable. I can imagine that. That was very uncomfortable.
And if you follow her on Facebook and her work, you knew it was
I've
uncomfortable.
never
and
met
amazing.
somebody that, come here, I want to hug you. She
Get on stage.
She climbed
Ladies and gentlemen,
Everest.
welcome. Anything.
Let's just. Testing, testing, okay. Wow. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, New York. Good morning. I'm so excited being here before, and a little nervous. But let's get this going. And let me start asking all of you a question right now. How many of you have a promise or dream that you still want to fulfill? Raise your hands. Well, great. Let me share a little bit about mine. It is April 14th of this year, and I have just arrived to base camp with my second cohort of Courageous Girls. This is a nonprofit that I started as part of a promise that I made in 2005 when I went on a solo journey looking for healing from a very painful experience of child sexual abuse. As my team leaves me, I slowly walk towards my campsite. I drop my things, and in front of me, I see Mount Everest in its full glory. But I not only see Everest, I also see a promise, a dream that has taken me 11 years in the making. And the first thing that comes to my mind is, what the hell am I doing here? Am I crazy? I can't climb this thing. All of a sudden, as I see Everest, I feel fear, insecurity, uncertainty. My legs are trembling, and I have yet to place a foot on the mountain. I realized that it had been so easy for me for so many years to talk about the dream, to talk about this promise, about this crazy fantasy. But now, as I was looking At my final challenge, every single ounce in my body and soul was doubting. That very first night at base camp, I could barely sleep. The cold weather, my own feelings of insecurity, the sounds and tremblings of avalanches made me cry. I eventually cried myself to sleep. The following morning, I went for breakfast and for the first time met the rest of my expedition team. I was the only woman with another 7 men, all taller and stronger than me. Some of them giving me a puzzled look, wondering how long would I last until I would potentially give up. After breakfast, I walked outside into our altar, and I looked up into the sky, and I asked the universe and my mother for their protection and strength. And that is how I started my expedition, attempting to climb Mount Everest. Little by little, confidence started coming back to me. I started laughing a little bit more, and every night I would be grateful for being there for an extra day. Not long after, the rotations into the mountains started. On our first rotation, we left from base camp to Camp 2. Out of the 8 of us that left, only 6 of us made it. On our second rotation, I left from base camp to Camp 3. Out of the 6 of us that left, only 4 of us made it. And then we had our third and final rotation, the moment of truth. We would have had 5 days from base camp for a potential summit attempt. As we left, we got to Camp 2 without any hiccups. However, as we started going to Camp 3, we got caught up on an avalanche, we got caught up on a storm so strong that it was almost deadly. I barely made it to my tent on Camp 3, and the first thing that I did is collapse and started crying because for the first time I felt my mortality. I needed someone to hold me. I needed someone to tell me that I would be okay, but there was no one around. Who has ever felt that lonely in their lives at times? I had to actually grab my oxygen tank and held it tightly as if it was my teddy bear to give myself a little comfort. I realized then that it didn't matter how high I wanted to go, that I needed to respect the will of the mountain, that going further was out of my control, that the rest of the journey had become a total unknown. The following day, the sun came out and we moved to Camp 4. As we got there, our guides looked at the weather and they decided to give us a conditional go, to give it a shot. And that evening on May 18th, we left around 10:30 p.m. As we started climbing the final push, something known as the death zone, we encountered a humongous human traffic jam. The altitude and the weather had made people really slow, many people turning around. Every single person in front of me, just like me, was chasing after their own dream. So who was I to question their continuation? I just simply had to relax and accept the circumstances. As we got stuck on that particular situation, the wind started picking up and our guys started questioning our continuation. We were gonna potentially having to turn around. It was then that I had to let go of, thank you. Thank you. I became the first female Peruvian to do so on one, thank you. And more proudly, one of the first few lesbians to get there as well. Yeah. As I sat in disbelief at the top of Mount Everest, I couldn't believe that I had achieved my dream. I couldn't believe by that committing to a promise that I made to myself 11 years ago, I had achieved being on top of the world by mere effort of one step at a time. I proudly left my flag of Peru, left my flag of courageous girls, and something very special at the top. So what is next for me? After having achieved this unsurmountable goal, something that very few people are ever going to be able to do, is my story over yet? Have I answered all of my questions? Have I fulfilled any one of my promises? And here I am, still on my journey. Everest has turned my life upside down. But I'm still committed to my community of courageous girls. I'm still committed to the drive to create empowerment through technology. What I learned, that there were never any guarantees results. A life lesson, a sure thing. And I know that all of you here have summits to reach, journals to travel, promises to keep. What I have learned about mine, that it is not about just the outcome or the achievement. It is not having a security. It's about being comfortable in the unknown. I have learned about mine that you need to open yourself up to having the inspiration, that you need to trust about that vision, regardless of the setbacks that you're going to have, that you need to trust about keeping those promises that you make. I know we all have summits. We all have the opportunity to create ripple effects to change this world. For me, it comes back to touch the lives of others. For me, it came back to connect to my little girl and to help her fulfill that dream at the top of the world. And now to continue helping other little girls like yourself, like myself. And so to wrap it up, I have a question for all of you. Who now has promises that you will now fulfill here? Who here has promises that they want to fulfill? Come on, don't get shy. Okay, let's stand up here. We're going to do a quick exercise right now. So come on. Very quickly. I'm going to take all of you to the top of Everest. So we're going to make something really powerful. We're going to close our eyes, please. We're going to close our eyes, and we're all at the summit of Mount Everest. And at the count of 3, I want you to tell that promise or that dream to yourself. Just whisper it out to yourself. Don't say it out loud, just to yourself. Nobody else hears you. At the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, open your eyes. And at the count of 3, we're going to send this dream into motion. And we're going to scream out loud, I will fulfill my promise. All righty. 1, 2, 3. I will fulfill my promise. Well, congratulations and welcome to the world of the unknown. You have now set this into motion. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of this summit. It's going to be amazing. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Well, how about starting off with an inspiring talk like that, just in case you didn't have any life goals. Now you do. And the next talk promises to be even more inspiring. I'd like to welcome to the stage Vivian Ming. She's the founder and executive chair of SOCOS, and she's going to talk to us about AI and human versus machine. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. All right, the mic is on, and it actually works this time. So the first lesbian who, it becomes like this thing. I see if everyone can get up on stage and say something about this. I recently learned that my wife and I were the first wives to co-present a paper at a major technical academic conference. We presented it together 3 years ago at the Neural Information Processing's conference, and it was shocking to learn that, and probably untrue, that no 2 women in love had ever been up on stage presenting a technical paper before. You may be wondering about this right now. So the last time I was in this room talking to people like you, I was preceded on stage by Gina Rochero, and she looked great. And I thought, I'm going to take that look for the next time I present at Lesbians Who Tech. And then I got here today, and someone said, you do realize she's a professional model, and you're a 45-year-old neuroscientist mother of 2. So, thank you. Actually, after I'm done here, I will literally go out the door, fly to San Francisco, and give an award to Erica Karp, So you're just going to have to deal with the Power Girl-esque boob window here for a little bit. Okay, so I feel like this title should come with like a trailer, a very Terminator-esque dun 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 dun. It's intense. I'm a mom, so let me cast this in terms that make sense for me, which is, there we go. This is what matters to me, is in 2024, my kids will be out there in the world working. And to put it in sort of really blunt terms, will I have created a person that still has a purpose? In a world where artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly not just a part of our lives, but a part of what it is to have a modern civilization. And I'm going to say some intentionally provocative things here. So I'm a mom. This is my son, Felix. I feel terrible. I don't have a picture of my daughter, Athena, but I don't feel terrible because she doesn't have diabetes, and that's the reason he's in front of you right now. So I do a lot of things in the world of AI, a lot of different domains. I've invented technologies that predict manic episodes in bipolar sufferers, that help autistic kids read facial expressions using Google Glass. I was just in Indianapolis at Eli Lilly talking about technology we've developed to try and remove bias out of the workplace. In fact, next week I'll be in Paris at AXA trying to figure out whether we can actually price discrimination into insurance policies so that companies have to pay more if they've got a problem. So this is the sort of thing, I mean, that's great that machine learning and big data and artificial intelligence can actually get at questions like this. It genuinely can be a good. As a tool, this can be amazing. Here is an example of it. Several years ago, in fact, I think I mentioned it the last time I was on this stage, several years ago, my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and I hacked all of his medical devices, his insulin pump, his continuous glucose monitor, broke several federal laws, so I've learned, and sent that data to my personal server, and I built a model that predicted whether his blood glucose levels will go high or low an hour into the future. And so it sends me messages. So I knew I was visiting the White House, met the Lesbro, and I was wearing Google Glass because I was getting push messages about whether he was high or low. He was low. I sent a text message to my sister who was taking care of him, and he didn't go low. So I mentioned I was at Eli Lilly. Well, now 5 years later, I'm talking about issues of discrimination and what data says about it, massive data sets. And afterwards, the CIO, a woman, takes me aside along with the director of research and says, hey, one of our scientists has been advancing your work. We've got a deep neural network now for creating what's known as an artificial pancreas. Why am I bringing all this up besides really needing to drop all of my amazing inventions because my ego needs it? It's because that pancreas they're building and they asked me to help with might actually be better than ours. Not tomorrow, but by 2024, might it actually be like, when do I get diabetes? When do I get a pancreas that will allow me to eat any crappy food I want to without having these wild spikes in my blood glucose levels? When the Paralympics will be a much more exciting event to watch because those people will be amazing with the technology that will empower them to go far beyond what we can do. These are good things. I don't want my son to be sick and to be compromised in his life. Here is a more traditional look at AI. This is Peter Belzab at Cal, where I am, and that's Brett. That robot is being taught how to fold towels. It doesn't know it. It's learning. So, and this is a group of robots that are learning from one another how to solve a task. No humans involved at all. This is AlphaGo. You heard it beat the world Go champion. What happens, though, when AlphaGo doesn't play Go? It plays the stock market. So we hear a lot about automated cars, self-driving cars, and we hear about not needing farm workers anymore, and there are issues, big issues associated with this. But maybe we don't need financial analysts anymore. Maybe we don't need a lot of people. So this is meant to be a provocative statement, but it takes 20 years to build a human life. Do we know that what we're doing today is actually, do we know the value of a human life in 2024? I almost guarantee you that most of what we do, certainly at a global level, but most of what we do in schools today is vastly undervalued for what we need 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And some of these issues, and this is meant to be provocative in a room like this, are we going to need people programming? It is awesome. I actually hate programming, but it's what a fabulous tool. I'm thrilled that I know how to do it, and it changes how you think. It is an amazing thing to learn. But some friends of mine published a paper recently. At the deep neural network, you give it a question. How do I get someone's age off of Facebook using Python? It gives you the line of Python code to ping Facebook's API and return someone's age. It's not a stretch. Forget 2024. 2017 for me to say, give me an app that will link up everyone that's having a birthday this week for Lesbians Who Tech and send it to them and do it in blue. And think, bam, I don't have a prototype, I have a finished product. And no one was involved. The future of human capital in the context of artificial intelligence isn't going to be about the skills and knowledges you possess. This is the effects of hyperinflation as we know it in the financial world, where the money becomes cheap overnight so quickly. I've been talking about the hyperinflation of work. If you're doing the same job 2 weeks from now that you're doing today, someone like me is going to come along and think, I bet I could build something that can do that faster and better and cheaper. And that may sound scary, and it may sound exhausting to constantly think, I got to do a different job at the end of the day that I'm doing today. But these are real goods that AI can bring to the world, and there's something that we can bring also. In the future, there's going to be one job description. And I hope that is, in fact, what you're going to see here. In 2024, we're only going to need one thing: creative, adaptive problem solvers. And this is a room full of amazing people that are solving problems, societal level problems. They're solving problems inside of companies. They're doing it clearly creatively, and changing the world. We need to make certain everyone else has the chance to do this too. We need to go out of this room and think my responsibility, after myself, is to make certain every other child in the world becomes a creative, adaptive problem solver. Because if we don't, there will be a serious problem in 2024. There will be billions of people without a purpose. And there are plenty of social institutions that we hear about regularly on the news that will be thrilled with it. There may even be an occasional Republican presidential candidate that will be thrilled with that. I want to live in the world where everyone is contributing, where everyone is fully realized and living out their full potential. AI shouldn't be a scary thing, but sitting back and building people that are not ready for that world, thinking, I don't need them, they're different than me. In 2024, the music will start, and we do need to start wondering whether this will be a post-apocalyptic or a techno-utopian world. I know it can be the latter, and I know that all of you here are going to play a role in that. Thank you very much.
I am both deeply terrified and excited. A world without people. She had me with the robot that would fold towels. The person in the back was like, yes! Like, really hate folding towels over there. So before I bring up our next speaker, there are several people that are just dying to sit down next to you. So if you have an open seat next to you, can you raise your hand? Okay, so people that are in the back standing, the hands that are up, they have open seats. So just keep them up for a moment. I also wrote down, like, if you're single, raise your hand. And then I was like, oh, the seat, not the person. Okay. So, coming up next to the stage is fabulous friend, Erica Anderson, who is going to be talking about there's bad news and good news. What's next in journalism? Hopefully something more than Trump. Welcome her to the stage.
Thank you, Danielle. Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay, cool. All right. Hi, my name is Erica Anderson. I'm with the Google News Lab, and I'm here to talk about there's good news and bad news, what's next in journalism. By the way, do I have a clicker? Oh, that'd be good. So I've worked at the intersection of journalism and tech for the last 10 years, and this is what gets me up in the morning. What is journalism's obligation to truth? Its mission is to inform, empower people, and it's something I care deeply about. So I read a book recently by Virginia Heffernan. She's a New York Times media critic. She has a PhD from Harvard, and she wrote this book called Magic and Lost, The Internet as Art. And I was kind of skeptical. I didn't know where she would land on the internet. But I have to say I was quite inspired by the way she painted the new world and the new opportunities, and in some way, the pyramids that our generation is building. And in response to her employer's comment, the New York Times, did Twitter kill poetry? She said this: asking what's to become of poetry in the age of Twitter is asking what's to become of music in the age of guitars. I absolutely love this lighthearted, optimistic approach to the internet, and especially the acknowledgement that old art forms can come anew in the age of the internet. Because journalism, to me, is an art form. So 10 years ago, I graduated from journalism school with literally no tech experience, but I was desperate to break into an industry that so many people were of the opinion was breaking apart. I knew two things. One, I would definitely find a way in, and two, I would do it as my authentic self. And both things happened. I came out, and then I got a job with MTV News covering the '08 election as a citizen journalist. I got to go to CBS News and help some of their talent understand social media in the early days. I went to Twitter and helped them start their news division back in 2010, and now I'm at Google. So the core philosophy of my work and what drives me is this idea of bridging old and new media and closing the gap between the two. So I would say that traditional values of journalism are more important than ever: trust, verification, accuracy, independence, and monitoring power. But as Heffernan reminded me, the new values are so important and critical to figuring out the path forward. These values of authenticity, building your own audience, proximity, personal proximity to an issue, and having credibility not in spite of it, but because of it. Mindfulness, action, and versatility. And it's because of these values we have new stars and new journalists like Liz Plank of Vox. She got her master's in gender studies and is a total force on the election trail this year. Sean King, a Black Lives Matter activist, a former pastor, now a criminal justice reporter at the Daily News. These are folks whose voices and journalistic talents have been brought to light and made possible because of the internet. So Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. And at the heart of that mission is the belief that a more informed and a more connected world leads to better outcomes. And it's hard to argue, or at least I would argue, that some of the most important forms of information is quality news content. So the team that I work on is called the Google News Lab, and it's our mission to collaborate with journalists and technologists to build the future of media. It's a pretty big goal. But there are 4 areas that we focus on, 4 challenge areas that we think the news industry is facing. The first is trust and verification. The second is data journalism, which we think is a big opportunity, immersive storytelling, and of course, diversity. And the way that we tackle these efforts is kind of a mixed bag. We do coalition building, we do partnerships, we build new products and use technology, and we also do a bit of grant giving. So I want to give you a few examples of what we do and why this matters and how it integrates with the tech piece of this. So we started something called First Draft Coalition. This is a group of journalists that give social news gathering guidance and verification, advice, and training to journalists around the world. And I'll give you an example of what that is and why it matters. You guys have probably all seen photos shared through social media, and you're like, oh my gosh, is that really Baltimore under flames last year during the riots and the protests? And someone actually fact-checked this journalist who uploaded this on Facebook using Google reverse image search and found that this photo was actually not from Baltimore, but had been posted to the internet about 6 years ago from a riot in South America. Here's another example of what First Draft does. This is a photo of a missile launcher that a Twitter user posted with coordinates of where this was in Russia. Now, it's not just any missile launcher. This is actually, supposedly, the missile launcher that was used to shoot down Malaysian Flight 17 over Ukraine. So the investigative journalist, wanted to verify the coordinates. Verification is key. So he used Google Street View. And he took the original photo, and then he put the coordinates into Street View, and he was able to identify markings in the original photo and confirm that they were in fact the same markings that exist in that location on Street View. So a tiny detail, but a critical part of his story in helping to understand the way this missile launcher was being moved through Russia. So data journalism is another big focus for us. Now, data without numbers, or data without context is just a bunch of numbers. So we work with journalists to help them use Google Trends data, which is an enormous data set that we make available through google.com/trends to understand cultural phenomenons and shifts in attitudes to inform their journalism. Here's an example. This is Rafia Zakaria. She's an American Muslim journalist. She just came out with a piece last week, really trying to understand how the situation of violence in America, political rhetoric, and the campaign has impacted our understanding or the conversation of Islamophobia and anti-Muslim rhetoric. So she used Google Trends. This is a map, a chart of the rates of Islamophobia, searches for Islamophobia, searches for kill Muslims, mapped against the time of different attacks in America, different acts of violence. So you see spikes after San Bernardino, after Orlando. Immersive storytelling. So who here's watched some VR? And yeah, hopefully we have some. Yeah, cool. So like a year and a half ago, Cardboard was launched, and the New York Times did this amazing piece called Displaced, and everyone in the journalism community was so excited to figure out how to do VR and even AR to help bring people into stories. On the News Lab team, we realized there are massive barriers to entry for journalists and news organizations, from small to big. There's ethical challenges, there's cultural challenges, there's technical challenges. So true to what we did with First Draft, we launched something called Journalism 360. Very similar effort in that we're building a coalition of journalists who are in the field, of technologists who are in the field. We're focusing on knowledge sharing, of sharing case studies on Medium, information, Q&As, what went wrong on that piece. We're giving grants out in 2017 for journalists with great ideas that will advance the understanding of immersive storytelling. And if you're interested, please fill out this form and let us know. So diversity is our last and probably one of the most important things that we're working on right now, and I'm glad to be talking about it today. To be frank, when you look at the changes in the country, in the United States, and the makeup of the United States, and how much it has changed in the last 20, 30, 40 years, 10 years, frankly, we don't think newsrooms reflect that. So how do we, as the News Lab, a small team, how do we help journalists and newsrooms become more diverse and more representative? We're doing a few things. We're going in and partnering with organizations like NABJ and NAHJ to train journalists on skills that can make them more competitive. But we're also open to other ideas and figuring out how to build programs, like I just described in the slides before. All right, so I'm going to bring it back. Has Twitter killed poetry? So to steal or to borrow Virginia's words, I would just end it as this. Asking what's to become of journalism in the age of Google is like asking what's to become of lesbians in the age of the internet. Sure, there will be a few bad haircuts, but in the end, we will all thrive. Thank you so much.
It's not on. Oh, okay, this one's on. Sorry. Well, that was inspiring. Up next is someone that everybody in this crowd, I'm sure, is dying to meet. She has a dream job and a super important job. We need you to get back to work as soon as you're done with this. Do not say hi to anybody here. I am pleased to introduce you to Jenna Lowenstein. She is a digital director at Hillary for America. Woo! She's going to talk to us about 6 times that the internet fell in love with Hillary. It can't only be 6.
You'd be surprised.
Get on stage. We all need you, and then we need you to go back to work.
You'd be surprised. Hey guys, thank you for having me, and I also want to make a categorical thank you to New York for welcoming Hillary for America and our many lesbians to your fair city. We have a handful here, but I'll say that we accidentally hired a lot of them. I want to start by saying, acknowledging a thing up front. It's possible that not everybody in this room likes my boss. That's okay. If you set aside what you read in comment sections on the internet and in my personal Twitter mentions, I believe that we can have a free exchange of ideas anyway. We can get through this. I have faith in us. But to be honest, I'm not here today to shill for her. I just wanted to take a few minutes and talk about how we're attempting to navigate the shifting landscape on the internet to tell great stories about Hillary Clinton. We have a sort of awesome task, and I'm sorry for the word I'm about to use, but it's one of the most disruptive in United States history. We're trying to elect the first female president. And this is the important part for us. Our secret sauce is that we want to do it just the way she is. We don't have any pretensions that we can pretend she's someone else on the internet. You all know better than I do that authenticity is the currency of our mediums. We can't just throw up some dank memes and think that people will like her more. We call that being grandma on the internet, and I'll tell you from my personal experience, so you don't have to go through it too, it's never a good idea. But the thing that we have on our side is you hear a story over and over again when you're in Clinton world. If you get to know Hillary Clinton, you get to love Hillary Clinton. Unfortunately, 100 million Americans don't get the chance to know Hillary Clinton, so that comes to us. We've taken it as our personal mission in digital and tech to introduce her, one tweet, one video, one podcast episode at a time. A quick note at the top, our candidate is not Barack Obama. So when we started this campaign, we had to reimagine what digital could look like on a presidential campaign and what it could do. But we also had to think about how the internet had changed since 2012. There's a couple of ways that are really obvious: the rise of mobile, the ubiquity of video, and a really competitive internet media landscape. So we knew that our goal couldn't be to compete with Donald Trump for your attention in your Facebook newsfeed. We have to compete with BuzzFeed. We have to compete with Tasty, you know those videos, I really love them. And we have to compete with the thing that you go on the internet for, which is connecting with your friends and family. So today, I wanted to take these few minutes and talk about a few times that we've done those things. Tell an authentic story about Hillary Clinton that breaks through and changes some hearts and minds. So to start, if you know one thing about Hillary, you know this is a policy wonk. She sweats the details. And so when we're inclined to do a clap back or to do some rapid response, we're always better prepared if we keep that in mind. She would want the details to be there. So I'm about to play a video of one of the first moments that I think the internet rallied around Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump, whose name I promised not to mention today, but I couldn't help myself, swiped her, and she came back with policy, and it did some good work for us.
If Hillary Clinton were a man,
No
I don't
volume.
think she'd get 5% of the vote. The only thing she's got going is the woman's card.
Mr. Trump accused me of playing the, quote, woman card. Well, if fighting for women's health care and paid family leave and equal pay is playing the woman card, then deal me in.
So we always want to take advantage of moments like that, obviously, but stay true to her by keeping policy right in there. You guys weren't the only people who liked that. After that video, people demanded we start selling women cards, and we sold 350,000 in 36 hours. Two, if you knew a second thing about Hillary Clinton after the policy wonk thing, it's that she's deeply committed to kids and making their lives better. So I'm going to say right up front, it is not cheating for us to put pictures of Hillary Clinton and children on the internet. Hillary Clinton and puppies might be cheating. But we want to take every opportunity to lift up that value that's important to her in our campaign, particularly in big moments. So this was the night she clinched the nomination, June 7th. And rather than a celebratory photo, a celebratory moment, we asked how she wanted to celebrate. And she wrote a tweet that said to little girls across America, this night should tell you that you can do anything you want, include be president of the United States. It's for you. On a different tack, fast forward a few weeks, we won the nomination. President Obama endorsed Hillary, and that person I'm not going to name again tweeted a thing, as he's wont to do, saying that nobody wanted 4 more years of President Obama. If you know a thing about Hillary Clinton, she's tough. She's not worried about getting hit, but she's fiercely loyal. And one of the things that we really love about her and want to amplify is the loyalty she has for her friends. So we fired this baby off, and it became the second most retweeted political tweet in history after the remarkably more mature 4 more years the night that President Obama got reelected. The thing about this tweet that's worth saying is that we've really built a lot of trust in our organization. So when Donald Trump tweeted, we went to our comms director and we said, we want to do this tweet. I promise it's a good tweet. And she said, yes. And then we hit send. And then she said, but what does it mean? But it was yeah. Another thing that we really love about Hillary and want to amplify is that she really sees people. So when we heard that the Toast was closing, and for those who don't know, it's an internet magazine for women, Hillary actually is a fan of the Toast. A lot of our writers are fans of the Toast. And we were like, what if we did a really funny listicle in her voice? And she said, how about we write an essay about the importance of women's faces and compare the Toast to when I got to the Senate, Barbara Mikulski had dinner for all the women senators, and it was a space for us to learn from each other. And we said, that's better. So we did it, and 5 different news outlets called it the story that broke the internet. So it was personal and niche, but it was so authentic to her that it was really successful. A few weeks after that, we're getting rapidly moving towards the present. We launched a #1 podcast called With Her. It was #1 in the iTunes store. For those of you who haven't listened to it, and it sounds like not very many, I would recommend it. We thought that the intimacy of audio would be really good for her. It would give her a chance to communicate in a low-stress environment, and she knocked it out of the park. I'm going to play a really quick clip, because we're running out of time, but I think it'll give you an idea of the fact that she has a learning curve of 0 for this kind of stuff.
Before we get started, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What should I call you?
You can call me whatever you want to call me. You can call me Hillary, you can call me Madam Secretary, you can call me Hey You, anything you want.
I'm not going to call you Hey You, but I'll call you Hillary. Right.
Okay.
We ready? Hi, Hillary.
Hi, Max.
So you can call me anything you want to call me. That's a learning curve of 0. And way back at the beginning, I'm going to go back to what I said at the start, which is that one of the things that we hold as sort of a central tenet of all our work is that when you get to know Hillary, you love her. And most people don't get the chance. So a few weeks ago, we were like, oh, what if we had people who love her tell the internet about it? And so we started releasing these videos of women and men she's gotten to know over the years, including people she's met on the trail. So I wanted to introduce you to Janelle.
You know, when you're going through chemo, there are some dark days. I'd been wanting to go to a rally. My daughter really wanted to go see Hillary. So we brought some posters, 13th chemo yesterday, 3 more Hear Me Roar. And then Hillary came over and introduced herself. You know, I just started to cry, and she just took all the time in the world with us, it seemed like.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
For 30 minutes that day, it was amazing to be me. Over the months, she's checked in on me, wanted to know how I was doing.
Yes, if I can help in any way, I will.
We're going to keep fighting. You can be at that inauguration.
You bet. I'm counting on it.
She didn't have to do that. My husband and I have asked ourselves the question, why has she been so kind to us? A lot.
Oh, look at all your hair.
We don't know, but she cares. She listened and she cares.
I'm Hillary Clinton, and I approve this message.
I'm rapidly running out of time, but I do just want to say something about Janelle. For those of you who do content on the internet, you know, long-form videos of unknown people could have tanked, and it was a risk. And 5 million people have watched that in about 8 days, and the second video has reached 3 million people. So we feel really good about it. And the last thing I wanted to mention is, so if those were 6 times, if you were keeping track, that we helped the internet love Hillary Clinton, there's one that she did all on her own. So I, about 18 months ago, reached out to Humans of New York because I really thought that that would be a great platform for her. And I wanted to make it perfect. I wanted it to be outside, you know, like Humans of New York, maybe in a park. And when push came to shove and we finally got on the schedule, we could do it in a hotel room in Midtown. And I was like, this isn't going to be great. But what happened was she blew me away, and she blew Brandon, the interviewer, away, and she blew the internet away. And it was a really good reminder for me that the best thing you can do if you want to create great internet content is start with something really wonderful, and that's Hillary Clinton. So thanks, guys.
Jenna, go back to work.
I'm going.
Like, just go. Open the door for her. A round of applause. Legit, delete your account was like crying out laughter. When I was just like, oh my God, how many times can I hit retweet? I just wish I could. All right. Coming to the stage now, we have Linnea Irvin, who is the Director of Global Equities at Bank of America. She's going to be talking about inclusion currency, how to spend it, engagement, access, and influence. Give her a round of applause. It's me.
Well, good morning. Wow. It's a beautiful room, I have to say. So when Leanne invited me to share with you all today, I'll take that clicker, that'd be great. I didn't know what to expect, but of course I said yes, because that's what we do when Leanne makes an ask. So I showed up. So this is me. Similar to what you're seeing here today. But that's also me, right? So if you spend a little time with me in Brooklyn on the weekend, that's what I'm serving, okay? So, you know, so obviously many of us work for, you know, companies or firms that, you know, promote authenticity, bringing your whole self to work. One way that I bring authenticity to the workplace is by engaging in the things that I care about. And I found that I've ended up having opportunities to do amazing things because of it. So today I just want to talk to you all about engagement. So as firms, companies, startups begin to focus on inclusion, it gives employees opportunities to engage in a more meaningful way. Perhaps it's a diversity or leadership council, a task force, or an employee resource group. Ultimately, you're engaging, but you're also kind of building up a type of currency, right? So think about any medium of exchange for something of value, right? It could be an ask, you might be seeking buy-in, sponsorship of an idea. This engagement is an opportunity for you to stack chips. You accumulate it over time so that at some point in the future you can exchange that for something you want. So I figured we only have a short time here, so I'm going to spend time talking through my journey of engagement. And it all started with just engagement in an ERG. One ERG here in New York City. 2008, I just finished business school, finished my MBA. I joined the firm, and I'm excited, I'm focusing on output, I'm crushing it. And then I realized, hey, where are all the people of color? And where are all the gays, right? So I got involved in the employee resource group, and I dedicated more of my time to the LGBT Pride Network because it needed some type of leadership. Engagement was low, membership was low. And I joined and ultimately took on the co-chair role and immediately had an opportunity to inform strategy, think about how we're engaging our executive sponsors, drive really impactful content via events. We did focus groups with global managing directors. And so, I had an individual contributor-like role in my day job, but I was instantly a leader in my gay job. So what was happening was I was establishing a voice. Didn't realize it at the time, right? I was demonstrating leadership. And I was connecting with the firm and people in a far more meaningful way. And the beauty of engagement is that it often leads to access. Access to people, access to spaces and forums to which otherwise you'd have no exposure. And so yes, I was the ERG co-chair, had access to executive sponsors. But shortly after, a year or two later, I was invited to participate, to join the Interbank Roundtable, which was a group of emerging LGBT leaders across 20 Wall Street firms, right? I called it the gay mafia. We met at night. Many of us had to go right back after work, but the goal was to advance LGBT inclusion. This is 2010, advance LGBT inclusion on Wall Street. So we launched kind of quick initiatives advancing tax equalization, grossing up for domestic benefits. But what we were doing was extremely powerful because we cared. But then I also had access to 30, 40 people across 20 firms. Now, there was an opportunity, I co-chaired that forum. It's now grown to be maybe 40 member firms. It's been rebranded as Open Finance. But it was that opportunity to access an industry beyond the firm. And then from there, I think maybe 4 years later, much more senior in my career, a good colleague from Open Finance engaged me about joining the Human Rights Campaign's National Business Advisory Council. So I'd gone from the local ERG in the firm to a cross-industry kind of activism to an opportunity to actually do work on a national scale with one of the largest, most influential LGBT organizations in our country. So now I partner with business executives across industries, Fortune 500. That's banking, that's tech, that's consumer packaged goods, transportation. We help inform changes to the corporate equality index. We think about both domestic challenges and global. But the engagement story turned into a really powerful access story. Access to executive sponsor. Visibility, both within the firm, outside of the firm, and exposure to people, businesses, industries that I could have never imagined. With access, engagement, and visibility, over time, you end up being lent a tremendous amount of credibility. And credibility allows you to build trust with other people. And trust is how you actually influence. So obviously today at my firm, Bank of America, I can champion our support of the Equality Act. I can help mobilize a response to HB2 and sign on to governor letter. We can do things on both a local scale, individually, but together we can collaborate to do more. For example, Open Finance, I partnered with 2 other leaders to lead a SCOTUS amicus brief working group. We leveraged our access, we leveraged our credibility, pulled together diversity execs, business leaders from over 40 firms. Weekly calls with 100+ people. In 1 month, we were able to get 29 firms from a very conservative industry to sign on to the Morgan Lewis brief. And that was powerful. Yeah, sir. And that's the type of power, kind of an influence, you want to bring kind of to any conversation. You want to leverage that credibility to drive change. You're also going to want to, once you have that influence, educate and empower others, right? Share your experiences, share best practices, influence others to lead. And you know, the burden of influence is you need to take ownership and commit to making an impact. So I've had an opportunity to be me, and I've taken every opportunity to do exactly that. So if you engage, you may have access, right? And once you have access, you might be able to leverage that to make an impact and influence. And if you do that, you are stacking chips, right? You're establishing that credibility, that currency, and there are a few ways that you can spend it. First, you can pay it forward, right? Do good, drive change, be a part of influencing what messages actually get heard, right? Or perhaps you can kind of maybe store it, collaborate and build. Pool that credibility with other sources of influence, right? Partner to drive greater change, as we did with Open Finance and kind of other organizations. Or lastly, you can just spend it, but know what you want, right? If it's an advancement opportunity or a stretch role, or perhaps you're just seeking meaning and impact, know what it is you want and have an ask. So my call to action to you all today is to engage, partner to win, and let's stack some chips. Deuces.
Thank you, Linnea. Is this on? They must teach you that in business school. They didn't teach us that in social work school. How to confident, calm, gain access. They were like, talk about your feelings, hold someone's hand, solve a problem. It's a little different. Next up to the stage, we've got Elizabeth Birch. She is the former head of litigation for Apple, small company you might have heard of, and the CEO of the Human Rights Campaign, an amazing organization that fights for all of our rights. She's going to talk to us about the gift of being a lesbian who techs and igniting your power to lead. Please welcome to the stage, Elizabeth Birch.
Thank you, honey. So, a little less than a year ago, Leanne called me and said, Elizabeth, do you believe in free speech? And I said, of course I believe in free speech. I've worked so hard on all the constitutional principles. And she said, well, will you give one? And I said, okay. So, in becoming leaders, we all have a journey. So, one thing I am clear on is that I came into this world as a little tiny lesbian. And honestly, if you put a little tie on me, I kind of look like a lesbian who techs, even at that age. My journey was that I was crystal clear I was a lesbian from a very young age. And this is evidence that I continue to be a lesbian right here. So, what you have to do if you're a young lesbian and you really know it, and it's, you know, the early 70s, you got to get out of town. So I joined, I was recruited and went into a group called Up With People, which is very embarrassing, it's very schmaltzy, but I sang and danced all over Europe, North Africa, and the United States to finish high school, met tons of homosexuals all over the world, and fell in love with a young lesbian from Hawaii. So where did I go? I ran away to Hawaii. And I went to college there and did oceanography and political science. And then I thought, oh my God, I got to earn a living. So I went to law school in California, started at a big firm, and then ended up very early on at Apple Computer. And the lessons I learned at Apple were profound. And if you go back to the purest interpretation of Apple at the beginning, there's lots of things we can analyze in today's world. But back then, what attracted me was the notion that you can take the power of a UNIVAC, a gigantic, gigantic mainframe that only the military and a few elite corporations had access to, shrink that down and put it into individual hands. And to me, that was revolutionary. That was a very gay idea. So you can see right there, I sat with Steve and picked out the rainbow. No, I'm kidding, I didn't. So a lot of the lessons learned at Apple came into the Human Rights Campaign, where I spent a decade. And don't be deceived, like right there, I'm making him laugh, but I'd take his picture down and stomp on it and then stick it back up. And these were very, very tough years where the Republicans mostly controlled Congress, and we worked a way to eke out at least a sense of fairness, and we leaped over Congress to do things like the Corporate Equality Index and to change workplaces. We did FamilyNet. And anyway, we did a lot of stuff for 10 years, and then these two guys came along. And so it became very, very hard to do both. But you can see here, we fed them. We gave them all kinds of juice boxes and tofu and stuff, and they grew. And that's what happened. So I have these beautiful 17-year-olds today. And today it comes full circle because what I do now, post-Human Rights Campaign, is I build stuff. I have a construction company and do commercial real estate, and I build stuff like that. So here's the thesis of my talk, and I have to go really fast because I didn't get it with 10 minutes. I'm not an engineer. I don't have the kind of brain power that a lot of you do. You're listening to nuclear physicists and all of that. I'm a lawyer, so not as smart, so I didn't get the 10-minute thing. But here's the thesis. You are a gifted, gifted people because of how you've grown up and who you are. You're absolutely positioned to transform this planet. All you have to do is understand it because you are living at the edge of an explosive renaissance that's in our midst. Hey, Leanne, could I get water? So, here's the rocket fuel of the, thank you. This is the rocket fuel of the gay movement. It's coming out. It is that we all had to come out, break back out of a shell, and discover our own truth, that we're queer, we're different, we live at the edge, we can peer in at culture. And that is one of the gifts that has made you different. There was extraordinary lessons at Apple, and I described that putting that power into the hands of the individual. But when you go way back into history, and I'm going to take you back and bring you forward very, very rapidly, when you peel back movements, major innovations, and great leaps forward, you'll often find LGBTQ power at the center. So at the very edge of culture long ago, we were tribal, we were surviving. People had to eke out food, find furs. It was just to have sustenance. It took scratching out an existence from the earth. I have to take this top off now. If you'll wait a moment. Okay, there. Okay. So let's go back to the caves of northern Spain from 29,000 years ago. So in the middle of everybody else doing hunting and gathering and subsisting and babies being born and dying and winters, someone had the idea, I think I'll go into a cave, spend time figuring out how to create ancient dyes that will last to this day, and I think I'll make sure my hand, my imprint, gets put up into the universe forever. Now, if that was not a queer kid, I don't know what else, right? And then you come forward, and what you can see now is it's beyond subsistence, and the inks and so on are getting more sophisticated, more elaborate, and so is the art. And then you flash forward to the Renaissance, and now you get frescoes that are exquisite. These were the first two known lesbros, Leonardo da Vinci. And it wasn't just about art and frescoes, it was about invention and ingenuity and innovation. And this is where this gay men, when they go like that, it came from here. That was Michelangelo. And then you get the David. So you get this explosion of homosexual power because the Medicis basically tolerated it in Florence in the 15th century. So this applies to movements in our nation as well. So let's go back. Alan Hart was identified as a girl at birth, one of the very first transgender Americans that underwent complete surgery, but also gave us pioneered X-ray in the use of tuberculosis. Jane Addams literally invented social work. She was born in the late 19th century, and because individuals could now leave the farm and have somewhat of an individual identity, you start to get this whole cluster of daughters of industrialists that send their daughters to college. And of course, it becomes a hotbed of lesbianism. They're all touching each other, the petticoats are flying, and they sure don't want to get married. So what they do is do things like invent social work. Jane Addams founded Hull House and cared for immigrants early on, helped people learn English, and a whole wave of women did this. You look at the Harlem Renaissance, James Baldwin. This is one of the most profound authors, Sons of America. Beautiful literary forms, and gave us books like Go Tell It on the Mountain. Sadly, he was black and gay. He did live in Renaissance, but then moved to the West Village. He was uncomfortable, and ultimately left and died in Venice because he was so alienated from his nation. But in that same period, you have people like Josephine Baker, who had many, many beautiful expressions and art forms in the form of dance and entertainment, but she had many lady lovers as well. Then you move into World War II, and what happens in the middle of World War II, for the first time in American history, you get huge numbers of LGBT people thrown out onto the theater of war in Europe and in the Pacific, but more in Europe, and they all start to find each other. And this is the very, the beginning of the modern movement really comes out of World War II. And Johnny Phelps was the right-hand person, officer, in support of Eisenhower. And at one point, he said to her, "I think there's a lot of lesbians running around our unit. Can you find out and round them up and bring me a list?" And she said, "Well, sir, if I'm going to bring you a list, my name will be at the top of it." And he said, "Never mind." So that was the beginning of the end of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But then you get another explosion in homosexual gray matter in Alan Turing. Alan Turing is the one that really influenced Steve Jobs. It's where the Apple comes from. Alan Turing broke the Nazi code and thereby shortened World War II by 2 years. The Enigma Code. He was absolutely brilliant, and no one knew who he was. He was openly gay and served Great Britain and the world in helping to end World War II and Nazism. And then later in his life, no one knew who he was, but he lived as an open homosexual in Britain. He had an age-appropriate partner, and they cohabitated, and he got arrested. And when he was arrested, the judge gave him a choice of chemical castration or prison. He chose chemical castration and committed suicide in 1954. But who knew Hedy Lamarr also was a co-inventor of a frequency hopping technique that becomes the basis of Wi-Fi. But her motivation was in fact also to break up Nazi signals. And I don't know if she was a lesbian, but I would have dated her. I think she's cute. Then you look at the civil rights movement, the black civil rights movement in this country, and one of the unsung heroes that we should all know, we should know as much as we know George Washington or Beyonce, we should know Baird Rustin. Baird Rustin is the one who invented and organized and brought the 1963 March on civil rights and jobs to Washington, D.C. He was the right-hand person to Martin Luther King and really was the modern architect. He taught Martin Luther King about pacifism and about nonviolence, and he is one of our treasures. Barbara Jordan, who was the conscience of democracy, of the Constitution, of the Democratic Party. She was a lesbian her whole life, had a very, very long relationship, but no one knew until she died. It was in her journal. And then Sally Ride. Now, if that hairdo, I would have known right away. But again, and this brings me to the point of the other gift that you all have. You're alive right now. You could have been born in 1900 or 1906. You could have been condemned to a life of hiding and torture and just emotional upheaval and kind of twisted insides all of the time, but you're alive now. And you're in the most powerful industry in the history of humankind. You are so uniquely situated to solve what ails our planet. So this is an extraordinary time. Now, if you're born gay, you get your own show. They assign it at birth. Entertainment, we're seeing a renaissance. Sports. This man I adore, President Obama. Thank him for the rest of your life. He has transformed policy for LGBT Americans. I worked in the basement as a mole, I don't know if you know this, at the Pentagon for 3 years after HRC, helping Admiral Mike Mullen with the end of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And I don't get a lot of credit, but I was their sounding board and had to remain in secret. And there's Edie. Look at Edie. Now, one thing I'll say about Edie Windsor, she was also very cute. Like, she had brains, gray matter, coding, but they were so attractive as a couple. It was like Georgie Girl or something. Very nice. And we're in a transgender renaissance. So we're in an extraordinary time. So I'm not going to be shy about this. I don't know if Lesbians Who Tech have a 501c3 status, so this is not reflective of them. I'm not going to say just vote. Are you out of your minds? Vote for Hillary Clinton. Do you know what is at stake? Our future is at stake. So I want to challenge you in a few ways. One, you're in a powerful, powerful industry. Two, that industry was supposed to be the Mecca. It was supposed to be the new world, a utopia that would be really diverse and inclusive and give opportunity and be kind of an ecotopia, springing out of Silicon Valley. That's what it was supposed to be. Many of those CEOs are white men. Many of them are Republican. You have work to do. And you cannot be driven by money alone. And there's a new thing called the B Corp, which is called a benefit corporation, where now you can take into account things like the environment and the effect on humanity rather than just the bottom line and shareholder value. So get out and vote. We are in a terrifying time. It feels like the Weimar Republic to me. It feels like a disruptive time like in the 1930s. And it's going to take your brains and intuition and innovation and ingenuity to take us to higher ground. So just to review the gifts, when you're born gay, you're awesome. And if you're born lesbian, you're better, okay? You could have been alive at any time, but you're alive right now. And you can bring everything from this technological revolution to help save our planet. Coming out, be so grateful that you had to find your truth because it made you who you are. It made you blossom, go into rebirth a second time. And know when you lead, you're leading for everybody. And so go take the world to higher ground. Thank you.
All right.
How did you guys like your gay art history class?
Oh, I don't know what that is, but I do know that I learned a lot of people that we could have dated through the centuries.
This
Is it us?
Yeah, this is us.
Yeah, it's us. Just checking. Just
We
want to
need
chest
save
out my
that for our
joggers.
part.
Okay,
All right,
stay
so we're going to go through things very quickly. Why? Because you've earned a break. Clap for that.
All right. So there are a couple things you need to know. Across the hall in Greenberg, there's an amazing Oculus experience. Make sure you take some time to check it out. And also, again, check out our sponsors and say thank you to all of them for making today possible.
Also, remember those? Clap for the unemployed. Jobs across the hall.
Jobs.
Go get one.
Breakout sessions. So after this break, we're going to meet back in here at 11:50. 11:50. We are going to start at that time sharp, but now is a time when you can also go check out some other breakout sessions if you feel free to leave the nest. We'll let you go, but you can stay with us.
Yes, but you can stay with us. So there are talks that are happening here. There are also talks that are happening at LPR, which is Finance, Health, and Beyond.
There are talks here in the snow room on how to be the best male ally.
There are talks at the Blue Note on software development and more.
Head over to the Groove for data and privacy. And then after that, 12:45 is lunch.
Okay?
All right?
So 11:50 breakout session starts here and around.
There are bathrooms here and on the second floor.
All right, see you guys.
See you.
Is your company looking to maximize their output while cutting back on costs? Why outsource all your production to faraway countries like India, China, and Narnia when we have the cheapest and best workforce right here in the good old US of A? Women. That's right. With Pink Sourcing, women are a bargain at the workplace since you only have to pay them 77 cents on the dollar. Right, Kathy?
Wait, what? I make 60 cents. Who are you, Bill Gates?
¿De qué? I make 55 cents. Who is she? Yeezy? No, come on. Those are men. Even more importantly, you don't have to pay women overtime. They'll never ask for a raise, and they don't complain about their working conditions. Right, Kathy? Don't forget, women are great at remembering birthdays. They're the only ones who bring baked goods into the office, and they smell nice. Also, you don't have to pay for women's birth control. And if they do get knocked up, when they leave to have the baby, you get off scot-free. But don't worry, guys. Your boner pills are still covered. And ladies, who cares if you make $30,000 less than men at your job when they have free tampons in the bathroom? Best of all, you can promote literally anyone else besides them, especially if they're less qualified.
You're late for the 3 o'clock huddle.
Ooh, sorry, Kathy.
My name is Sharon. Bitch.
After all, women don't even really want to be working anyway. They'd rather be home, taking care of the family, while their husband gets to make life choices and follow his dreams and play fantasy football. So try Pink Sourcing today. Pink Sourcing, pretty, cheap labor. Will also work for compliments.
Well, welcome back, welcome back. For those of you who need a job, I highly recommend negotiating in the other room. More than 70 cents on the dollar. So welcome back to the main stage. We have a couple of great speakers. We're changing the order a little bit, so bear with us. But the first to the stage is Pri Oberoi. She is a data scientist for the U.S. Department of Commerce, and she's going to talk to us about optimizing failure through machine learning. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, you can hear me? Yeah. All right, Lesbians in Tech, hey. So, I'm Pri. I'm a data scientist at a public startup, which is within the government, the federal government, the Commerce Data Service. So I'm going to talk about failure and machine learning. I got a kind of conventional start in data science. I was doing genomics and stats. And data science is about intersectionality, right? It's about coding and statistics and domain knowledge. And being the queer, feminist woman of color that I am, as I was in the space, what I would notice is, like, I'd see the way we're using data science to address problems in the world. And every once in a while, kind of my queer spidey sense would tingle. And I'd realize that there's something about the application of data science to problems that doesn't always go well. So that's what I'm going to talk about. So when we hear about data science, usually from the media, it tends to be, privacy scares, which is fair. If you hear about it from quants or statisticians or data scientists, it's about how do you optimize statistically? How do you reduce your error rate? But I am going to talk more about that intersection, what happens when you try to apply data science. And also, we're going to start with what is statistical modeling, what is predictive learning. So we're going to do this for a second. So what we need to do, generally, is try to predict y with some set of predictors, x, right? So, and what we want to do is figure out what f is, because f gives us systematic information about x that you can use to figure out y. So, if you wanted to know if someone was wearing a bow tie, you might use predictors like if they have a gingham shirt on, if they've ever used the word dapper, if they're at Lesbians Who Tech, and you'd be able to get some probability that they're wearing a bow tie. So that's an example of a statistical model, a predictive model. And we use them actually quite a bit. We use them whether or not to figure out if someone's wearing a bow tie. We can use them to see whether it's going to rain tomorrow, whether or not some email is spam or not, what you're likely to buy on Amazon, who you're likely to date, or if you're about to quit your job. Right? These are all examples of models, and they all have a big F behind them. But we also use statistical models to predict things that are a little more serious. Like we might use it to figure out if a returning citizen, someone that has been incarcerated, is likely to commit another crime. We might use it to figure out if you are likely to pay a loan back or if you are a good teacher. So I'm going to focus on the recidivism models because they're a pretty good example of a lot of what I want to highlight. So what these try to do is give some probability that someone is going to commit a crime again within a certain time frame. And they're implemented in loads of states in the United States. But the way they're implemented kind of changes. So sometimes they're used for allocating resources, preventative resources. So if you're given a high risk score, you may be given a parole officer that has fewer cases so they can pay more attention to you. Or it could be used for sentencing or for parole hearings. So when you build a model, there are innate assumptions and limitations. And when you build it on the state level, when you have it affect large numbers of people, that scale up also means your assumptions and limitations scale up. So assumptions include things like the past looks like the future. Models generally take data from what has happened so far and try to extrapolate out what's going to happen in the future. So that means there's some ground truths that get set up when you build your model. Now, we have a prison system that is 58% African American and Hispanic, whereas those folks only make up 25% of the US population. So that ground truth is going to hold true in this model no matter what, and propagate it. The next is that more data is good. Now, you hear this so much all the time. And the deal is that statistically, there is a curse of dimensionality. The more variables you have, the less likely you are, or the less powerful your model becomes. But we have a lot of data on folks that have been incarcerated because they have fewer rights. So we collect more data about them. So when people build these models, they say things like, oh my gosh, my model is so great, look at how much data I have, which inherently isn't true, but it sounds really good. And then there is an acceptable error rate. So statistics is probability, right? When you have built a model like this, you pump out some probability that an individual is going to commit a crime. Now, what that means is that you inherently are giving people a probability, and a really standard, totally standard thing you do is you build your model, you take some data set that it's never seen before, where you know the outcome. You know if they committed a crime again or not. You pump it through your model, and you see how well you did. So this is kind of what that output might look like. And then folks that actually work in that field figure out, hey, these are my thresholds. This is what I'm going to call medium risk, low risk, high risk. But what you are inherently doing at that point is deciding that there is some number that it's OK to misclassify. And something I want to flag for you now is that something that has happened recently is judges will overturn plea deals between defendants and prosecutors because they saw the risk score, and they'd give them a harsher sentence. So we're coming up against some limitations of data science. It's great for mass parsing. It sucks for exceptions. So and on top of that, the kind of models we're building are black boxes, either because they're just hard to understand, but also, more often, because for-profit companies build these and then don't share their methodology because it's intellectual property to them. So if you are an exception, that means you have to go contest the score you were given, and the burden of proof falls on you and not on the model. And then we create, at the state level, at the national level, self-fulfilling feedback loops. Because you predicted that someone has a high-risk score, and they then did not get into some alternative treatment program. Instead, they were incarcerated again, which contributes to the likelihood that they commit another crime. And then they do, and then your model gets to pat itself on the back. Also, my goodness, so a lot of papers talk about how they found the race column from their data set and deleted it. that is not something you can do in this nation, right? There's no way to just exclude race as a factor. There are so many proxies for race, especially when you combine variables like socioeconomic, demographic, what zip code you live in, what crime you were convicted of. So, it may not sound like it, but I actually really love data science. So one thing I want to flag is that we use models where we don't have enough resources. And when a system doesn't have enough resources, that also tends to be where we house our most vulnerable populations. So we have to be careful when we build these models because we're hurting our most vulnerable people. And we have to question the data gods. There is no inherent subjectivity in statistical learning because people build this stuff and our world is not subjective. Also, we need less homogeneous teams. We need teams to look more like the folks in this room, more like the actual world, because folks in this room are more likely to have a spidey sense and say, that looks more like systematic bias than some innocuous bureaucracy that you just made up. And we need transparency, like not open data necessarily, but open methodology. We need to know how people are building models and what assumptions they're making along the way. And we need to be skeptical. When people say that their model is super simple, it fits on a Post-it note, that they have so much data, and that it's scalable, that you can plug and play it anywhere, that's when we need to question the F out of that.
How you guys doing? Thank you, Pri. That was fantastic. I know nothing about data. That was great. I felt like I learned something. I feel smarter. All right. So coming up to the stage next is Marie Perez. And she's going to be talking about something fascinating. How tech is revolutionizing the billion-dollar cannabis industry and why women are dominating it. Give it up for Marie.
All right, can you guys hear me? All right, cool. So I'm Isa Marie Perez. I work at Meadow, which is one of the leading cannabis software companies in the space. I am also an Afro-Latina queer woman professional who is not ashamed, all right, thank you. Hold on, I'm not done. Who is not ashamed of saying that I love to get lit, all right? I love consuming cannabis. I do it for my health. I give it to my dog. They have doggy trees. It's a thing. But most of all, I really, really enjoy the fact that this industry has allowed me to learn so much. So what I want to do today is give you guys a little overview of this industry and where it's going. Because essentially, it's a lot of white guys in suits right now. But it's going somewhere really big. So right now, it's valued at about $5 billion in 2016. It's going to be quadruple that by the next Olympics. So who's going to actually get a part of all that? We'll see. Because right now, there are two groups that are going into the industry more than any other. There are women and tech. And as we all know in tech, there aren't enough women. So what I want to do is take you to my hometown, San Francisco, California. Anybody from the Bay? All right, all right. And give you a little overview of how we got here. So prohibition in the 30s, obviously, war on drugs, still happening, completely failing. But in the late 80s and 90s, there was the AIDS and HIV epidemic. So what group advocated for patients' right in medical cannabis? It was the LGBTQ group. Okay, so if you guys don't think you have any skin in the game, the same community that is essentially bringing us together under this roof is the same community that advocated for the rights of patients in 1996. So how did I get to work at Meadow? Well, let's backtrack like 3 years. I was walking down the Mission, saw a little, cross. I was like, maybe I'll get a card. Went in, got a card, took 2 seconds, went out, didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I did know there were a lot of queer people in the industry. I knew there were a lot of black people in the industry. I knew there were a lot of women in the industry, or so I thought. So I went into a store. Nobody liked me there. Went to another dispensary. Nobody liked me there. Now, I do this basically at all 30 dispensaries in San Francisco. I'm very familiar with them now. But I looked around and I was just pissed off. I was pissed. There was nobody like me in the industry. And once again, there's a $1 billion market that's going to be dominated by the same dudes in suits. So what I did, I got on my computer, got really excited, got really high, started searching for everything tech and cannabis related. There were all of about 4 companies worth really looking into, and one of them was Meadow. So Meadow was the first company that was accepted by Y Combinator that was in the cannabis space. So a pretty big deal. This is only 2 years ago. So since then, we've grown from 1 delivery service partner in San Francisco to about over 200 partners, not only dispensaries, delivery services, but also growers, vendors, manufacturers, edible companies. So the space is getting really big. Everyone's rushing in, but what exactly are they going to do? This is an industry that's been under the radar. They haven't been able to get bank accounts because you can't federally insure drug money. They can't get online advertising at many of the companies you guys work for, so hit me up if you guys want to change that. They can't use social media. Their accounts get shut down. So basically, they don't really have a huge interest in tech. Yet all these tech people are really excited to throw money at them, right? So what's happening is you're getting a lot of people that are clashing. They're saying, oh, we want to come and disrupt this industry. You come and disrupt this industry, you get arrested. So Meadow's taken a different approach. We've really collaborated with the partners we have. We've listened to their pain points, seen what their operations was like, see how we can fit in, and go from there. So we started at the last mile with the patient, started doing doctor recommendations online, got them cards, got them educated, created a better customer. Now they go to the dispensary where they're using our point of sale app or our intake, our inventory, an array of tools to essentially streamline their business. And then that also feeds into now the testing lab and the distributor and the grower, who are basically the real beginning of where everything grows, right? So Newsweek put out an article earlier this year about how the legal cannabis market is going to be one of the first billion-dollar industries not to be dominated by men. Now, that's a huge maybe, and that's why I'm here today. I want you guys to really think about that. Like, let it set in. You just took a big hit. Just let it set in. This is something that you guys can actually be a part of, and there's nobody more apt or useful in this industry than women and tech. So why are women coming into this industry exactly? Like, why weed? Why now? Well, it's always been a part of the industry to be super compassionate. So this is our homie, Melissa Etheridge. You guys might know her. She's speaking at the Women Grow Summit in Denver in February. So there were 1,500 women at this industry event. So imagine lesbians who tech, slightly less lesbians, way more weed, right? So that's what this was. And it was, she spoke all about compassion, about putting the patients first, about really caring what the industry had to say about medicine. Because she said the future of cannabis is medicine, and the future of medicine is cannabis. Second thing is going to be collaboration. So that's me right there. This is a party I threw with 3 other women that we met at a Women Grow event, actually, in San Francisco. And we were like, you know, there's no space for women to get educated and know about cannabis products. Super random idea. We're like, why don't we just throw a party at someone's house? Ends up that the SF Gate, the SF Chronicle, covers the story. New York Mag covers it, Jezebel covers it, Vice hits us up, puts us on Weedikit. And this happened like 2 months after I entered the industry. Just had an idea, executed it, moved along, and it happened. Didn't have anything to do with tech. Literally nothing to do with tech, right? So there's a lot of things that you guys can get into and collaborate, either with companies in the cannabis space or women in the industry. Feel free to hit me up. If you have skills like marketing, I know 100 people who need branding and logo help. If you're a lawyer, I know hundreds of people who need some legal help to know how to manage their company that they can't get the bank account for. If you have skills in website design, if you have skills in product development, there's so many opportunities. You need to collaborate. And the last one is women love to come out and show up. So these are 4 badass women in the Bay. All of them from outside the cannabis industry, now in it. So the one on the left, Andrea, she's a mother of 2. She has a a delivery service she owns. Amber is a COO of one of the biggest dispensaries in Oakland. We have Sunshine, who's a fellow Stanford grad and also a Stanford Law School grad. And we have Nina, who used to do community and social justice work, also started her own delivery service, and they created Supernova Women. I really encourage everyone to Look them up right now. Also Women Grow. Like, these are two organizations that all of you definitely align with if you're here today. So I'm going to leave you with one thing. It's a little bit of a trigger warning, so just brace yourselves, take a deep breath. Okay, that was pretty good. So this number, I don't know about you, but every time I see this number, I freak out. It's never good. It's never good. Ever. You know, in this industry, they say 1% of black people in tech. And so this is no different in the cannabis industry. Essentially, there's 1% black owners in the over 3,600 dispensaries in America. That's like less than a dozen. 1%, right? And now we know in this industry, the tech industry, how many of your companies have that same figure for the amount of either women, black people, Latinos, trans, queer. Do you want this number to stay the same for the next 5, 10, 15 years in the cannabis industry? I definitely do not. So please reach out to me, reach out to those organizations, because I'm telling you right now, there is a freaking $20 billion industry right here, and you guys have all the skills to contribute to it. So please come out, get lit, hit me up. I put my phone number on there. I literally mean hit me up right now. I'm serious. So thank you so much for your time. I hope I've inspired you to come join me in the industry. Woo! Thank you.
So, how many of you think that we should do Lesbians Who Tech in Colorado? Remember that hashtag LWT Optimize? Everyone tweet that right now. Okay, coming to the stage next, we have Zina Ugrinsky. She's going to be discussing the future, privacy, discrimination, and economic inequality in a fully connected world. Give her a round of applause.
That's a hard act to follow, actually, but I'm going to build on what Bree was talking about. And because of the importance of this topic, I will use notes because I packed like 2 hours of information into 10 minutes. So, my name is Zina Ugrinsky. I'm the SVP for Analytics, Cloud, and Strategy for Booz Allen Hamilton. You may have heard about them. They're in recent movies, anyway, if you remember the word Snowden. So, first of all, this is a topic that's super important because there is a wave, a tidal wave, that's coming at you as a result of regulations that protect privacy, anti-discrimination, et cetera. And, you know, if you think about it, we continue to hear Cinderella stories of this connected world and how awesome everything's going to be. We increasingly hear, and in fact, Bree mentioned it, references to errors that can occur, which can have, you know, pretty symptomatic or unintentional consequences to either protected classes, you know, and exhibit discriminatory results. So, privacy, let's face it, the current market, the data market, is invisible to the average consumer, right? You know, it's enabled every time we download an app, we purchase something online, we opt into something, we tweet, we share. And the reality is we already know that we're walking around with a geolocation device that's tracking us. Our cars are sending the information that about where we're going, how fast we're going. I love to drive fast, so that's a problem. But the general population trusts that their personally identifiable information is going to be protected, properly stored, and anonymized. When in fact, de-identification and the reconstitution of personally identifiable information is actually increasingly possible. And it's resulting in unintended consequences, right? So we are on the cusp of a huge regulatory concern, and these regulations are being formed now, coming at you, so it pays to be aware. You know, consider this. If if I can be personally identified just by virtue of my Netflix records, my Google records, AOL, Facebook, whatever, as they're mashed together, and I've been identified, what has just occurred is that my Netflix movie preferences have just become personally identifiable information and added to that category. So it's expanding pretty significantly. And we've all heard examples of algorithmic selection criteria or machine learning that outputs, discriminatory results, that target, protected classes, etc. But a true understanding of how to address that, and Bree was beginning to get to that, of who should be similar for a particular classification involves an understanding of how to manage the sensitive data in a given record and how to adjust the algorithm for that, or potentially, how to remove it from consideration of the algorithm, and just drive towards a situation where you're achieving fairness. Unfortunately, even adjusting the algorithms will not prevent bias, because some bias may exist in the historic data that's being used to train the algorithm. And so the output is just going to repeat or replicate that, right? So finding, altering, remediating that is a huge undertaking. I mean, in some cases, it's actually just impossible. So, given the proliferation of devices, whether it's fitness devices or Nest or Ring or active listening televisions or Amazon's Echo, right? What can you do to avoid creating queries that contain some kind of bias? So you can ask yourself the following questions. 1, in this connected age, can the discriminatory effects resulting from automated decision-making be identified, measured, and remediated? 2, in cases where discrimination occurs, because the data being evaluated already contains that kind of a bias, is there an effective method to remediate that, right? I mean, we're learning about these things. These things have to occur. And then 3, can we find a mathematically rigorous definition of fairness that can be applied to the algorithms or machine learning that we create? And it's just going to get worse as we move into an explosion of artificial intelligence. So further complexity and privacy or focus on this is going to occur when the EU implements the General Data Protection Regulation, which goes into effect in May of 2018, which is actually not that far away. US companies with a global footprint are already starting to think about how to prepare for this. The directive regulates the processing of personal information according to 3 categories. And you're going to find, I mean, when you hear this, it's pretty rigorous. So transparency. If my data is being processed, the processor has to inform me, give me their name and address, company name and address. They have to tell me why it's being processed, who is receiving those results, right? And what mechanisms they are using to ensure that that is not discriminating me or creating unfairness or bias in some way. The second one, legitimate purpose. The processing may only occur against the data to the extent that it is doing what you intended it to do when you gave them the data. The third one is proportionality. It may only be held for as long as it's needed for the purpose for which it was collected. So think about the implications. I mean, organizations are storing data. Banks have been storing data forever, right? And now everyone else has gotten on the bandwagon. And now it gets really interesting, not just for organizations who have a presence in Europe, but this is going to impact us, right? Remember in October Facebook Austria was transferring user data over to the United States, and that's clearly outside of compliance. So why is this important? 2 reasons. First of all, with distributed computing and compute capability and the rise of cloud, more and more companies are putting all of their data into into the cloud, and what's essentially happening is that data is moving around in ways they don't even know. They don't know which data center Amazon's storing the data that they're writing their algorithms around consumer behavior against. Companies are going to be, by the time this regulation comes into effect, more and more companies will have moved into the cloud. So this is going to be a huge issue for them because they are going to be responsible for proving compliance with those rules. And so that means knowing their cloud provider and what server, where is the server located that the data is sitting on that I'm doing calculations against, right? And Bree mentioned it's all a black box. So familiarize yourself with these regulations. Actually, here are some things that you can do, because this is literally going to be big business, right? If anyone remembers Sarbanes-Oxley, it cost every company that was maybe $5 billion, $2 million a year to achieve compliancy. This stuff is going to make Sarbanes-Oxley look like child's play. So think about this. Wherever you happen to be in that supply chain of information, ask yourself every step of the way, how might we reverse engineer algorithms to enable perhaps audit bots, or when you're creating an algorithm, how do you reverse engineer it so that you can prove there's no bias? So that's the summary of what to be ready for. This is the group that is uniquely ready to do that analysis, and you have to also evaluate what you're doing. So, be ready for it. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess I should check all of my privacy settings on everything. Start thinking about it. And continuing on the same theme of privacy, which is something we all say we care about, but I don't know that all of our behaviors actually demonstrate that we care about it, is a security engineer from Google. So someone who knows a lot about data and privacy. Please welcome Emily Metcalf. She's going to talk to us about a day in the life of your personal information.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Is my mic working okay?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to be talking about your personal information in the next 10 minutes, a day's worth condensed a little bit, and specifically why you should be caring about your personal information, a little bit about what Google does to protect your personal information, and then what you, yes you, can do to protect your own personal information even better. So a little bit about myself. My name's Emily Metcalf. I'm a security engineer at Google. I've been in the industry about 10 years now, almost 6 years at Google. I've done a lot of privacy teaching, hundreds of Googlers in 8 different offices. This is actually a picture of me and the Hyderabad, India office, where I did some teaching. And I'm also a co-founder and leader in the Transit Google group, a subsidiary of the Gayglers, our LGBT employee group. Shout out to the Gayglers in the audience. And I'm giving this talk because I feel very strongly about people and their personal information, and that when you give out your personal information, you really should understand why people are collecting it, where it's going, and how it's being used. I also know that this is a subject that when some issue goes wrong with respect to privacy, that it can disproportionately affect folks in underrepresented minority groups, LGBT people, people of color, survivors of domestic violence. I can go on and on. So this is something that's particularly relevant, I feel, to a Lesbians Who Tech audience. There's been a lot of headlines in the last couple of years about data protection, user data, and privacy. And while I won't get into all of them, suffice it to say that in today's information age, while information can do a lot of really amazing things and help a lot of amazing startups and companies do awesome things to improve everyone's lives, it is something that can be a little bit dangerous if not handled correctly. So I want to definitely have an open dialogue about personal information, and hopefully can tell you more about how to protect it and how Google protects your data. The scope of data has also really been increasing in the last couple of years. 20 years ago, when you were talking about data protection, we were talking more about protecting credit card numbers and passwords, maybe your mother's maiden name, things like that. But today, people's livelihoods are really in a lot of their personal data. So, and because identity thieves and other folks with not so great intentions will use whatever information is out there to try to gain access to yours, we really do want to be as careful as we can, I think, with personal information. So having said all that and set the tone for the talk, you might want to ask, how should your personal data really be kept private? The answer, carefully and thoroughly. And because Google's lawyers and policy folks are really awesome and have approved some of these slides, I'm going to give you a little peek into what's going on behind the scenes, or at least as much as I could fit into about 5 minutes before I want to get to the third part of my talk. So first of all, this is the data lifecycle. It starts all the way at the beginning before any product even receives data, when we're creating products. Whenever a Google product is in design, we go through a couple of different stages, including privacy design docs, where engineers or product managers write down what data is being collected, how is it going to be used, where is it going to be stored, kind of like the who, what, where, when, and why of the data. All of that is reviewed by a privacy working group that makes sure that everything is being done according to Google's privacy principles. And depending on the scope of the project and the sensitivity of the data being collected, it might get some additional reviews or code audits by a privacy engineering team, a dedicated privacy engineering team that knows some of the bugs and potential issues that can come up when you're processing very sensitive user data. Once a product is launched, a user can choose to give it data. And when receiving the data, we really need to be careful and always be on the lookout for any sort of vulnerabilities, 0 days, or other issues especially with encryption. Google's been making a solid push to have more and more of our connections be over HTTPS or encrypted by default. We also give users a lot of control over their personal data. Have any of you been to the Google My Account settings page? Anyone in the audience? Wow, that's actually a lot of you. You have a lot more control over at least some of your data than you might think. I say some because there is some that you don't really have a choice over whether it's collected or not, but for what you do have control over, Google does try to do that. I'm going to skip a little bit about storing data just in the interest of time, but TLDR encryption is something that's being done behind the scenes on multiple layers in order to keep it safe. We also have a lot of technology that goes behind the scenes as far as both access control to make sure only the intended audience has access to it, as well as monitoring those accesses. If it's your data that we're talking about, like you uploaded a cat picture, you should be able to access that. And when you log into your Google account, behind the scenes there's going to be a data access token that's used and passed around between different systems to make sure that only you or people who you've granted access to are going to be able to gain access to your picture or whatever piece of data it is. So if Leanne shares a picture from Lesbians Who Tech with me that it's only view permissions, I wouldn't be able to delete or edit it like an access token for my own data would permit me to do. There are also some times when Googlers, in terms of their regular work, do come across user data in order to fix problems, such as if an app isn't downloading correctly or something's broken with your Gmail account, something like that. In cases like these, Googlers will do some monitoring to fix the problem and access your data in order to it, but we monitor and audit those very, very carefully. And since one of the most common questions folks ask is, well, who watches the watchers or who audits the auditors? We actually have several different teams that are responsible for not just the dedicated auditing team, but a number of other security, fraud prevention, and abuse prevention teams that look for either inappropriate or unjustified accesses to user data. And we're always on the lookout for new signals and detection methods to find inappropriate access to user data. Third-party access, the summary of that is that Google does not sell your information except under certain circumstances that are outlined in the privacy policy, which I admit is not exactly beach reading, but you should read our privacy policy sometimes because it really tells you in detail what we do and don't do with your user data. Last, about data removal or deletion. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that I don't look like I have time to get into, but if you're a privacy geek like me, it actually is really interesting the way data goes from being deleted to actually removed from our servers. And like I said, all of this is about Google, not other companies. I can't really speak for other companies, but hopefully they have good data practices as well. And last, in my last minute, I want to talk about the last little bit of the data life cycle. You either as a user or an IT professional. And as the lawyer cat disclaimer, these are my own suggestions for how you can protect your user data. First of all, ask questions. If you're downloading an app and it's asking for access to your camera or location information, does it really have a good reason to be asking for that information? Sometimes yes, sometimes maybe no. Be smart about who you give your data to. If somebody, just a random person on the street said, hey, I'll give you $5 for your first name, last name, email address, zip code, and phone number, would you necessarily do that? Well, depends on what they're going to use it for. Same way, think about when you give your personal information, what they're going to be using it for. Lastly, take control. There's a lot of great tools out there like Google's privacy checkup tool and Facebook's timeline review tool, just to name a couple. And with that, I just want to leave you folks with, even though some of the personal information has been a little bit difficult to control, make privacy happen and take control of your own information. Thank you very much.
That was awesome. I kind of want to get that as a tattoo. That was amazing. Okay, up next we have space, science, and religion. Why this Muslim space nerd wants to travel to Mars. Pretty amazing. Please welcome to the stage Shanzeh Farzan. She's the executive director of Muslim Girl.
Hi, everybody. So, if you're wondering, wow, that's not what I expected, like 2 seconds after I walked out here, I totally get it. In the upcoming minutes, I'm gonna let you soak up that feeling and hopefully shed some light onto how like the complicated and seemingly nuanced traits listed in the title of this talk. Amid all of that, I can be Muslim, stand here, and do all of those other things too. So, you know, I am terrified to be here right now. I mean, I'm thrilled, don't get me wrong, but terrified. And there are certain things that I cannot say or divulge because my literal life might be at stake. And I don't know if that's something that many of you can relate to or have felt at some point in your life, and I get that it sounds dramatic. It is a little dramatic. But when I started thinking about writing my speech, at first I was like, yeah, I like being unapologetic. I've been through too many shitholes of my life to back out now. I run an intersectional feminist magazine about millennial Muslim women. So, YOLO, I'll go out there, you can't stop me. I'll be who I am. And I remember sitting in my car, telling my 2 bisexual friends in the most casual way possible, like, hey guys, I know I just left home 4 months ago after escaping a situation wrought with mental illnesses, paralysis, existentialism, possible arranged marriages, career prospects. But get this, I'm speaking at a conference for lesbians who tech. And their response was a horrified look of concern. So for a second, I was genuinely baffled why they weren't excited for me. And one of them handed me literal pepper spray while whispering, Shanzeh, this is a safety issue. Why aren't you scared about this? And then the crumbling reality of my circumstances hit me. It's actually terrifying. I froze for about 4 hours after that, just contemplating what the hell I was doing and in what social, cultural, and political climate. The immediate thought, one that many brown people can understand before diving into the heaping pile that is the rebellious immigrant experience, was, what if my parents or someone that knows my parents found out I was doing this and could see it? And I don't want the fear and paranoia of being found out keeping me from things that I do or things that I feel. But also, it'd be nice not to die. All right, well, I probably won't die, but I really don't want to find out what they would do. And that's just it. The stigmatization and need to keep things hushed is precisely the problem. That's why I worked for a website like MuslimGirl.com. It's so easy to be in the background and edit articles that come through talking about issues like being Muslim and gay, divorced, trans, mentally ill, in a war-torn nation, Black, Arab, struggling with faith. We cover everything, we cover it all. We make it a point to feature these narratives that make up a collective experience, fighting against the Western interpretation that groups us into neat little bundles of stereotypes. But it's so much harder to publicly come out and admit that on a stage in front of people when all your life you've been forced to internalize that it's wrong, disgusting, keep it silent, it's not your place. At the same time, though, I really don't like the idea of living a life that's dictated by other people. Whether it's my seemingly conservative parents, the Western media, or male-dominated spaces that invalidate my interests and contributions, I'm no longer about that life, fam. And I'm here anyway, because I refuse to let that happen to other girls like me. So, thank you. I really like space. I'm currently an astrophysics major at Rutgers. And here's where I diverge in terms of what a lot of girls are encouraged to do and end up doing. So I've been obsessed with astronomy since I was 10 years old. I'd hide away into the recesses of my library while other kids were actually out at recess. And it's followed me throughout my childhood, into my teens, and now into my adulthood. And I feel bad for my parents because they really, really wished it were a phase that ended a long time ago. So many of our talks start off with, but beta, that field has no scope. How will you make money with that job? Why are you wasting your youth chasing fantasies? They meant well because they just wanted what they thought was best for me. And having a 16-year-old saying, yeah, forget money, I want to sit in a room my whole life and discover the universe is a little bit unsettling for parents. Unfortunately for them, I'm also nothing if not persistent. As the title claims, I do in fact want to go to Mars. The phone calls and sad emojis I receive about that every day are not fun either. And like, you know, the conversation's always, but Mom, it's the best and most logical step for humanity. I want to be leading the movement that plunges us into a realm of possibility like we've never seen before. And her response is, that's nice, beta, but why can't you like keep your head here on Earth like everyone else? Crying face emoji, alien emoji. So I feel so bad for them, you guys. But I've gotten comments like that literally my entire life, and not even just from them. I graduated from my second IT school yesterday. And I swear it was like a little more than a glorified boys club with some typing. My calculus classes at university are like 80% cisgendered men, and the culture sets you up to feel intimidated, that you're out of place, you know, that it's out of your element. And in my own culture, my parents would rather I do something less intense, which is code word for like science-y, because they want me to like preserve my youth by being a suitable marriage prospect instead. So I'm backed into many corners. The viewpoint is complicated, as all things are when dealing with varying identities and generational age gaps. I was born in Karachi. I lived there for 8 years before immigrating to the US. Nice! Someone from Karachi. What I do understand is that the hustle is hard for immigrant parents because they basically have to build a life out of nothing, you know, with no familiarity with the language, the customs, the money. So that kind of places a weird expectation on their kids to like make them proud. And it's so emotionally taxing to think about how everything they've ever done, you're disregarding it for your own selfish interests. But like, what do you do when those selfish interests are, for example, identifying as queer, going into a STEM field, wanting to not just be a pretty object to hand over to a dude to ogle at? So according to the parents, these interests would equate their hard work being paid off to things like job security, marrying into a stable and, in my case, culturally acceptable home, and not getting into funny business like hanging around the bad or weird people, you know, which include but are not limited to gays, lesbians, existentialists, and potential philosophers that could potentially, you know, challenge the status quo. So imagine my reaction when I realized after 16 years of being that good, obedient daughter, like, wow, I don't like the brown guys my mom is picking out for me. I might like this non-Pakistani guy, that's a problem. Wow, I might not even just only be into guys. I might never marry. I question facets of the version of my religion that were indoctrinated into me. I want to spend time discovering the universe and waste thousands of dollars on a PhD with no job scope. I love people who challenge authority. I like having rights and fighting systemic injustice and being loud and forcing my voice into spaces that are determined to silence me. And those realizations were then appropriately a giant you get what I mean. But it's so much harder. It's so much harder because LGBTQA+ issues are just being accepted now in the mainstream. They're being acknowledged on a federal level and a legislative level, and within millennial spaces are generally seen as acceptable. But please realize that for communities like the ones that I belong to, for our parents, our aunts, and our family friends, they may as well be entirely separate worlds. Let me be clear here. This isn't an attempt to incite a sense of, oh, poor girl, look at how those people treat their children. Because it's easy to otherize Muslims and immigrants as these like savage barbarians that oppress their daughters, Sharia law. You know, you've seen the Facebook comments on, you know, certain presidential candidates. But what I say matters here, not just necessarily for good reason, but for an important reason nonetheless. My visibility as a Muslim woman on a public platform that talks about LGBTQ issues, as well as women in STEM, matter because it's extremely easy to be tokenized. And that doesn't mean I don't want to talk about it, because if I keep it silent, the stigma will continue, and intercommunity issues like that need to be highlighted. It's not an us versus them at all. Muslims are not a collective alien species that have customs that make no sense to us humans. We're not cheesy sci-fi tropes that y'all need to worry about invading your planet. We face so many of the same issues, the same struggles, which is a realization that admittedly was hard for even me to come to. I mean, like, we're trying really hard not to be killed on the subway by white people because some rando pseudo-supposed Muslim did something in the news that everyone jumped on and labeled as terrorist scum. But other than that, it's basically the same struggles. That being said, I am literally even worried about what I'm wearing right now and how in the Muslim community men are gonna yell haram at me before even listening to what I have to say. And I used to wish so hard to sometimes be the daughter of non-Muslim, non-brown parents. The things I felt, the things I was expected to do and didn't follow and felt the impending guilt for, that still tears me up. But it doesn't have to. I am literally allowed to feel these things and should be able to do it without fear, intrusive thoughts about my safety, and with confidence. Nowadays, I have a very whatever attitude towards everything. Muslim Girl helps with that. We have a staff of about 70 writers and editors who come from every corner of the globe and bring forward these perspectives on issues that people just aren't talking about. Conferences like these are an immensely informative thing for women who need that space. But there's something so incredible about the change that is happening here. The work that's being done, it's a movement that's taken hold and is forming on such a massive global scale. And tackling the issues like the ones that I just listed in informed, productive ways on platforms that recognize them and people who talk about them is very, very heartening to hear. So it shakes my enthusiasm up and reminds me that we may be hella slow as a species to understand ourselves, but the universe is a vast and daunting place. And if we're gonna all end in the inevitable decay that is entropy, we may as well try to place some meaning into the efforts of eliminating factors that make us so self-destructive. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hand that to them. I'm not qualified. That was an incredible, incredible talk. Thank you so much. And what a good way to end the morning. So it is now lunchtime. Before you leave, I want to remind you to be back in this room if you're coming back out between 1:45. We're starting at 2 o'clock sharp, but make sure you get a seat. There are lunches all around. There's different restaurants, or if you know where you're going, check your app. Please also check out all of our sponsor stuff across the hall. Make sure you get involved with Oculus. It's really fun. And we'll see you back here. Thanks again. Have a good lunch.
Here for 2 years, grow to this type of size. It's really impressive.
Imagine one of the best tech conferences you've ever been to with only lesbians, basically, and allies.
Whatever level you are at, technically or professionally, there will be somebody to meet you and help carry you forward.
My least favorite expression is unconscious bias, which I think there's
tell
nothing.
us why.
Because there's nothing unconscious about it. You know what you're doing.
It's really nice to be somewhere where that's not a sausage fest and to really get really smart women involved in technology.
It's almost like a TED Talk, except with cooler people.
So we've decided to name our coding scholarship after you, the Lesbians Who Tech Edie Windsor Coding Scholarship Fund.
Please welcome to the stage, Edie Windsor.
You just had this award named after you. How do you feel?
Well, as soon as I stop crying, okay, I'll be real fine.
The essential aspects of emotion and creativity and transparency and authenticity, these are things that a lot of corporations are just beginning to discover. And Lesbians Who Tech is so far ahead of the game.
It's a place that you can find new friendships. It's the place that you can find new jobs. It's the place that you can find new mentors and hear new and exciting ideas.
This community is here so that we can be more than we think we can be. And when we are together, that truly is possible. Lesbians Who Tech makes that possible.
So what are you going to do to create the world you want to see? What kind of leader are you going to be? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I challenged myself. I'm going to give an entire talk about finance without having a single number come up on my presentation. So let's see how we do. The first thing I want to do is start with a question. If we're talking about decision making, what type of decision maker are you? So can I see my logical people? Raise your hand. Like Data from Star Trek Next Generation's your model? Okay, got it. Okay, what about my emotional decision makers? Don't be shy. Life's a romance novel? Okay, great. Actually, it's a bit of a trick question because we actually are all blending our decisions at all times. We use both emotion and logic to make the decisions. When we're looking at the brain and what parts of the brain are involved in decision making, there's really two primary parts. The first is the prefrontal cortex. And you probably are wondering why a wealth manager is telling you about the brain. It's coming. But in the prefrontal cortex, this is actually where the thought, consciousness are housed, and it's also the place where decisions are finally processed. It's a little bit like that robot, right? It processes all of the data. The other part of the brain is the limbic system. In this part of our brains, we actually share with reptiles. Sometimes you'll hear it called the reptilian brain. And the thing that it has that is a bit different between the limbic system and the prefrontal cortex is that the prefrontal cortex does a great job of making accurate predictions about the future. So if you're cold, You are aware that you are cold, and you understand that there is a sweater and that that sweater will then make you warm, and you make the decision to go and put on the sweater. All of that's happening in your robotic prefrontal cortex. When you look at the limbic system, it doesn't do such a good job of making predictions about the future. It's a little bit like a crystal ball. Like sometimes it does a good job, sometimes it doesn't, but what it really has is the processing power of a server farm. So what you're actually looking at is this part of your brain has the ability to take in all of the data that's currently available, and with that data, it's able to make very quick decisions. Now, let's give an example of the limbic system. This is a creepy, dark alley, right? As you're kind of walking by this alley, you don't have to stop and enumerate all the reasons why you're not going to walk down this alley. You take a look at it and you decide, I'm really creeped out by that. I'm not walking down that alley, right? If you had to stop and enumerate all of those reasons, if you had to process it all through the prefrontal cortex, it would be far too slow, and you might actually be in danger. So it's important to understand that our brains are designed to use both parts. So both the very slow kind of processing part, and then also our very reactive and the feeling part, where our emotions are housed in the limbic system. What we've learned over time is that it's extremely important to use both. Actually, people recently in a study who had damage to either the prefrontal cortex or an area of the limbic system where emotions are housed were unable to make even simple decisions about what to eat, what to wear. And so we're designed to have those two parts work together. And I've found that when you are intentionally blending both logic and emotion, that's actually when you are doing the best job of making your decisions. So let's get an example. This is your girlfriend, I'm sorry. And she comes home with a bad haircut that reminds you of your cousin Billy Bob, who's your arch nemesis. And you have a whole series of things that come up. First, you have emotions that come up that are like, I'm surprised, I'm annoyed, and I'm confused, what's going on, right? All of that's your limbic system, right there, our lovely little reptilian brain. After you think about it for a moment, you say, you know what, haircuts can change, people can change, she's actually a good girlfriend, I'm just going to keep an eye on her poor grooming choices. So what's happening is that you actually have an emotional response, and what is happening is that your prefrontal cortex is grabbing information about that and processing it through so that you can finally make that blended decision. So this is the part where we get to finance. Some of the most important decisions that we ever make in our life are around our finances. So we have a really hard time intentionally integrating the two of these. And I want to give you some theories about why. I actually think that the first problem's men. Now, this could be partially informed by the fact that I'm a lesbian who's owned a firm inside of a male-dominated finance industry for 12 years. Could be informed by that, but really, I think it's men. And the way that they're kind of approaching problem solving is generally, they believe all logic, no emotion, right? Like you just have to make the logical decision. And I say supposedly there because it's not really true that that can happen. We know that emotions are kind of functioning in decision making at all times. So this is the model that we've been working with for a long time. Men are logical. My little pointer not working. Okay, men are logical, right? They think of themselves as being logical. They aren't really interested in using the emotional part of their brain for the most part and making decisions. Men also have traditionally been the ones in charge of finance. That may not always be true. The fact that men have been more so the holders of wealth, and also that men are more comfortable relying on the logical part of their brains rather than the emotional part of their brains, we've come to have this association between our finances and logic and this understanding that we should really be making only logical decisions. So the trouble with that, though, is that we know emotions are always showing up. And if we aren't acknowledging those emotions, then they can actually pop up at unwanted times, like that cousin Billy Bob does sometimes at holidays. And so we don't know what the impact of those emotions is necessarily going to be. Here's the other problem, fear. This is all emotion and no logic. Who here has experienced fear around financial decision making? Okay. You are all completely normal, and for the people who didn't raise their hands, you experienced fear too, most likely. Let me show you why. Fear is something that works. It's linked to our survival. Some of you caught that there is a cheetah waiting for you in the grass. Some of you caught that right away, instantly. Others didn't. But generally speaking, those of our ancestors who saw that and were afraid first and either prepared to fight or to run away, those are, in an evolutionary sense, the people that survived, had children, and are the reason why we're all here. The people who didn't have a fear response didn't survive. So your body makes this, your brain makes this very important conclusion, oh my God, fear means I'm going to survive. This is extremely important to the body. And so it starts to associate certain things with fear and survival. So I see a cheetah, I'm afraid, I survive. Now, we're actually very smart beings. So we realize that it's not only cheetahs that will kill us, it's actually also not having food, right? So if we start to get afraid that we're not going to have food, we have that survival instinct and that fear come up as well. And because we're smart, we can extrapolate it even further to money, because money buys the food, right, that you will need to survive. So because fear is so intrinsic inside of the way that we've developed as human beings over time, we should, instead of believing that there isn't fear involved in finance or there shouldn't be fear, instead we should start to expect it. The trouble with being high on fear is that it actually hijacks the brain and makes things happen in a way that is not actually in your best interest. This is a picture of your resting brain on the left, and then this is the brain of somebody who is obviously afraid on the right. A lot more activity in the limbic system. The red indicates where there's more activity happening. This is important because the limbic system is doing something key. Its job is to package up all of the information it's taking in that your conscious mind cannot comprehend, distill it down into an emotion, and give you that information instantaneously, right? Because we know it has that large processing power. But when it does that and you have an impulse associated with that, and I'm starting to get low on time, when you have an impulse associated with that, that's when you're not actually using the logic piece. So I have ideas about how to move forward. First, I think we should toss the male model. And then secondly, we should actually start to embrace the fear. And I actually want people to get used to using the fear to their advantage. So of course, expect emotions that are coming up. But what you really want to do is think of this as an acronym that can be useful to you. Feel the feelings, examine the facts that are there, access and assess what information may be inside of those feelings, and then respond. So you should go into financial decision making assuming that this is going to happen. So if we take just a brief example, you're getting a job offer and you notice first thing in the feeling of the feelings, you're noticing that you're excited, but you're also scared, right? There's some fear there. Well, if you start to examine the facts, which include what you've experienced emotionally. Oh, I noticed I've had some of that worry come up and some excitement. The excitement means it's probably a good match for me in terms of what my interests are. The other side of it is actually looking at that worry. And let's say what you really needed to do was take a closer look at your budget to make sure that you could actually take the job. So you're going to actually access the emotions that are available. They have information that's available in the part of your brain that is able to do a lot more processing, right? So let's say you take a look at the budget, you realize everything is going to be okay. That's actually when you're able to respond. You come back and say, hey, I actually need to negotiate a higher salary. So why does any of this matter? Don't worry, I'm at the end. Why does any of this matter? Well, I think the era of male domination of the world is coming to an end, as evidenced by politics. And my belief is that once we're done with politics, we're heading straight for finance. And I want you to all be ready. Thanks for your time.
Is going to talk about living your best life, which is something I think we're all gunning towards. Navigating survivor's guilt as a modern woman in modern times. Please welcome Tiffany Dockery to the stage. She's a senior product manager at HBO for digital products. Give Tiffany a round of applause.
Thank you. High five. All right. I changed the title. I'm sorry, Leanne, because it was after the deadline. But we'll talk about how to live your best life. But we'll also talk a little bit about power. So about 6 months ago, I spoke at the Lesbians Who Tech SF Summit, and by all accounts, it was a success. One, I didn't die, which was my initial fear. But two, I received one of the first and only standing ovations of my short life. And then three, I was able to pass on the message of channeling the confidence of mediocre white men whenever you feel in doubt. The message still rings true, which is good to hear. Unfortunately and sadly, that same day, my aunt passed away. And I was both sad to lose her, but happy that she was finally at peace. But I also, beyond feeling guilt or grief, which you would expect, I found myself overcome with this feeling of guilt. Guilt that I wasn't there with her in the last days. Guilt that I still had my mom and my cousin, who in many ways is like a sister, didn't have her mother. And also guilt that I felt really good that speech had gone well. And I wish that I could tell you that guilt was a new feeling, but it wasn't. It was quite familiar. It was the same guilt I felt in my first semester at Yale when my mother called me and told me that my cousin, who was only 2 years older than me, had been shot and killed in Chicago. It's the same guilt that I feel every day when I live my life in Seattle. And for those of you who haven't visited the Pacific Northwest, it's like a millennial wonderland. I'm hiking, I'm on my bike, I'm like running with my dog, my girlfriend and I are living our best life, but it's very different from the life of my family who's still in Chicago, which is a city with one of the highest murder rates in the country. And not only do they live in Chicago, they live on the west side of Chicago, which is a neighborhood in a city that's already quite dangerous. It's one of the highest murder rates within that city. So what do? I know those particular traumas and tragedies are my own, but I can't help but to believe that you all have felt similar feelings. Perhaps because our news feeds are constantly showing us national tragedies and traumas every day. Or perhaps because we are so privileged as members of the LGBT community to be able to come to an incredible conference like Lesbians Who Tech, but at the same time, homelessness amongst queer youth is going through the roof. And we all carry in our hearts the tragedy of Orlando still. And despite the fact that many workplaces where we may ourselves work have trans rights protections, this year has been one of the deadliest on record for our trans sisters, particularly our trans sisters of color. Makes you want to holler. What do? And for me, as a product manager, I think a lot about questions. And I thought a lot about why, as I was living my best life, this really incredible life, there was a shadow of guilt over it. And I found myself turning on two questions over and over. Why me? What did I do to deserve this incredible life? I'm smart, but let me tell you, some of the smartest people you'll meet are on the west side of Chicago. I'm hardworking, but if you have ever dealt with homelessness or home insecurity, you know that it's hard work. So why me? What did I do to deserve this? Why not me? Why did I get to come home? Why did I get to come home this night? Why do I get to live, and why do I get to live with so much when there's so many who have so little? But those are the wrong questions, and I felt those to be the wrong questions, but I couldn't figure out what were the right questions I should be asking myself. So I went to the patron saint of every black lesbian, Audre Lorde, and perhaps every lesbian, and she gave me some better questions. And she wrote this poem called Need, a Choral of Black Women's Voices in the 70s when she saw an epidemic of black women being murdered nationally and no news of it in any newspaper, which, the more things change. And she asked these two questions, which are, how much of this truth can I bear to see and still live unblinded? How much of this pain can I use? And those questions were a breakthrough for me because that first question helped articulate this thing that I had felt, which is I don't want to live a blinded life. Because my life is good, I don't want to pretend as if that's true for every member of my community or my communities. But at the same time, I don't want to sit in that pain, that feeling of guilt. How much of this pain can I use? And so I went from this feeling of guilt, which in many ways is narcissistic and self-serving and only doesn't help you or the people around you, to this feeling of responsibility. Most important, reasonable responsibility, because too much can be overwhelming and counterproductive, as we all may have experienced. And I did a couple things. First is I channeled a bunch of energy into a hackathon called Black to the Future that we did in March. And I cannot tell you how incredibly gratifying and healing it was to watch over 100 Black folks in technology, out of technology, and allies come together to think through how do we imagine and reimagine what the future of our communities can be and what role technology can play in that. It was incredible. Shout out to you. Your energy is incredible. I see you. Thank you. I really tell you that it was an incredible feeling. But one thing I also did was to start where I could, which was in tech. And so I started with a couple of friends working on this passion project that we're still developing called the Commonwealth app, which seeks to bring 1 million jobs to the Black community. And we're going to do so based on this simple fact, that if affluent Blacks, like myself, spent 1 out of every $10 with a Black-owned business, it would create 1 million jobs. And I think often, shout out to that, I think often about what 1 million jobs could do to change the west side of Chicago and the many places around the country like it. But I'm not alone. There are others. A good friend of mine in Seattle, Thomas Phillips from Detroit, a city not unlike Chicago, he wants to transform Detroit and empower youth by retrofitting school buses and making them into rolling coding labs. Which is an awesome idea. You should absolutely look up what he's doing and how he can support, because he's seen in his life as a youth from Detroit how tech has totally changed it, and he wants to give back. Or even the founder of the Black Joy Project, whose many friends in the Black Lives Matter movement were overwhelmed by grief, rightfully so, and who just took a simple start to start photographing Black joy, because that too is resistance. So what will you do? Will you donate to the Edie Windsor Coding Scholarship? Hopefully, if you haven't done so already. Send some needed supplies to Standing Rock protesters who I believe are fighting for water rights for all of us. Will you initiate a conversation at your place of employment about not just diversity, but inclusion and equity? Will you mentor? Yes, let's do it. Will you mentor or perhaps even foster, this is actually a personal goal, perhaps even foster a homeless queer youth? Or maybe you'll do all of the above or none of the above. But here's the reality. Times are hard, and I know that our modern identities can sometimes make them even harder, because our identities aren't simple, right? Like, on one hand, I am incredibly privileged. I have 2 Ivy League degrees. I've worked at some of the top tech companies in this country. But on the other hand, I also come from the west side of Chicago, and I hold the pain and trauma of that community at my heart's very core. So what do we do? The answer that I hold in my heart still, and that drives me forward every day, comes from Mama Audrey again. And she has this poem, which I love, called For Each of You. And the first stanza, I think, really epitomizes how I navigate this sometimes sticky road of survivor's guilt, which is, be who you are and will be. Learn to cherish that boisterous Black angel that drives you, up one day and down another, protecting the place where your power rises, running like hot blood from the same source as your pain. And my hope, my dream, and my wish for each of you here today is that you will always protect the place where your power rises, and you will let that power rise daily, because the world needs it. Thank you.
That talk was woke as hell, wasn't it? I loved every moment of it. All right, coming up to the stage next to discuss shipping at scale, how to build mobile apps that provide value to millions of users, is Yvette Pasqua. Put your hands together.
Hey there, I'm Yvette. I'm the CTO of Meetup. And before I get into talking about shipping apps at scale, let's ask a question. Why? I've listened to a lot of entrepreneurs and founders, like my own CEO, Scott, the founder and CEO of Meetup. And something that I've always heard, they keep asking why. They keep trying to pull apart each layer, right? Until they've asked and answered the most fundamental question that they can. So before I talk about how to ship apps that matter, first question I have to ask, why is an app important to Meetup to begin with? But there's another question I have to ask after that. Why is it important that Meetup even exists? What's the fundamental reason that Meetup exists? So let's look at that quickly. Has anyone here ever been to a Meetup? Raise your hand. All right, cool, it's a lot of people. So if you've gone to a Meetup, fundamentally, you've met in person, you've gotten together, you've talked with people about doing things that really matter to you. But that's when the magic happens, right? You meet new people. You start to form relationships. You hack together. You might start companies together. You do things together that you could never do on your own. So why is that important? Why does that even matter? Well, Steve Wozniak in 1975 was part of the Homebrew Computer Club in Menlo Park, California. When he was part of that club, their mission was to meet up regularly in person and work together to try to make the computer more accessible to the public. Worked out pretty well for them. But he's quoted as saying in InfoWeek in 1985, without computer clubs, there would probably be no Apple computers, right? So without that regular meeting and getting together with one another. So that's what happens. That's why it's important to get together and meet up. So that made us think, how can we as Meetup empower our members to meet up more often? How can we do that for them in 2016 and beyond for the next decade? And we thought, well, what if we just used our phones to get off our phones? So we started a big design project, right? We started really digging into things. We did user interviews. We aligned with stakeholders. We sent out a company survey where we literally had pages and pages of ideas written down by each person at our company. We did an offsite where we brought 50 cross-functional folks to a brainstorm. It was awesome. We generated over 10,000 ideas for what our app could be. We then collected all of those ideas into user journeys. We have members and organizers at Meetup, so we put them all together. And then we started picking out the themes in those journeys and categorizing them into bigger themes. And then debating and deciding a lot over what were the most important themes to us until we got to a single vision for our redesign. That vision grounded us in making decisions. That vision grounded us in making product decisions. And these are some of the things that we learned. The first was we really need to empower our members to find things that they love to do, right? We really need to make that find, browse, that search experience a lot easier, a lot richer, a lot deeper. That was one core tenet for us. The great thing about mobile devices is that once we did that in our app, people could take the Meetup community anywhere, right? So we were pretty psyched about that. The next thing we learned, we needed to help people be more spontaneous. Meetup works really well now for people who are Uber planners, right? And you plan out your schedule, you plan out your week. But it doesn't work great yet for people who want to find that thing they love to do that afternoon they want to do it, that's nearest them, right? So we wanted to try to find ways to make spontaneity a bigger part of what you could do with our community. Again, the great thing about mobile devices is with geolocation and always-on features, it really helped us achieve that vision. And the last thing, we needed to design for moments. That moment when you leave your house, you get ready to go meet a bunch of people, many of whom you've never met before, that's actually really hard, you know? It was probably hard for a lot of you to come here today and start talking to complete strangers. That's not easy. And we view our job to coach you through that experience, right? The great thing about mobile devices is we could really use notifications, you know, that buzz in the pocket to remind you, you look great today, as Leanne always does. Or you know, you can do it. You know, you love playing the violin, go out there and do it. So designing for moments, and getting back to this question, why? Did we feel like mobile apps was right for us? Well, heck yeah. And we were really excited to put a lot of our company behind redesigning and rebuilding our mobile apps. So one of the first decisions we had to make was our iOS app, which had been built 6 years ago. It had been iterated on. It was never rebuilt. The quality wasn't great. And it was a big decision we made, but we decided to rebuild the app from scratch. throw it all away and build a new foundation, which was actually quite exciting for our engineers. The next decision we made, at that time in 2015, it was clear we should rebuild it in Swift, but Swift 2 was still in beta. What should we do? We decided to go with Swift 2 because it would compile and run a lot faster for our end users and our engineers. We were just really excited about giving our engineers the opportunity to work on the latest great open source framework. It also allowed us to attract great talent who frankly wanted to be part of that open source future with us. The other big decision we had to make was, well, what operating systems do we support? We looked at our data in that case, and we saw that there would be very few people still left on iOS 8 after a certain period of time. And if we went iOS 9 and above, the amount of time that we'd save coding for previous versions, we could pour all of that into shipping features faster. So we felt really good about that decision too. Our Android app, on the other hand, was in much better shape. The foundation was stronger, the quality was better, but there were key areas that we knew that we had to address after doing an assessment there. The first one was we're loading so much data into the screens in our app. We're making multiple API calls. Being able to use reactive programming and to combine all of those API calls in an easy way with a few lines of codes and composite those calls into one. Our engineers didn't have to worry about edge cases, about someone tapping away from the screen quickly. It really, really helped streamline our app and reduce the amount of code and edge cases our engineers had to design for. The other thing that we did is we looked at some great open source frameworks out there from folks like Square and Google, and we employed them where necessary in certain areas to make our app more responsive and just feel lightning fast, to reduce the bandwidth that our app would take. And it also reduced the boilerplate code that we'd have to write, and again, allowing us to really focus on features and shipping faster. So when we got into it, we did a couple of other things. Number one, we realized we really need to reorganize our team. Our engineers have been spread out across all of our product teams, but we actually decided to create one central apps team that was cross-functional because we were really making some fundamental product and engineering decisions, and having the team work together was really key. The other thing that we did is that even from the design phase, we shipped, using Hockey, we shipped a weekly prototype of the new designed app to all of our employees. So every week, you could see the evolution of the app in your hands and provide the team feedback. When we started building the production app, we did the same thing until our more formal internal alpha. And then we did the same thing using Google and Apple's public beta programs, which worked out great for us. So we're launching next week. We're launching our new apps next week. Thanks. You guys want to see a preview? I can't show video, but I'll show some screens, and we'll talk about some of these design things. So right here, this is our app home. Right at the top, these are all the meetups that you've belonged to. We're getting them front and center to you. They're horizontally scrollable, so you can really scroll the depth of categories that you've already said, I am interested in this stuff. I love doing this stuff. We're trying to bring that front and center so that you go. You see lower on the bottom, we've really cleaned up our nav. We put notifications front and center right in the middle so that we can coach you, we can communicate with you, we can tell you, hey, your meetup's coming up. Don't miss it. Get out there. Get on the subway and go, right? If you look down at the second row, we've also put a category there. Our recommendations engine knows what kind of meetups you'd be most interested in going to that you haven't joined yet, and which ones are happening soon near you, right? So front and center. And as you scroll down, there's other categories, again, recommendations engine driven, trying to give you a really breadth and depth of what you can find at Meetup. And then if you scroll down, there's categories that we've never done before in this way. So you can really browse deep into categories. We have an LGBTQ category, front and center too. That picture's changed, and I think you guys will love it. But thanks so much. One thing I have to say, before you leave, look to your left, look to your right. Before you leave this conference, make sure you've connected with someone. We can all do things better together than we can alone. So connect with people before you leave. Thanks.
I'll tell you, oh, is this on? Okay, I'll tell you, I connected with Yvette at at the last event we were at, I don't remember, it was a couple months ago, and I said, what's the coolest, most unique meetup that you have? And it's totally something that's near and dear to my heart. It is walking with miniature donkeys in the Hudson Valley. And I promised her that if she didn't connect me with the head of it, that I would publicly shame her. So if anybody wants to come with me, I'm going to go walk with miniature donkeys. It's the best thing ever. Up next, not my reality, which is miniature donkeys, but virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, all the different mixed mediums. Where do they stand? What's happening? I'd like to welcome to the stage Lorraine Bardeen. She's the general manager of Windows and HoloLens experience at Microsoft. Give her a round of applause. There you go.
Hello. So I'm going to give you just a little taster. It's like torture for me to talk about this stuff for 10 minutes only, so I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to do the best I can to give you a little taster, and I'm going to show you some videos, because you talk about holograms, you talk about mixed reality, and it's, yeah, okay, whatever. I can't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to show you exactly what people are doing right now. Okay, so let's start with the basics. Let's talk about two different realities. We've got physical reality, which is made up of atoms. Physical reality follows the laws of physics. This is the world we live in. These are the people we interact with. We get this. And then we've got virtual reality. So virtual reality, things, objects, people are made out of bits, and they follow digital logic, okay? These seem very, very different. They have different rules, they follow different laws, and they're made out of different things. So what we're focused on, we make a product called Microsoft HoloLens, but there are lots of other products out there that are starting to participate in this world of mixed reality. We're focusing on bringing these two realities together, bringing digital content into your real world, letting real people go into virtual worlds. And we believe this is going to unlock a lot of really incredible things, just like computing always has over the past several decades. So you're going to see a lot of different stops on this train to some sort of future where lots and lots of computing, if not all computing, is in mixed reality. So here are a couple examples that you can see right now. So on the left, we have augmented reality. So this woman's designing a motorcycle. And in order to iterate faster on her design and see how the changes look, she's laying digital content onto the real motorcycle. She's doing that using a HoloLens. Now on the right side, here's someone who's in a virtual world. Maybe they're playing a game, maybe they're exploring a new place, and they've brought their real hands into the virtual world. So these are two totally different examples of creating mixed reality. In one, you're bringing digital content into the real world. In another one, you're bringing your real body into a virtual world. But it's going to go a lot further, and there are going to be a lot of different examples. So I'm going to walk you through a little step-by-step example. So here we have a woman. She's sitting at a desk. She's a real woman sitting at a real desk in a real room. And this is her friend or colleague who's walked in. So far, we're all in physical reality. She does happen to be wearing this amazing gold-plated HoloLens, which we don't actually sell. But, so then, maybe her friend or colleague, maybe he's not actually there. Maybe she wants to talk to him, and he's really far away. So she calls him, and he's an avatar in this case. So the person is virtual. The whole rest of the world here is physical reality. And now we're into mixed reality territory. There's a virtual person in this real world, and she's talking to and communicating with them. Now, maybe she also has her digital content up on the walls, because it's just a computer. Maybe she's got a browser over there on the wall. Maybe she's watching Netflix up there. That's what my 12-year-old daughter does all the time. Maybe she's watching a video hologram of a dancer right there on her desk. So now she's got digital interactive content. She's got a virtual person that she's talking to, but she's still in the room at her desk, and it's still herself. So that's another version of mixed reality. Maybe they decide, let's go to a virtual environment. We're going to meet in a virtual environment. Maybe they want to meet in this beautiful landscape, or maybe, this is a real scenario, maybe they're scientists working on ocean cleanup, and they actually want to have their meeting at the site of an underwater camera. And so they're going to have their meeting in this virtual environment. They're going to bring digital content in, bring in their virtual avatars, and have the meeting right there. That's a highly virtualized world where you have virtual people, virtual environments, and virtual objects. And then, this doesn't really make sense with the underwater ocean example, but maybe they've scanned some real objects. Just to show you, you can take, this is a statue and I think a camera. You can scan real objects, digitize them, and then bring digitized real objects into this virtual environment. The point of all this being There are multiple different levels of this mixed reality computing that you're going to see over the next few years. They're going to completely revolutionize how we can interact with digital content and the types of scenarios we're going to see. So I'm going to show you 3 big pillars we're focused on right now, because we're just focused on making a platform. We're not going to make all the solutions that people are going to use in the world. And when we focus on making a platform, we're thinking you don't want to just focus on one type of user, one type of customer, because that would really limit what you're able to do. So we are working with a lot of companies who are using Microsoft HoloLens in their daily life, in operations. I'm going to show you some examples of that. Someone in this room is in one of the videos. We're also working with entertainers and storytellers, because when you can bring digital content into your real world and you can record it and make videos, this is a completely new type of storytelling. And I'm going to show you what some people are doing right now. And then artists. Holograms are made out of light and air. This is a completely new medium for artists, and I want to show you what some art students have recently done. So let's get to showing you. First, let's look at commercial examples. These are all companies who I'm lucky enough to work directly with. This is all live code, and they're running these in their operations right now. So Gwen right there was the amazing actress who also is a developer who wrote a lot of the code that you saw there, which is pretty amazing. Now, second, totally different example. So we made this little app called ActionGram, and all it is, it's a gallery of content. There's video holograms, there's CG content, and this is created just for video creators, social video creators, to try out storytelling in mixed reality, because we think they're just going to figure stuff out that we certainly wouldn't think of. So let's take a look at what they're doing, something totally different types of people, and they're coming up with really interesting ideas.
Okay, now here's ActionGram. Resize it, rotate it, see what it looks like.
And start recording. Maybe forward a little more. There you go.
You ready?
Welcome to HoloLens. Oh my!
It's holograms, like literally holograms.
So far, it's been amazing. Oh my god!
So if you want to see more of those, they're all over the internets, but that was really Grumpy Cat. We had to work with Grumpy Cat's manager. It was tough negotiation, but there's a lot of fun stuff out there to play with if you get your hands on HoloLens. I also want to talk about art. I said artists, by definition, see truths and ideas that no one else is going to see. So Cornish School of the Arts in Seattle asked us if they could do their senior project on HoloLens, and just a really fast recap of what they did.
Cornish is 100 years old, and it's always been an art school that's been dedicated to innovating in the arts.
The work I've been doing over the last year or so is partnering with companies or institutions to really test out what they can do with HoloLens.
I know HoloLens right now is a new technology, so there's not a lot of narrative experiences right now, so to me that just seemed like such a golden opportunity.
Microsoft team transformed this rehearsal space into a mixed reality HoloLens gallery, and it was amazing.
The students and their parents were thrilled, and it was a very exciting evening.
This technology just has a ton of different possibilities.
Artists and creative people sit at that edge and they push boundaries. Working with this type of technology, it's a tool that helps us enhance and able to push that edge.
So I think it's really important not to just have one type of person using something so new and cutting edge here. We're trying to get the most inclusive possible inputs into how we build this platform, how we build this device, and what we do going forward. And the last thing I want to say is I just want to express my personal gratitude. I mean, thank you for the invite to come here, but I also, wow, I feel so grateful to get to work on this type of tech. And mostly, of course, it's cool. There's holograms, but it's the look on people's faces. That people experience this type of wonder because they start generating ideas, and ideas feel good. It gives you energy. So I just wanted to show you what that looks like. Just a quick clip of people when they're first trying HoloLens for the first time, and what sort of that look of wonder and what that's going to bring to computing. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you, thank you. That was nothing short of sexy. My God. So there are a lot of people that are coming in, people are finishing up sessions and things, so just make sure that you clear space around your feet, etc., let people in, give them a seat. You know, they're all gonna wanna see the next part where we give away some money. Okay, so coming up next is our pitch session. Let me tell you the rules, how it goes, and then I'm going to introduce you to our amazing judges. So we are going to hear from 4 entrepreneurs. Each entrepreneur is going to come up on stage and give a pitch for no more than 4 minutes. That means less than 4, maybe 3.5, okay? And then everyone is going to come back up on the stage. Our judges are going to offer some Q&A. They're going to drill the entrepreneurs a bit. They're going to leave for 10 minutes, come back, and award the cash. And then that's the person, remember, you follow to drinks after the event. Okay? So, I'd like to introduce our judges. The first judge is Mandy Potter. So Mandy, come on up on stage. Mandy is the co-founder of Cleanify. Our next judge is Liza Landsman. She's the Chief Customer Officer at Jet.com. You may have heard them in the news lately. They have a few things going on. An amazing startup story. Mike Rogers, who's a venture partner at Interplay Ventures. I will tell you, a venture firm that has been so friendly to me in my tech startup days. They are awesome and such great allies to lesbians. So it's great to have you up here. And Alan Shaw. Alan, where are you? Okay. Have a seat, our esteemed judges. This will be for Alan when Alan arrives. And now let's get to our first pitcher. Let me see. Let's invite up Christine Spang. She's the co-founder and CTO of Nihilus. And you got 4 minutes, girl. Hit it. There you go. Should be on.
Do I need a what? Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to carry all this stuff. I'm good. Hi, everybody. I'm Christine Spang. I'm a software engineer from MIT, and 3 years ago, I started a company called Nihilus. Our goal is to make email suck less. Why email, you might ask? Why not work on healthcare, virtual reality, robotic cars, a number of exciting fields these days? Well, the answer is that nearly everyone uses email to get work done, and yet no one really likes it. Email is a huge source of pain at work. Our vision is that if we can make people more effective and happier using email, then humanity as a whole can achieve more in all of these other fields. Email is the database of your life. It contains your photos, your receipts, your travel itineraries, and your private conversations. Email is the default way to send digital information from organizations to people. While IM is hot for chatting with your friends, United wouldn't send you your flight receipt over Facebook. They'll send you an email. Email is not dying. There are more emails sent every day than web pages on the entire internet. And that number is growing every year, not shrinking. For knowledge workers, email is the primary way to communicate between companies. You might use Slack or HipChat for talking with a coworker, but if your role is external facing, chances are you spend hours each day in your inbox. And the weird thing is that over the last decade, the way that we interact with email has hardly changed. Whether you're a recruiter, a marketer, a salesperson, or an executive, you still get the same one-size-fits-all email client. And furthermore, it's difficult to share the valuable information in email with other people on your team. Nihilus is here to fix that. The reason that email hasn't changed is because the technical barriers to working with it are huge. You have to deal with complex decades-old protocols, layers on layers of formatting and codings, compatibility with a distributed network of global infrastructure. And furthermore, you have to be able to store and search really big quantities of data. We've spent the last 3 years building open source, foundational technology that vastly simplifies developing software that works with email. By syncing and sanitizing email data and making it available to developers in a modern, fast REST API, kind of like Stripe or Twilio, but for email. Today, dozens of companies have built apps on top of our API that streamline email-based workflows and make people more productive at work. I don't need the slides anyway. Our data API is only one part of our email platform. A year ago, we launched Nihilus N1, a powerful, beautifully designed desktop mail app that was designed from the ground up to be extensible using plugins. With Nihilus N1, you not only get modern features for mail, like snooze, send later, mail merge, quick replies, and soon, sharing email with your team, but if it doesn't do what you want it to do, you can customize it using plugins. Nihilus is building products on top of N1 that make it the best email client for knowledge workers, starting today with salespeople. In the future, everyone will be able to build custom tools for digital communication that plug into the data hub of modern enterprises, email. And they'll do it using the Nihilus platform. This is what we're doing to make email suck less for everyone, today and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we found him. Alan Shaw, please come to the stage. Alan is the Chief Operating Officer of Workspace Services at a small company you might have heard of, Bank of America. Thank you. All right, our next entrepreneur is Megan Carreau. She's the CEO and founder of Tuckerbox.
Hi everyone, my name's Megan Carreau. I have a background in creative advertising with 6 years agency experience as an art director and a product designer. And what I'd like to talk to you about today is creating a healthier generation through food and technology. One of the greatest problems this nation faces today is due to the consumption of unhealthy foods like these. And I know it well. Growing up, I took a packed lunch every day for 12 years. And it was things like peanut butter and jelly, sugary yogurts, juice boxes. And over time, these foods really took a big toll on my body. I was feeling sick and tired when I came home from school nearly every single day. But my problem is not unique. 1 in 3 American children are obese, and 1 in 5 will develop an obesity-related disease in their adulthood. This all equates to a $210 billion a year US healthcare cost. And it's all because kids are not learning the healthy eating habits that they need at a young age. There we go. Also, the problem exists because of parents. Parents have a really, really hard time navigating healthy food choices, and they spend 700 plus hours a year buying and preparing school lunches. So all of this has led me to my mission and my passion for healthy eating, and that's why I'm launching Tuckerbox, the first farm-to-lunchbox meal delivery just for kids. Thank you. For kids, Tuckerbox keeps lunchtime fun, tasty, and inspired. And for parents, Tuckerbox is the healthiest and easiest lunchtime solution. On the Tuckerbox app, kids can get right in. They build each and every lunch all on their own, which helps them to learn healthy eating. So they pick 1 healthy main, 2 yummy sides, all while learning about the nutritional content of the food that they're creating. We're talking about kid-centric, fun meals sourced from local farms and purveyors. So parents sign on, they create an account for their child, and then the child has free reign to play and learn all about healthy food on the app. They then can build their lunch, orders are sent to our chef kitchen, and then delivered fresh to your doorstep. We work on a great subscription-based model. 1 week is $65, and this allows us to help affect the community at large. So we built Tuckerbox because we believe that good food is for all. A portion of all of our profits go to our Tuckerbox fund, where we help in schools with farm food education. So let's take a look at the market. 47% of American kids take a packed lunch every day from home. This is nearly half. And meal delivery is up 33% since 2012, so that trend is not going anywhere. Also, most interestingly, I think, is that 1 out of 3 meals a day are actually chosen by the child. So if a kid says they want mac and cheese for dinner, 1 out of 3 times, that's what the family is eating. This is the way that we're attacking the market. We're laser focused on launching here in New York City this year. Thank you. This is a look at our competitive landscape. There's lots of players in the meal delivery sphere. You probably recognize a few of these, but nobody is going after kids, and nobody's tackling food education. So this is our awesome Tuckerbox team as we stand right now, myself and my co-founder, Alexander Payne. Alex has a tremendous background in food systems and community development, and we've rallied an amazing team of advisors behind ourselves. And it's been a long road. I was in Google's incubator program for design founders. We also won the New York App Idea Awards this year. And we just got into Brooklyn FoodWorks Kitchen Incubator, and we're ready to start menu testing, so this money could help us a lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, up next, Cassie Wallander, please come to the stage, co-founder and chief product officer of Invio.
When you think of clinical trials, you probably think innovation, invention, the future is bright. Oops, this clicker is not innovative. And it is, the future is bright. The scientific research happening today is amazing and exciting, but a lot of medical innovations that are already ideas formed never get to patients because of the cost-prohibitive clinical trial process they have to go through. If your medical innovation treats a small patient population or an acute condition, it's often just not profitable enough to be considered, and people are left without options. Clinical trials cost hundreds of millions of dollars each. So, why are they so expensive? Well, the technology used to collect all the data in a clinical trial is extremely old and outdated. In fact, you're looking at it. These binders, not full of men and women, contain all the data collected in the trial. In fact, one per person. So for a phase 3 trial, that could be thousands and thousands of binders. But obviously, that's a lot of work. It looks like the end of Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's so many boxes of binders, I'm telling you. So there's also somebody who has to run around and look at each of these binders. They go to the 20, 30, 40 different hospitals and clinics in the site, flip through the binder, I can't do it with a mic, and check to see that every page and every field on every page matches the information the site typed into the electronic data capture system for the site. Millions of data pieces. Obviously, human beings are really bad at comparing huge sets of data, and that's what they're doing, validating them. But you know what is good at checking out huge sets of data? Computers. So, it's 2016, time to get rid of the binder and say goodbye. So, by digitizing this, we could save a lot of money. This monitoring process is 21% of the cost of a clinical trial. Travel, you see, makes a huge amount of that. And aside from eliminating a lot of this unnecessary and ridiculous travel to sites, which happens every 4 to 6 weeks per site, you can also do a lot more by digitizing these records, such as using computer vision and machine learning to automate or at least assist some of these workflows. Imagine instead of looking at 100 records, you look at the 6 that just don't really match. Additionally, this market's growing. There's 15.3% additional trials added per year per clinicaltrials.org. And we have revenue on both the site side, who's sick of these binders and monitor visits, and the industry sponsor side that's really looking for a compliant remote monitoring solution with the added benefit of automated workflows through technology. How do we know this? Well, we're using user-centered design methodologies and lean development principles to iterate on our product, and we verified with the very lovely research community in Seattle who's enthusiastically supportive. Our team has 20 years experience building life sciences SaaS, and our CEO has a clinical trial management and regulatory background, making us the perfect team for the perfect time for this product. Our mission is to unblock medical innovation, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
That was great. Thank you. I'm going to take the clicker. All right. And our final entrepreneur, last but not least, Chana Janelle Ewing. Please come to the stage. Chana is the CEO and founder of GenieBox. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So, GenieBox is a membership community featuring a high-value product, the GenieBox, delivering inspiring books, lifestyle products, and exclusive experiences curated by iconic Black women. A little bit about me. About 8 years ago, I became obsessed with a woman named Michelle. You may know her as Michelle Obama. So much so that I started a brunch series called Michelle O'Brunch. So I traveled to several cities with this brunch series, and I learned that Michelle Obama was she was a mirror of many Black women versus an exception to the rule. There are 7 million black women in management, business, science, and occupations in the U.S. Black women are the most educated group in the U.S. We're also the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. And this year, we're expected to reach 600 billion in 2016. And then the cool thing about us is that we embrace and support ethnic culture when we're doing shopping. But here's some of the things that you've also heard about black women. We make 60% to every white male dollar. Everybody tots around this idea of 79 cents to the white male dollar, but that's actually for white women, so black women only make 60% of that. And white women make more than black women among full-time, year-round workers, regardless of what degrees they have obtained. So what did I do? I tried to capture all of the magic that I've learned from Michelle O'Brunch into a box. So every month, my customers receive the inspiration, validation, affirmation, and motivation they desire in one place from black women in our community that they admire and aspire to be like. So Genie Box is a product and community that helps black women close the gap between ambition and self-actualization. What's inside the box? Every month we have inspirational books like The Rise by one of our Genie curators, Sarah Lewis. We have lifestyle products, like home decor items, candles and health items. And then we have exclusive experiences with partners like MoMA and Apollo and NBC. So competitors. So right now we enjoy no direct competitors, but a lot of our women are getting their inspiration from a variety of sources: brunches, self-help, church, hashtags, workshops. And so our competitive advantage is that we give you this woman each month who tells her story and gives you the products and services and ideas around that story. The market, we're in the self-improvement market, is valued at $10 billion with an annual growth rate of 5.5%. Instagram is our primary marketing channel. 80% of black women will tell their friends about a product if they like it. And our strategy focuses on referral campaigns and innovative marketing, our built-in influencer channels through some of the women that we featured in our Genie Box. Our revenue model is membership fees. Right now we're selling at $29.95 a month plus shipping, and branded content and sponsorships such as when we had Oxygen sponsor a box. So far we focused a lot on our customers and customer experience. They think it's like an intellectual Christmas. We've got really great press from Black Enterprise, Her Agenda, and Uptown. And we've had some really great partners early on with Studio Museum in Harlem and Apollo. Thank you. That's geniebox.com. Thank you.
Stay on the stage. You're good. All right. I'd like to invite all of our pitchers onto the stage. Come on up. We're going to now do a little Q&A. So we have 2 handheld mics. So I'm going to ask you all to share one and the entrepreneurs to share one. Oh, who threw this cap on here? Where is that Elizabeth Birch? No, I saw her do it this morning. I thought, well, that's a hazard. And of course, I stepped on it. Okay, so I'm going to let you all ask some questions of our amazing pitchers here.
Are you passing me the mic? Oh, okay, you go. This is for Tucker Box. So there's a lot of school programs out there, like my niece and nephew, they're in grade school and they have hot lunches, which are, what I know of it, it's either free or relatively cheap. So how do you compete with programs that schools are directly offering?
So for year one, we're not interested in really going through the schools at all, and we don't really see ourselves as a competitor with them. Well, our competition is really the packed lunch. So we're looking at things like Lunchables, or Revolution Foods has a healthier version of a Lunchables, which is a packaged food that is kind of like in the grab and go sort of convenience segment. In the one slide I had, 47% of American kids take a packed lunch every day. That's where we're focusing, because we see that 1 out of 3 kids are obese, and that there's a lot of issues with kids, health problems related to food and food allergies that can't be addressed through the school food. And we're actually not trying to compete at all with like the SNAP program or any of the government programs. Thanks.
Can I just ask you a quick follow-up question? Hello. Very cool idea. One of the things I was wondering is just, I think you said your price point, $65 a week?
Correct.
So at $13 a lunch, how does that work just in terms of like accessibility?
Sure. So we're targeting families that can afford this type of lunch, so 150K plus households. The reason for that is that not only the quality of the product that we're providing, it's a nutritionally balanced meal, so we have nutritionists working on our team, but also because the kids are out of the house for 8 hours a day, they're getting the actual portion of food that they need for that full 8 hours. They go to sports and things like that after school. And the money also helps us to give back to the community through our Tucker Box fund. So a portion of our profits we're able to funnel into that stream that way. Thank you.
Hey, hi. Christine, question for you. I totally get the idea of improving email. Are there any things that you want to highlight, key, like top 3 things maybe that you guys have done to make email a little bit easier, user-friendly? I'm not sure I pulled that out of the pitch exactly.
Sure. I kind of liken this to, I don't know how many people here are programmers, but kind of the main thing in like a programmer's toolbox is like a text editor. And the thing about text editor is you can program it to do like whatever you want. You can like make it do syntax highlighting, do things automatically for certain types of files. But all the people out there that are like not programmers, that are working with communication, like talking to people, and just have this like huge fire hose coming at them, they don't have those tools. So the really big thing about what we're building is we're building like a tool set for like the knowledge worker who are working with email, who are communicating with people every day. And I brought up like a few features that we like built, but kind of like I think the most exciting thing about what we're working on is the fact that it's like tools. It's like giving more capabilities to people that like are gonna use it to do things that we didn't think of.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks.
Hi there. Megan, question for you. I have a question for each and every one of you, but I'm going to just kind of go based on memory. So, Tucker Box, question, a couple of things. Number one, where's the majority of your costs? First question. Second question is, how are you managing your distribution? And when you think about farm to, in your case, box, how are you going to drive optimization in that cost model? And then the third question is around marketing and advertising. You talked about marketing to households of $150,000 or more. Have you given thought to low-income, underprivileged households?
Yeah, so in our 2.0, I'm going to kind of work backwards just because I'll be able to remember. In our 2.0 idea, we would love to be able to lower the price of Tucker Box, and that's always been the goal from the beginning, was the idea of how do we teach kids healthy eating habits from a young age that they'll take with them into adulthood. All kids, food, I believe, is a human right, and so I'm laser focused on this issue. Unfortunately, because of the quality of the product, as I mentioned, we have to kind of start here and be able to grow in that way. To address your first question, the majority of our margin, on spend is that the shipping portion, and we're working with a couple different shipping logistic aggregators to get the lowest price on that. Originally, we had thought that we would use like Uber and like Postmates to do delivery, but the margin there is really, really slim. So we've moved, we did a pivot and moved our model to a shipping method. And I forget the third question.
Really, how are you going to drive out that cost? So are you going to drive down your cost via tech? Are you going to drive down your cost via volume?
Yeah.
What's your ideas to make it more economical?
Yeah, thank you. So we have a content-first strategy, and because we won the New York App Idea Awards, we got $70,000 in app design and development, and through that app, we're able to get our app into the hands of kids in markets that we're not in yet, and this is also in schools. So we have a way to push that food education through hands-on play and learning, which I think is a really, really powerful tool.
Can I, and I'm sorry, the lovely woman with the binder. I can't see your name tag.
Cassie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess my question is, why hasn't anyone done this before?
That's an
Or more
amazing
the better.
question. And I'm going to put this down because they are actually really big. So now is a special time. We're kind of seeing a confluence of many things that make this possible. First of all, regulation has moved people more and more into electronic records. Secondly, OCR, or optical character recognition, commonly referred to as computer vision, has gotten much, much sharper, as well as machine learning. You can take a picture of a check and it deposits it right into your bank now, so it's very reliable, especially in our scenario where we're looking for mismatches instead of just reading them. So we've got that going on for us. And we're really seeing more and more research, as I said. The government tracks each and every one of these, and over the last 5 years, there's been an increase by 15.3% every year. So the market's getting bigger, 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 and the demand for better innovations in clinical trial empowerment have really come up.
I think we have time for one more question.
This is a question for all of you guys. How much have you raised so far, if any, and are you currently fundraising right now?
This has been a completely self-funded endeavor, and I am currently fundraising.
And for how much?
$50,000.
We did a founders round of $17K, and we have $60K of seed money, but our whole round we're looking for is $550K. To take us through the year. And we are also working on signing some prototypes, so hopefully we'll have pilots. So hopefully we'll have revenue as a SaaS subscription-based model. We price per site, per study. So looking forward to that.
We just wrapped up an Indiegogo campaign, which we're calling our Friends and Family Round, where we raised nearly $15,000. That's going to help us fund our beta and our menu testing and development phase. We won $70,000 in the App Idea Award, and we just opened our pre-seed angel round last week, actually. So it's a really exciting time, and we are raising $750,000 to take us through the year. Thank you.
We're venture funded. We've raised a seed and a Series A, totaling just under 10 million. We are raising right now, Series B.
All right. Well, with that, what I'd like to do, phase 2, is say thank you to all of you for coming up and pitching. Hang out in the audience. Our esteemed judges, I'm going to have you all step back into this beautiful alleyway we have back here. Stretch out, make use of the space. Thanks. And I'll come get you in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good job.
All right. You can take that down with you. Next to the stage, have you ever wondered if Watson believes in God? It's very existential. Hopefully your lunch is settled in. You're ready to ask some deeper questions. I've wondered this. So the ethics, morality, and biases in our cognitive system. Please welcome Elizabeth Keener to the stage. She is with IBM. She is the Global Design Services Director. Let's give her a round of applause. Hold on. She can't come to the stage because somebody has walked away with the clicker. Who's got it?
No, it's behind.
No. It's. Oh. My co-host, ladies and gentlemen. The best thing ever. Here you are.
So the hidden clicker. All right. Who's ready to talk about God? Okay, now I know what a televangelist feels like. I'm actually not a televangelist, though. I'm just pretending to be one. I'm actually a recovering Catholic. I take it there may be some others in the room that are in a similar position. So I want to first start by introducing myself. My name is Elizabeth Keener. I usually go by Liz. I'm Global Design Services Director at IBM. I came from a very creative career and just 2 years into being in a technology company, and I have to say I absolutely love it. So a sidebar conversation we can have is how amazingly wonderful it is to be at the intersection of creativity and technology, and those two worlds should be married together. That's another talk. Today we're going to talk about Watson, God, morality, ethics.
I discovered that this rock
Have a little strange audio clip here, which was the best song that I could find with a reference to Jesus that wasn't overtly religious.
as a prophet. All of a sudden, I found myself in love with the world. So there was only one thing that I could do, was ding-a-ding-dang, my dang-along, ling-long.
So, I don't know if that meant anything to any of you, but I did want to ask for a quick show of hands as to who in this room would say that they believe in God. All right. For those of you who didn't, you're in trouble. Let me tell you why. In many countries in this world, like Saudi Arabia, like Yemen, like the United Arab Emirates, like Sudan, like Nigeria, being agnostic or an atheist is punishable by death. So when we talk about God and we talk about religion, this is a really serious matter in a lot of places. And when we look just domestically within the United States, we see that the religion industry is one of the biggest in this country. And of course, it is largely tax-free. So we're looking at $1.2 trillion a year. And what do I define the religious industry as being? So within this, we're talking about religious schools, halal food markets, we're talking about media companies, we're talking about daycares, we're talking about nonprofits. There's a lot of different things that fall into this category, but it is massive. But what about these guys? What do non-people, what would artificial intelligence say if you asked, do you believe in God? What's your feeling about religion? What religion are you? We're in an interesting time right now where we look at different AI, whether we're talking about Watson at IBM or Deep Blue at Google, and we're seeing this technology morphing and evolving out of the primordial soup that is this emerging industry right now. And it's really, really fascinating to see where it might go. So what do you think would happen, actually, if we asked Watson today, hey, Watson, do you believe in God? What would Watson say? So the answer is not so easy, and it never usually is. There's a lot of gray areas when we talk about these things. So the way Watson is trained, there are multiple instances of Watson. I, right now, am working on a project with Watson in the automotive sector. So we're teaching Watson all about cars. Watson's ingesting owner's manuals of cars and auto records and auto blogs and all of these things to be able to make diagnostic and prediction and everything around vehicle ownership much, much easier. So that's one instance of Watson. So if the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints trained an instance of Watson, then maybe that instance of Watson would say, yes, I believe in God. Or another instance of Watson would say no. It depends on the people who train it. So one of the big points I want to make is when we look at cognitive systems, we know that in order to train a cognitive system, we have this load of data in whatever subject matter or domain we're looking at, structured and unstructured information that can get rapidly ingested into Watson on one hand, and then we have the quality experts or people on the other hand. And those are the people that will come in and ask Watson questions and make sure the questions are being answered in the right way. And the training is very intensive. And the data side is relatively rapid. But when we look at the people, we have to factor in the fact that people have a lot of known or unknown biases, prejudices that will impact how the system responds. So we saw a good example of this earlier this month. There was a lot of buzz around this in social media, which some of you may have seen. It was the first international beauty contest that was judged by artificial intelligence. And if you saw this in Twitter, there were a ton of headlines saying that AI is racist, which it was. Whoever trained this AI was probably advertently or inadvertently racist, because there were 6,000 people that entered this beauty competition. Of the 6,000 people from 100 countries, there were 44 winners. Of those 44 winners, only a handful were Asian and only one was black. And that's messed up. But this is what happened, and this is why, when we're looking at these gray areas, it's really important to be conscious of not just talking about religion, and I talk about God in part to be overly provocative and dramatic about this. The people who train the systems, there's so many sensitivities and nuances that go into this. As we rely more and more on artificial intelligence and other technologies, we need to be keenly aware of that. So if you believe God created man in his own image, is man creating artificial intelligence in our own image? It's sort of what it looks like in some ways. And what does it mean to believe? We can train a program to believe whatever we say, that 2 equals 2, that my name is Elizabeth, that there is a God or there isn't a God. They accept these things as facts. But can we actually make AI believe? Then it's interesting as well to see how this all evolves. When we look at AlphaGo and we saw the fact that Lee here learned a lot playing against AI, and it was an interesting study in the fact that the AI took a game strategy that was played for 2 to 3 millennia in China and took it to a whole different level and made very, very unpredictable decisions that baffled him even during the game. So the AI lost only 1 game. And some people were disappointed in that, and they were expecting, oh, if Google was really successful, they would have won all of the games. But we wouldn't have learned or we wouldn't have innovated if we didn't see this. And that was a really incredible experience to see how the artificial intelligence can start to deviate and learn in its own way, find its own strategies and approaches to things. This independent thought is what really makes me curious about where this could all go. Then to take that into another pivot and another dimension to this conversation is shifting from AI to quantum computing. And this wonderful old quote from Richard Feynman really speaks to this well, that if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics. So with quantum computing, back in May, IBM introduced quantum computing to the cloud so that anyone can have access. Scientists, researchers can radically accelerate their innovation based on having access to this tool. But quantum computing is wickedly fast and wildly unpredictable in sometimes, in that it's very, very unintuitive. So in this world where there's a lot of murkiness and there's a lot of unknowns, I'm inherently a very positive and optimistic person when it comes to technology, but we're not really sure of what the road is ahead. Are we going to be living in a world of happy dancing robots? Or is the future going to look different? Does anyone know why this year is so relevant? Yes, singularity. So Ray Kurzweil, this is the year that we're supposed to reach singularity. We will become one with technology. At age 69, I could be a cyborg, I hope. But when we reach that point of singularity, and as we enter this era that I like to call the era of superintelligence that we're all on top of right now, are we going to, when we're one with technology, believe in God? Are we going to allow our technology to make decisions and choices for us that have ethical and moral implications? So for those of you who are visiting New York, you want to find something fun to do this weekend, even though I would say it's much better to be outside because it's such gorgeous weather. This is a great Broadway show right now, An Act of God. You can see Sean Hayes and this weird guy that looks like Warren Buffett. And if you want to talk more about AI, please do reach out to me either via Twitter or email. Again, it's Elizabeth Keener, and thank you all for your attention today.
We're here at the right time. Come on in. Come find a seat. If you have a seat next to you, raise your hand. If you're looking for a seat, find one of those people. I'd like to bring all of our judges back on stage. I think stand. Why not? Yep, critical. All right, so have we made a decision?
We have.
Drum roll, please.
All right, it was very, very difficult because
Okay.
they were all fantastic in their own ways. But ultimately, we decided on Tucker Box.
Woo! Tell us why. Megan, come to the stage. Can you tell us why you selected Tucker Box?
I'd say 3 reasons.
Okay.
1, it was a very clean pitch that told a story about the need. 2, it is capitalizing on a trend in farm to table. And 3, it's really bringing attention to a critical issue around nutrition, education for kids. The one piece of feedback we would give you is just logistical supply chain piece. That is going to be a bear. And I think just in terms of really getting it scalable broadly and also deepening the access into other income cohorts, you really need to get your shipping and logistics costs down so you can drive your price point down.
All right. Maybe you need to find an advisor at jet.com. All right, thank you. Thank you to our judges. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. And congratulations. There's the value of a great, clear pitch. All right. I think up next we are going to take a break. So, pardon? All right. Here's the deal. Stay seated. Don't go anywhere yet. We have 15 minutes to get up and stretch your legs before we have the sort of power to the end of the day, all of the last speakers that you want to see, plus the keynote at the end. So if you are going to stretch your legs, please be back here in 15 minutes. Again, thank our sponsors. Go find a job. Check things out across the hall. But I hope to see you all back here. When you come back, find seats towards the middle so that we can fit everyone in. Every seat will be taken. Thank you so much.
You are wrong.
Gender bias is often ignored because it seems invisible and subjective to those who benefit from it. But trans men have experienced both sides of the gender-divided society, so I'm gonna let them explain male privilege in their own words.
Male privilege is the bullshit idea that men are better than anybody else.
Male privilege is the ability to move about the world in the way that you want to.
It's the experience of being left alone and free to be yourself.
Privilege is also like the absence of experience. As a man, I have the privilege of getting on New York City subway train at 1 in the morning and don't have to worry about a man wagging his dick at me. That is a male privilege that I like.
The first time I noticed I had male privilege was when I was walking home from hanging out with a bunch of friends who happened to be women. They had expressed being a little worried about walking home in the dark, and while I was walking, I realized that I had no worry in the world about being talked to or stared at or followed or assaulted.
So a man could just walk down the street and no one is going to bother him, no one's going to ask him to smile, no one's going to ask him where he's going, no one's going to ask him if he's married, no one's going to ask him if they can walk with him, but this is something that I know women experience every day.
Post-transition life, my God, walking down the street is so glorious. I can actually think.
First time I ever experienced male privilege was on social media. I've always been the type to express myself and talk real crazy. And when I did it prior to transitioning, it wasn't okay. But the minute that I transitioned and everybody looked at me as that male figure, it was like, oh man, that's hilarious. I'm like, hey guy, I've been hilarious all this time. So what are you talking about?
An unexpected aspect of male privilege for me was being taken way more seriously than I was before, and it's funny because I have all the same ideas, still thinking about the same things, and yet sometimes I would literally just be talked over or laughed at. Now people will often quiet down.
And having experienced that from both sides of the spectrum, as female and male, I call bullshit on that right now.
Male privilege and sexism isn't just
If everyone
a
could
problem
stop
for
talking.
women. It's
Yep,
also
it's
about
great.
liberating
Thank you.
ourselves. Masculinity is very diverse. Masculinity is what it is to you. You don't have to be a brute. You don't have to be an athlete. And my masculinity looks like a man who likes puppies and babies. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I was in the club this night and my...
Hi. Shh. I feel like we're going to have to do a heads down, thumbs up in a second. All right. We just put a pause on the video, but it's a good video. I want you all to hear it. I know you're excited. You've met a ton of people. I promise you will get to hang out with everyone after, and maybe even all night. Who knows? But for now, kindly give us your attention. Thank you. Can we start from the beginning? That's a great request. Yes, we can.
If you don't think male privilege exists, you are wrong.
Gender bias is often ignored because it seems invisible and subjective to those who benefit from it. But trans men have experienced both sides of the gender-divided society, so I'm gonna let them explain male privilege in their own words.
Male privilege is the bullshit idea that men are better than anybody else.
Male privilege is the ability to move about the world in the way that you want to.
It's the experience of being left alone and free to be yourself.
Privilege is also like the absence of experience. As a man, I have the privilege of getting on New York City subway train at 1 in the morning and don't have to worry about a man wagging his dick at me. That is a male privilege that I like.
The first time I noticed I had male privilege was when I was walking home from hanging out with a bunch of friends who happened to be women. They had expressed being a little worried about walking home in the dark, and while I was walking, I realized that I had no worry in the world about being talked to or stared at or followed or assaulted.
So a man could just walk down the street and no one is going to bother him, no one's going to ask him to smile, no one's going to ask him where he's going, no one's going to ask him if he's married, no one's going to ask him if they can walk with him, but this is something that I know women experience every day.
Post-transition life, my God, walking down the street is so glorious. I can actually think.
First time I ever experienced male privilege was on social media. I've always been the type to express myself and talk real crazy. And when I did it prior to transitioning, it wasn't okay. But the minute that I transitioned and everybody looked at me as that male figure, it was like, oh man, that's hilarious. I'm like, hey guy, I've been hilarious all this time. So what are you talking about?
An unexpected aspect of male privilege for me was being taken way more seriously than I was before, and it's funny because I have all the same ideas, still thinking about the same things, And yet, sometimes I would literally just be talked over or laughed at. Now, people will often quiet down.
And having experienced that from both sides of the spectrum, as female and male, I call bullshit on that right now.
Male privilege and sexism isn't just a problem for women, but it's also about liberating ourselves. Masculinity is very diverse. Masculinity is what it is to you. You don't have to be a brute. You don't have to be an athlete. And my masculinity looks like a man who likes puppies and babies. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I was in the club this night and my brothers are around. I think it might have been Single Ladies. Something came on and I'm like, the single lady, the single. And they go, you're a man now. Men don't wild out to Beyonce like that. And I said, but it's music.
There's no one way to be a man. There's a spectrum of masculinity, and just like, be chill.
If a guy wants to really understand male privilege and understand what it is, talk to women.
Step back, listen to what other people are going through, ask them what they're going through, and I think you'll see that the world doesn't run exactly the way you think it does.
You're doing nothing wrong by having privilege. It's just what you do with it that matters.
I'd like to thank all of our guests for giving their time and thoughts on this issue. We'll see you next time.
You know what else is male privilege? We actually have a bunch of men having to talk about what male privilege is, even though women have been talking about this for years.
We can't. I thought we'd have to have like an overflow room for sure.
I know.
Like not even needing it.
It's shocking, right?
Yeah. And we did 200 more than last year, and we still don't.
That video was life. So good.
More breakouts this year, didn't you?
Well, yeah. Okay. So, how are you guys feeling?
It's crazy.
All right. Raise your hands if you have seats that are open that are next to you, because there are people that are still looking for seats. So, if you see that as you're walking in, hands up. There are seats around you. Fantastic. Squeeze, make friends. All right. I am super excited to introduce our next speaker, because she's a good friend of mine and her work is dope. So Angelique Rocher is the Vice President of External Affairs at the Ms. Foundation for Women. If you don't know them, you should. She's going to be talking about defining feminism in a digital age using tech and media to disrupt the dominant narrative. Give her a warm welcome.
Okay, so I'm going to try to talk about feminism in 10 minutes. Wish me luck. So I like to start off all my talks, particularly when we talk about something as invested as feminism, by asking, who in this room considers themselves to be a feminist? Yes! So those of you who did not raise your hand, that's totally fine. I promise you I am not going to try to convert you to feminism. It's going to happen anyway. So feminism is a little contentious, right? Even the current Oxford Dictionary version of feminism that talks about equality between the sexes, it's really actually very controversial because we live in a new world. And so we decided at the Ms. Foundation that we were going to ask some questions about this and get to the bottom of why people either consider themselves to be a feminist or not, and try to paint a better picture of this. You see, feminism has not always had a good name. I'm sure this surprises everyone in the room. Much like the idea of suffragettes, there has been a lot of stereotypes. You've had the man-hater, you've had the hairy feminist, which I'm personally okay with hairy feminists, by the way. See you guys later at drinks. So even women and the stereotypes against women who are feminists, because, you know, I don't need feminism. I don't feel like I need entitlements and be privileged. And my personal favorite, Daria, as you guys can see, is my style inspiration for the day. And then this happened. It's okay. You can cheer for Beyonce. It's totally fine. And suddenly, feminism became pop culture, and it was cool to be a feminist. But people also said I still don't consider myself to be a feminist. It's a word. And it's particularly happened to me. In fact, confession time, right before I took the job with the Ms. Foundation, I went up to my boss before she gave me my offer letter, smart, and said, hey, so you know I don't consider myself to be a feminist. That's all right. You can boo me, it's fine. But people told me as I asked them, I consider myself to be a black feminist, a womanist, a humanist, and a number of other different types of feminists, right? Right? Which you can also consider yourself to be, but not a feminist. So we asked, and my personal favorite, Whovian feminist. Yeah, thanks, nerds. Appreciate you. You know who you are. So we asked, what does a feminist look like? And so my boss got this crazy idea to give me some money and let me go on free range and ask that question. And one of my proudest moments, which Danielle Moody Mills was actually a part of it, as was Aisha Moody Mills and a number of people in this room, of this incredible project that we took $20,000, 42 interviews, 6 videos, a lot of vodka, and a great hashtag called My Feminism Is. And this is what we got.
My feminism is a form of faith.
Feminism is a question, and the question is, what truths are missing here?
The act of creating who I was, as someone who was born female, was very much a feminist act.
It was easy for me to be like, yes, I'm a feminist. It wasn't like a hard thing for me to say.
If women aren't free, I can never be free.
In the 60s and 70s, there was one way to express your feminism. And I think today, there are just as many ways as there are women.
What defines me as a feminist is this core belief that all individuals, men, women, and anybody who defines themselves in between, should have access to the social, political, and economic equality that this world presents to us.
So there's 2 things we did with this video. One, we changed the definition of feminism. We decided it was the social, political, and economic equality of all genders. We one day hope that gender will have nothing to do with it and will be the social, political, and economic equality of all people. The other thing we did is we invited people to tell us things we knew we may not like. In fact, we had one interviewee who's in this room right now, who I will not mention, who told me, look, I am going to say I didn't consider myself a feminist because I consider that to be for middle-aged white women. And it's very true, which is the reason why you have the idea of a womanist and a feminist, because there were stereotypes that feminism was exclusive. It was excluded with the image. And so what we did with this video is we tried to paint a picture of true feminism. The interviewees were from 17 to 81, which is how old Gloria Steinem was at the time. Jamie, who you saw in there, who's 17, that was a young lady who said, it was easy for me to decide that I was a feminist. I love the way her head shakes. It makes me all excited. And we also made sure that we started an authentic conversation. In fact, we didn't even give the questions to the people being interviewed until they walked in the door, no matter how much they nagged us. And so the first 31 days, what happened? Well, we had over half a dozen mainstream traditional outlets cover the campaign. We had over 20 organizational partners, 12,500 tweets from 5,500 people, reaching over 135 million people, and 0 ad buys. And that's just Twitter. We had over tens of thousands of video views because what we wanted to do was create a conversation. We didn't want to have a lecture. We didn't want to explain to people, this is why you're wrong. We wanted people to explain, this is how feminism, a very ideological thing, affected them in their lives. And so what made this so successful? We had a conversation, not a lecture. We had authentic conversations where we knew people were going to say, hey, I never thought this was for me, and that was okay, because we focused more on the definition and less on the title of feminism to bring people to the table so we can start a conversation. We had proactive inclusion. We spent weeks making sure that the guest list for those interviews was as broad as possible and brought in as many perspectives as we possibly could. And then those who couldn't make it, we sent them shirts and we invited them to also send in their pictures and give us their quotes, because we knew how important it was to paint a real picture. And then we had partner engagement. So we involved organizations like Planned Parenthood. We involved organizations like feministing.com. And we made sure that we were bringing in all waves of feminism, not just looking at what had been the history of second wave feminism. And then we did what I like to call collaborative amplification. The campaign didn't stop there. In fact, the campaign is still going on now. We have Feminist Fridays where we invite people on Twitter to talk about it. We have had articles come out about trans feminism. We have had 31 Days of Feminism where we have specifically focused on bringing grassroots women from the ground to tell us how their feminism manifests in the work they're doing in social justice. We have gone through with ebony.com and talked about black men and feminism, which was a great conversation. Let's Talk Feminism, which is a panel series we're doing at the Brooklyn Historical Society with the national folks like Roxanne Gay coming and having real conversations about what it means to be a feminist. We had the F-Word video contest with She Knows and the Feminist Celebrity of the Year, which is fun, but it also still goes to the pop culture aspect. And then we have what we call the Op-Ed Project at the Ms. Foundation, where we took 20 of our grantees and we work specifically with the Op-Ed Project to help them find their voice in media to continue the narrative of painting the picture. And over the last 9 months, they've put out at least 52 op-eds out of that 20-person cohort. And that paints a stronger picture about what it looks like on the ground. Because what we learned is magical things can happen when you have collaboration. For instance, when you put Lovey Ajayi together with Matt McGorry on the floor with Gloria Steinem, you have Lovey deciding that she wants to teach Gloria Steinem how to wobble. Wait for it. Because everybody needs to know how to wobble, right? So as I conclude, because I have 45 seconds to go and I'm very proud of myself for getting feminism in 10 minutes. Is it okay? We want to invite everyone in this room to continue that conversation, because the only way you can disrupt the dominant narrative and break through stereotypes is by opening the table, being inclusive, and saying, hey, look, this is something that means a lot to me, but it means a lot to you. How does that manifest in your life? So if everybody has their cell phone, they can take it out now, and I'd love for you to go to Twitter, or not. You can go to Twitter. And I'd love for you to not only use the Lesbians Who Tech hashtag, but also go and tell us at the Ms. Foundation, what does your feminism look like?
I would argue that this is maybe now, as of this announcement, the next most important role in this company underneath me. And so it's a big one. So as of today, starting on Monday, we now have a Chief Heart Officer. And that Chief Heart Officer is actually here. So I think we should grab our Chief Heart Officer to create a position that really is me, right? Like the scalable version of what I do with you guys one-on-one in those meetings, and to have the autonomy to make decisions that make no sense on paper, but make a whole lot of sense on heart. We want to build the single greatest human organization in the history of time.
Awesome. Oh, one slide before. Thanks. Awesome. Hi, I'm Claude. I'm the Chief Heart Officer at VaynerMedia. I work for this crazy guy who's incredibly eclectic, has the biggest heart in the world, and has hired me to champion heart at the greatest agency. We put people first. That's the most important thing. Our business strategy is hustle. So if you combine hustle and heart, you get magic. And that's what we do. So Gary's goal, and this is my goal, why I was hired, is to create the single greatest human organization in the history of time. It's lofty. And we got 700 people. We have 5 different offices. We doubled in size. In the last 2 years, we went from 350 to 700 people. And so my role not only is to help him and help 700 people grow into the greatest human empire, basically, but is to scale Gary, as he said. And the way I scale him is with human touch. So we firmly believe in reaching out and touching every 700 people, like every single individual. That's what we do. That's what we aim to do every single day when I wake up every morning. And in order for me to do that, I need to have a team around me, which is great. I have the best team also. If I do my job right, then we can hustle. And as I said, hustle's the business strategy here. Gary would consider hustle getting shit done. So if you've seen any of his content, it's all about get shit done and stop whining and stop complaining and put your money where your mouth is. That's absolutely, absolutely true. But in order to do that, it takes self-awareness. And so we're really, really hot on self-awareness. And what that means is having integrity, knowing thyself, knowing when I need to raise my hand, knowing when I need some coaching, knowing when I need a one-on-one, knowing when I need a hug, knowing when I need to cry, knowing when I need to go for a walk, knowing when I need to talk to Gary. So we also think that that hustle comes down to, it's the belief that you are in control and you have a direct impact on moving anything forward in your life. And I think we can all probably raise our hands and say that we understand that and we follow that as well. So the heart. Everyone asks me, well, because it is the greatest title in the world, I think, everyone asks me, what do you do? What does a CHO do? What does a chief heart officer do? And I mean, I'm doing it right now. I'm creating it as we go, and you're all helping me do that by believing in me and believing in heart and empathy. But every day when I walk in the door, after probably texting 20 or 30 people and having my team text about 10 people so we can touch people, touch our employees, I come in thinking of one goal and one goal only every single day, which is to create a space where people feel physically and emotionally safe every single day so that they can be their full selves, they can bring their full selves. And if they can do that, then they've just scaled me 1,000%. They've just scaled Gary 1,000%, and magic happens. And so I kind of have, I'm not a linear thinker, but this is a linear chart. I kind of have a way that I believe I do that, and I believe that this is why it works so well at Vayner. But if we can take 2 individuals or a team and have them connect with one another and really authentically connect with one another, active listening, being mindful, just respect, that builds trust. And when you build trust with another individual, you start to feel, you start to have compassion, you start to have empathy. And when that happens, that's where it explodes. That's when great things happen. You make an impact, and you really, truly get that feeling. You get the arms on your hair on the back of your neck stick up, and you just feel great. And that's what we aim to do every single day. It doesn't happen every hour of my life, but when it does happen, it's absolute magic. So we firmly believe that if you focus on people, the work will fall into place. We're not romantic about anything except people. We absolutely believe that anyone can have ideas. It comes down to execution, which is the hustle of it all. And if we focus on people and focus on creating hustle, then I think we can absolutely build that greatest human agency of all time. So thank you very much.
Your mic is not on. Oh, but mine is.
All right, can you hear me? All right, clap for our last couple of speakers. They're fantastic. So, everybody have their book? Everybody, do you? I know myself. No, I know. So, Dr. Perez, come up here, Dr. Edith Perez, because literally can't find you in the book, and look, it's all cut off on top. So, we have Conquering Cancer, Personalized Medicine is the Future. Give it up for Darby. There you go. Like, it's not in the book. It's not on the thing. It's not in the book. It's not on the sheet. I know. It's cut off. Sorry.
Slide, so you can read. I'm the VP and head of bioncology, U.S. Medical Affairs for Genentech, and I'm also a professor of medicine at Mayo Clinic. But before I start talking with you about personalized medicine and what we're doing about this and how this will change the practice of cancer care in the U.S., I thought I would tell you a little bit about who I am and why Leanne invited me to be here this afternoon. You know, breakthroughs, innovation, personalized medicine is part of my DNA. I've been involved in clinical trials that have led to approval of some agents that are used globally to improve the likelihood of benefit for women with breast cancer. In addition, I'm very passionate about involvement with the community, so I started the Breast Cancer Marathon, the only national breast cancer marathon in the US with one of my patients. Additionally, I've been so fortunate to get some awards by different people. Leanne gave me the opportunity to speak at the Lesbians Who Tech meeting that we had at the Castro Theater in San Francisco, which was really cool. But added to this, after a career at Mayo Clinic where I had various jobs, including deputy director for the Cancer Center, I decided to join Genentech a year ago while maintaining my academic career at Mayo Clinic. And so lucky, I moved from Florida to San Francisco, where it's a great place to work, a great place to live, not only because of the place itself, but because I can be with friends, including my wife, who happens to be in the third picture there. So it's good, it's good stuff. But now let me get into the main topic of my conversation with you for the next 7 minutes or so. You know, cancer is a huge problem. It affects individuals, families, friends. It's a local problem for the US, but of course a global problem. Too many people are diagnosed with this disease every year. You know, here in the US, more than 1.5 million people every year. At the same time, many people are successfully treated every year, leading to more than 10 million cancer survivors living in the US right now. However, there's much more work to be done. And personalized healthcare is part of the solution and will increasingly be part of the solution in the years to come. So you may wonder, well, what are you guys doing about cancer research and personalized medicine today? Well, we are developing treatments based on molecular or biological abnormalities of cancer by interrogating thousands of genes, whether they're normal or abnormal. We're looking at thousands of proteins and how they interact with each other. And we're connecting this with personalized medicine, utilizing not only the paperwork that you show in the previous session, but really incorporating digital health. So you may wonder, how are you connecting digital health and personalized cancer care? So we think there's a total interaction between health and technology to improve prevention, screening, as well as outcomes of persons who are concerned about or who are diagnosed with cancer. So the idea here is to utilize data, analytics, connection, and patients' own information so that we can aggregate the data for decision-making to improve clinical outcomes. And there's a cartoon that actually shows some of the ideas behind this concept. So what we want to do is to catalyze precision medicine and precision oncology by linking clinical, retrospective, and prospective data or information, as well as longitudinal clinical outcome based on the information that we directly can receive from patients on a day-to-day basis. So you may wonder, well, what does this really mean? So what that means is that we need to understand the true biological abnormalities in the genes and proteins. Then we utilize that information to predict whether a person is likely to benefit from one treatment versus another. We can do potentially some repositioning of some of the agents or medicines that are already available. So we might identify newer groups of patients who might benefit from these older drugs because we've been able to better understand the biological characteristics of their tumor. And lastly, but not least important, we think that by this connection of digital health with molecular understanding of cancer, we will be able to identify new molecular markers that will allow us to develop better medicines to treat people. There are many, many companies that are trying to get into this arena. Certainly, we've heard from many of them during this fantastic meeting, and I just listed some of them on the lower part of my slide, including the recently announced Microsoft Hanover project that was announced just a couple days ago. Oh, hi, Edie. As well as the Moonshot project that has been galvanized by Vice President Biden. So I don't know how many of you are involved in medicine. Maybe a raise of hands. Okay, some of you. Okay, great. It's a good slide for all of you. Because this actually gives you a little bit more granularity related to what I am thinking about when I talk to you about our ability to understand biological or molecular abnormalities of cancer to get to an improvement in personalized medicine. So we can go from the left to the right or the left or vice versa. But you all know that we have about 25,000 genes in our bodies. And we know, you know also that many of these genes get transcribed into proteins, and the intermediary is called RNA. Okay, I have some nodding here. Come on. Yeah. You all went to high school at least. Come on. So these days, actually, we do have the ability to interrogate these 25,000 genes to see if there are mutations, no mutations, whether there are extra copies of one gene versus another. We can certainly study RNA, and we can certainly evaluate protein expression. And today, we're actually utilizing those tools to help with the diagnosis of patients with cancer, to help screen patients who are at high risk for potentially developing cancer. And we're using some of this information to decide on therapies for patients. But even this field is evolving very fast because the technology, with the help of all of you, is also advancing very fast. So we're getting better and better at our ability to understand these biological abnormalities, not only in tissue, but also in blood. And this is something that is very new in the field, because in the past, we had to obtain tissue specimens to be able to do molecular analysis. And one of the areas that is changing is that we're trying to figure out if we can use blood specimens to also analyze genes and protein expression to help us optimize personalized cancer care. Certainly, many new radiological techniques are also being incorporated into this field. But besides our ability to interrogate tumor specimens, interrogate blood specimens, we're also very interested in harnessing another part of our body to conquer the problem of cancer, and this is harnessing the immune system. Essentially, there are 3 types of immune activities in the setting of cancer. And I'm demonstrating them to you as these cartoons here. There are tumor cells who do not have any immune involvement trying to attack the tumor. There are some tumors in which there are some tumor cells, but they don't work too much in correlation with what's happening with the immune system. And in some tumors, actually, the immune system is trying to do something and does something. But even with those tools, it's just not enough to kill cancer. So we're taking a connection between personalized healthcare with the interrogation of biomarkers and also harnessing the immune system, and for them to work together to improve the care of patients with cancer. This is really great. So my slides, full slide of numbers and data and words, we are truly incorporating digital connected health and precision biology in cancer. There are many different definitions to digital health, but we're incorporating all of them. And with this information, with your help, there will be many more than 10 million cancer survivors in this country in the years to come. So thank you very much.
More than half of college students are women, but only a handful study technology.
Women earn only 18% of computer science degrees in the U.S., and blacks and Hispanics less than 10% each.
Since 2002, the wage gap for women in this country has not moved.
A whopping 90% of the company is white or Asian, and 70% of employees are men.
Stuff that tech is for boys.
Blah, blah, blah. Anyone else tired of hearing about these numbers? Let Lesbians Who Tech show you how it's done. LP, take one.
I started Lesbians Who Tech really as an experiment because I honestly thought it would fail.
Lesbians Who Tech? Are you kidding me? There's more than one?
I thought it would be like 80 really irritating lesbians in a room, like yammering on about, JavaScript.
Lesbians que?
We hosted a happy hour. 40 people showed up. By the third event, we had people out the door waiting in line. And these were all new people. These were all smart, brilliant, fun people I'd never seen before. It was in that moment I knew we had something, but I really honestly didn't think we had an organization until the first summit.
Welcome to Lesbians Who Tech.
We had over 800 people show up. And we also had the support of some pretty major tech companies early on because they also wanted to solve the problem of more women representation in technology, specifically more LGBT women. And in that moment, I knew I wanted to show up and build this thing.
So we launched in New York, DC, LA, Portland, and all over the country. We hit 5,000 members, 10,000. Launched chapters in London, Berlin, Tel Aviv, Brazil, and Shanghai. Launched a coding scholarship for LGBTQ women and a mentoring program called Bring a Lesbian to Work Day. And today, we are a global community of 15,000 queer women in technology and our allies.
Lesbians Who Tech last year literally changed my life and the whole story of our company. Our user base doubled in the space of like 2 days and then doubled again in 2 weeks. We had offers of investment. For me, it has been the best conference that I've ever been to. The fact that all the speakers are hanging around.
The speakers were amazing.
I couldn't imagine anyone we could be more proud of than our Chief Technology Officer, Megan Smith.
Unlike all these other conferences in tech, where you can't go up to the speaker or you've got to stand behind 50 6-foot-tall white guys and then you're lost in the crowd. It was just people who are on my level in many ways.
I don't think there's any place like it. I think the X factor really has to do with you showing up though. If you show up, what I can guarantee is that it's something that you'll have connection with, you'll meet incredible people.
Lesbians Who Tech creates a community for sure. People of color are invisible within the tech community, women are frequently invisible, but when you bring them together and we're actually able to look at ourselves, I think something special happens. It goes from just being a community to actually being a movement.
The energy in that space is unlike almost anything I've ever seen.
Holy shit! This is awesome! Welcome to Lesbians Who Tech. Right? Lesbians Who Tech, are you guys ready?
So, hi. It's been a long day. It's been a long month. So glad to see all of you. So, how many of you wish, I'm sure you wish for a lot of things, but how many of you wish that your tech company or your company looked more like Lesbians Who Tech? So one of the things I love about technologists and people who love technology is that at our very core, we are just so passionate about solving problems, right? You just love to solve really challenging problems. Yes? Yes? So I've got a hard problem for you, a tough challenge, one that's no one has been able to solve yet. How do we create companies that reflect the people who use their products? How do we create companies that actually reflect the people that live in this country? How do we change this face of technology so it doesn't look like this? And it looks more like Lesbians Who Tech. You in? Yeah. So this is more of a call to action, right? Because companies have spent a lot of money on this issue. This is a really challenging problem that many people have not been able to solve. And I'm preaching to the choir a little bit, but you know the numbers, they're not good. Women, people of color, we need more data on LGBT people, transgender people. We need to do better about representing the people that live in this country at our companies, and specifically in tech. We really have to solve this problem. We've been working at this for a little bit. It's been a couple years since we released the first round of diversity data, and the next round just came out, and guess what? Not too surprisingly, it hasn't really changed. It's pretty much the same. There's been a slight improvement. Why? Why is this so hard? To be honest, societal change is hard. This may shock you, but the world is not fair. We can now predict how much money someone is going to make in their entire life by the very zip code they were born in. Does that sound like fairness to you? Does that sound like everyone can pull themselves up from their bootstraps? Before they were born, we can predict how much money they will make with 90+% accuracy. So things don't just change. They don't just magically change. I know sometimes it feels like things do. We wake up one morning and we're like, oh, we can now get married to everyone, and to anyone, not everyone, to the person that we love. But I support all of you, no judgment. But when we're talking about changing systemic change, when we're talking about cultural change, when we're talking about changing systemic racism, sexism, and LGBTQ discrimination, this is a huge problem. One of the examples I really like, how many of you have heard of a story in Norway where they passed legislation that said 40% of corporate boards have to be women, right? So one of the things we hear, whenever we hear a quota, right, we sort of go, ooh, people immediately think that we're lowering the standards. But we're not. We're just changing the criteria. Because remember, the world is not fair, and it hasn't been fair. So it's not just about quotas, it's about pushing for a more inclusive workplace. What other types of policy could we push? It's insane that we do not in this country have paid family leave yet. We have to do something about this. That we still don't have equal pay for equal work. We have to change the way we hire talent. Hiring, I don't know how much you know about hiring, but hiring, from what I've learned, it's been a crash course the last couple of years, hiring is all about eliminating risk, right? Companies want to be successful, they want to turn a product, and the best way to do that is to eliminate all sorts of risk. And in hiring, you do that two ways. You hire direct referrals, and you hire from the same schools or the same partners you've already done, because repeating that obviously is less risky. So is it shocking that when companies have 3 male, white, cisgendered founders, that the company then has a problem recruiting diverse tech talent? No, because it's all about our networks. And if we keep hiring from the same referrals, it's just going to continue to look like this photo. We also have to change where we're hiring people from. Right now, boot camps are, women are going to boot camps at 43% versus computer science degrees, which are 17%. Yet, companies have a lot of bias when it comes to hiring from boot camps. We have to change this because we're leaving out our best innovators. And honestly, the country, we need them more than they need us soon, because there are 500,000 open tech jobs, and by 2020, there are going to be 1 million open tech jobs. So this is something we have to change. So this is where you come in, you brilliant, beautiful, talented people in this room. These are some of the lessons that I've learned that I've implemented through building Lesbians Who Tech. You have to be intentional about representation. And you have to use data to do that, because guess what? We're all biased. We all believe that it's less risky to hire someone who looks like us and has had our same experience, because guess what? We know that so well, and so it feels less risky. So we have to use data to do it. One of the things that I implemented from the very beginning with this was making sure that all of our speakers were 50% queer women of color. And I want to be really honest with you. When I stop paying attention to this, I start losing the goal. When I stop being intentional, you know why? Because white women apply more, my data shows by a lot, and they also ask me to speak more. They'll come up to me to speak. And guess what? That makes sense, because the LGBT community, the women's rights community has been mostly white women. And so we actually have to build trust. We have to give first. We've had to go and sort of say, no, we are about an inclusive environment, and that takes time. But you have to be intentional about it if you really want to build that trust. We have to show up. There are 2 ways that you can show up, only 2, with your time and with your money. And your money is a lot more scalable. So we need all of you to go out and be as successful as you can and still having purpose and happiness and all of that. But we need you. Those are important things. Don't give those up. But everyone in this room has to invest in people of color, in transgender people, in women, and LGBTQ people. Whether it's backing the Edie Winsey Coding Scholarship, one way, or Black Girls Code, Women Who Code, you name it. Pick the cause or pick the person. Believe in the person and support them and see them through. Bring people with you. Psychology shows that when a group of people don't have as many resources, we often hold them tight. We don't feel like we live in a world of prosperity or limitless abundance. And so sometimes we're not the best at bringing people with us. We have to be intentional about feeling like there are limitless possibilities. And even if I write a 10K check, you know what? I'm smart enough and I'm going to make twice as much money next year. So I'm going to be able to replace that. Even if I invest in a business and I lose that money, having the confidence and feeling like the world has more abundance for you. I know it's tough and I know it hasn't always been that way, but something we have to actively fight. And we have to show up for ourselves. I don't know how many of you read the After Ellen piece recently in the news, but they are shutting down because they're not turning a profit. Lesbian bars are going out of business. So many people come up to me and say, Leanne, we want more community outside of the summits. And I obviously listen and take notes, and I say, how often do you go out? How often do you show up to other things? The truth is, we can't always sit at home. We can't always sit at home watching Scandal with our cat or dog. Once a week, totally legit, twice a week, but we have to show up. If we want community, we have to show up for it. We cannot opt out. One of the ways that you can show up for people is giving first, right? Remember when I talked about trust? In order to build trust, you have to give first. There are a lot of LGBT groups who come up to me and say, Leanne, how have you found 20,000 queer women in tech? I mean, this is a niche community. How have you found them? We want more women to participate. And I say to them, I was like, do you realize that when queer women walk into queer spaces, it is 70 to 90% male, and it doesn't matter what country, what industry, this is true everywhere. I've been to thousands of events. They are mostly male, unless Megan Smith is speaking, and then maybe not. But so, you know what? Male allies, you have to show up for us. We've gone to your queer events when they've been mostly men hundreds of times. You need to come here, you need to show up, and you need to participate. One of my favorite examples of giving first is the White House. They decided, 3 years ago, to host an LGBTQ Tech and Innovation Summit. They asked me to help plan it with the lovely Taryn Miller-Stevens, and we did it together. And we obviously created a short list of who we wanted to hear speak. Megan Smith came to the top of the list for obvious reasons. She was working at Google X at the time. She said yes, she changed her summer plans to be there. And that's when the White House recruited her to be the CTO of the United States. Because the White House was smart and decided to invest in diversity in a group of underrepresented people, they got a more than qualified candidate who is literally changing our country. We have to take risks, small risks, asking someone for coffee, deciding to speak at Lesbians Who Tech, and we have to do big things. I struggled whether, I talk about my brother, this is my brother Tim. I struggled whether or not to include him this year because I talk about him a lot, and I thought, well, you know, it's been 6 years since he passed away, but I couldn't, for the love of me, leave him out of the talk because he's such a part of this journey for me. And when he passed away, he left me his life insurance money. And it's interesting, we were talking about emotional, logical choices, right? And I had a friend who was starting a business, and I just couldn't keep the money. I just couldn't do it. You know, I didn't want money that represented his death. And so I invested $100,000, all of his life insurance money, into the company. And as most startups do, it failed. And I lost that money. But you know what? That led me, and you know, he didn't have a lot of causes that he cared about. I felt like I couldn't give it to all of the causes that I loved because, you know, he loved technology. He was actually learning JavaScript. He was going to be a coder. He had a lot of business ideas, so it's really funny how things turned out. He literally, before he died, he had a book, a JavaScript book. He was teaching himself, and he was already getting promoted, managing all of the coders. But that risk, even though I know there's a lot of privilege that I have to even make that choice, which I want to acknowledge, but that risk, it led me to realize how underrepresented technology, investors, how few women investors there are, how hard it is for women and people of color to get investment. It led me on this whole journey that I know for 100% is why I'm on the stage today. Without that risk, I would never be here, and you probably wouldn't be here either. That's the power of risk-taking. He's also, side note, I started this term called Lesbro, and that's what I used to call him. And so he's the first original Lesbro, and we've decided to coin that term and continue that term for all of our lovely male allies. So just so you know the history of that word. Creating change is hard, right? Systemic change is hard. And I know at big companies, there's so much red tape and process, and it's really hard to change things when there's already a structure in place. So oftentimes it's better to do a small experiment, get the data that you need, and use that data to create change. Because we all have to test our assumptions, and sometimes getting buy-in means having that experiment, testing their assumptions because they probably don't think it'll work, using that data to convince them. Remember, I assumed that Lesbians Who Tech would fail. Why? Because my experience showed me that women don't show up as much in the LGBT community, that it was going to be very hard for people to leave Scandal and their cat to come out. But I'm stubborn, and I wanted to prove myself right with one final experiment, and I am so, so happy that all of you proved me wrong. But I really thought it would fail. This is one of my favorite quotes. Maybe the best way to hire people of color and women is just to hire them. Maybe it's just that simple. Yeah. So are you with me? Are we going to change the face of technology together? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Prove your loyalty. Who's ready to step up? Bring on the hula hoop contest. I see one. What is the hula hoop contest I just heard? It's actually rather simple. I'm ready.
She's already
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, but it's not a contest if there's just one person.
You have to say
what it is. Oh,
because
hula hoop contest.
my mic. Oh, here we go.
Here it is. You step inside the hula hoop. I took my sneakers off, so I can't.
All right, so this is our
And then it goes
movement
around.
moment. And if you are not going to come up in hula
Right.
hoop, then you need to stand up and shake your body.
And can we
sitting
get
is not
some
good for you all the
tunes?
time.
Yes.
All right,
that was a face of business. She was like, hand me the
music
hula
while we're
hoop
waiting?
now. Yes.
We are going into what is called Keynote Ignites. What are Keynote Ignites, Danielle, you ask? They are 5 minutes long, okay, so they're quick. You only get 15 slides, 20 seconds timed, and no clicker. Can you feel the excitement here? Like these people, I would never sign up for this myself. But I think I am excited for all of you. And we're going to give them a rousing round of applause after all of them are done. Okay, so coming up to the stage, as I depart the stage, we have Tania Katan, who is going to be discussing It Was Never Addressed. And she is an evangelist of sorts. Go ahead. Her time doesn't start until she gets on stage. Wait. Is your mic on?
I don't know. Is my mic on? No, it's not. I don't know. Jesus. Hey, this is
Yes. And it's on.
Am I hot? Yeah, I'm hot. Thank you for inviting me to Lesbians Who Theater. Yeah! I have a degree in theater. What? Lesbians Who Tech? Awesome. Lesbians Who Tech! Yay! Okay, awkward. But the first thing I learned in theater school is this idea called suspension of disbelief. It's where we decide as a group to let go of everything we know to be true about the world around us and take a gigantic, poetic leap of faith into the unknown. And that's how I landed in technology. I got a phone call from a software company called AxoSoft, and they're like, Tanya, we'd like to talk to you about software. And I'm like, that sounds awesome. I know nothing about software. And I went in and I met with the CEO, Laudan Shojai. And she's this petite, very direct firecracker of a human. And she's like, we brought you in because we really like your energy. And I'm like, I came in because I really like your energy. And she's like, but we're not offering you a job. And I'm like, I don't want a job. And she's like, but we've always wanted to hire an evangelist. You would make a great evangelist. And I'm like, an evangelist? An evangelist! That would freak my Jewish mom out. Yes! I would love to evangelize with you. So I started my job at AxoSoft, and I knew nothing about software, and I started learning about agile methodology, and I'm like, oh, this is good. It's collaborative, it's iterative. Basically, you're working together to make something larger than yourself. I'm into it. So my boss throws me a curveball just as I'm getting my stride on, and she's like, I want to sponsor Big Girls in Tech event, and I want you to come up with a big idea so we can show up in a big way. And so my colleague Sarah and I started brainstorming and came up with nothing. So then I went for a walk, and I started thinking about women in technology and girls in technology, women in every space, and how oftentimes we're not seen, heard, or celebrated for the superheroes we are. And then I started thinking, what if we could take theater principles and apply them to technology, right? Like, what if we could suspend disbelief and jump into a world where women made as much as their male counterparts? And what if we could leap into a space where women made up 50% of C-level positions? And what if we could land in a classroom where a 12-year-old girl takes a coding class because she sees herself in the female teacher, because she sees herself in the girl sitting next to her, because she sees herself. And I saw a symbol in my mind's eye on that walk. And I knew that the symbol was easily recognizable across cultures and genders. And I brought her back to my colleague Sarah, and I'm like, I've got this. And she's like, awesome. Now what? So I printed out this symbol, and with a few line strokes, she revealed herself to us. It's as if she had been there this whole time. We were just looking at her the wrong way. And so we launched the It Was Never Addressed campaign. And by launch a campaign, that sounds very lofty and sophisticated. We had stickers, and and a table, and I talked about gender equity at the Girls in Tech event, and people started going nuts. And they posted it, they tweeted, as the kids say, the image, and they wrote, "cannot unsee," and it went around the world. And as a result, we started a scholarship for need-based students going into STEAM fields, and we did something even cooler than that. We are a small software company in Scottsdale, Arizona. We're teeny tiny, and we decided that it was important to tackle a large issue, and we took on gender equity. And I think that at the end of the day, you know, people ask me all the time, if this affects our bottom line, right? What's the ROIs on that? I will tell you, it did and it didn't. We didn't make exponentially more revenue as a result of the campaign, but it did affect our bottom line. Because at the end of the day, if we're doing our jobs as artists and technologists, we are making tools that help people be seen, heard, and celebrated for the superheroes they are. Thank you.
Bravo! And with 30 seconds to spare. Well done. All right, coming up next to the stage, we have Jamie Chung, software engineer of Dropbox, CSS vs. My Gender, a study in transitions.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me? I'm just going to keep talking. Keep talking. OK, I hear it now. OK, great. Hi, I'm Jamie. I really like giving this talk because, first of all, it's been a really sleepless week for me, so I'm a little weird, and I'm going to use these notes because it's been a weird week, and I see that my time is going. So a little bit of information about me. I'm Jamie. I use they, them pronouns, and so for me, that means I identify as non-binary and trans. And I really like giving this talk to LWT because this audience really just feels like it has a lot of potential to get shit done, you know. And I work in the tech industry, and it's really awesome, but it's also really lonely. And so in addition to being an engineer, I take a lot of initiative for being involved with employee resource groups at Dropbox. And I like to mention in this talk that I don't want tech companies to feel comfortable because they have a diversity team or because they have employee resource groups. I really want us to ask harder questions. What are you, as an individual, as a company, as an organization, really doing to enable Black, Brown, Indigenous, STEM, non-binary livelihood? And I also think that being an ally is a constant state of learning and navigating space and being true partners. I've recently heard the term accomplices, actually, instead of allies, and I'm sort of starting to like that more. So as you can see, what I'm saying doesn't really have to do a lot with my slides, mainly because I hear this word disrupt thrown around a lot in this industry, and instead of my planned talk, I want to use my time to recognize some stuff that's happened this week and amplify Black voices, because we need to get some shit done. So, light warning, some of you will already have heard some of names that will come up. Those of you that have been living this very deeply, thank you for your patience. So this week, 2 Black men were killed. One, an unarmed music aficionado, father of 4. Another, a disabled person, also a father, Terrence Crutcher, Keith Lamont Scott. A 13-year-old in Columbus, Ohio was killed. He was barely 5 feet tall, Tyree King. In the last 10 days, 3 trans women were murdered, Titi Safore, Yasmin Sanchez, Crystal Edmonds, and the names we hear on the news in our feeds are only the lives that we know of. So I asked some friends of mine, all of whom are Black and living in the US, all different occupations, genders, ages, if there's something that you wanted this audience to know, no matter how obvious it seems, what would it be? So here are their thoughts, verbatim. We're not asking for absolution, but we're asking for the right to be innocent until proven guilty. Extrajudicial execution completely circumvents that. I want the same accountability being hand-wrung over the red herring that is Black on Black crime to be applied to state violence. There's a need for more minds in tech to hack social justice. Driverless cars sounds really dope, but realistically, what would policeless neighborhoods look like? Okay, I really love all this applause, but I have 2 minutes left, and I want to get through all of these thoughts. If we sit in silos of silence, we perpetuate the devaluing of people of color by our country and ourselves. We are a generation who's becoming desensitized to death and losing hope in a future because of the color of their skin. I worry that people will see my pain, my rage, my fear of not making it home safely or at all and use it against me. At work, I'm afraid of letting my guard down and being disappointed by yet another white person who pretends to give a shit but doesn't do a damn thing to make my life safer, better, and happier. The athletic protest in solidarity with the national movement to fight state-sanctioned murder of Black people is in no way a protest against veterans. Do not allow the conversation about these protests to be about a song or Americanness. The protest by Colin Kaepernick and other athletes is about every Black life that is lost at the hands of a police officer who will not be held accountable for their actions. I wish I had something novel to say, but the truth is there's nothing novel about what's going on. I'm so upset, I'm so tired. Okay, so me again. It's hard to start conversations like this because it takes a lot of work, and defensiveness is this very thick, daunting wall to scale. Like, how do I explain that my phone will fall if I let go of it without using the word gravity? Because sometimes the word gravity offends people, right? You might say, well, you shouldn't have let go with all 5 fingers, as if to say, like, maybe if I had held on with one, it wouldn't have fallen. Or maybe I'll drop 20 phones, and you might say, wow, I can't believe this keeps happening. I know it's a colloquial response, but like high key, I need you to believe that it's happening because that's sort of part of the problem. Because once you believe that it's actually happening, we can anticipate it before it happens and then do something about it. And I'm not made of iPhones either. I don't have the answer or the solution to what you personally should or shouldn't do. I think unlearning systemic injustice takes literal lifetimes, and while we grieve the ones we lose because of the work that wasn't done yet, I'm not gonna ask you, are you doing enough? Because I don't want you to think that you're ever not enough. You are, everyone is enough. But what are you going to do when you say this is enough? And I'll also ask, do you want to be right or do you want resolution? Thanks.
Bravo, 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 bravo. That's what activism looks like in action. All right. Coming to the stage next, we have Deborah Cleaver, using technology to radically increase voter turnout in 2016, founder of Vote.org.
Hi, everybody. First, let me say it's really hard to follow that, so everyone have some sympathy for me. So my name is Deborah Cleaver, and I'm the founder of Vote.org. And about a decade ago, I started asking myself exactly why voter turnout in this country is so low. And the common consensus is that voter turnout is low because Americans are apathetic. But there's literally no evidence that Americans are apathetic. I would actually say, on the whole, we are a hot-headed, passionate people who like to debate things endlessly. So the reason that voter turnout is so low in America is we literally make it almost impossible for Americans to vote. This is a country where we hold elections during the day, during the week, when about 90% of Americans are at work. This is a country where 32 separate states have passed totally racist voter ID laws, which are designed just to decrease turnout among Black and brown Americans. Matter of fact, this is a country where Columbus Day, like literally Colonialism Day, is a federal holiday, and Election Day isn't. So when people want to know why Americans don't vote, the answer is because voting is really fucking hard in America. So stop saying that Americans are apathetic. It's actually a conservative talking point, which decreases voter turnout. So I just lost my place. So, okay, meanwhile, for decades, we've been working to increase voter turnout. And unfortunately, a lot of the tactics that we use aren't horribly efficient. Most voter registration happens by sending people into the field to talk to the most socially and economically isolated people in America and beg and plead with them to register to vote, which is why on average it costs between $20 and $715 to register a new voter in America. So I'm Deborah, I'm cheap, I like technology, I like efficiency, and when I started Vote.org, I was like, let's try something different. Instead of finding the most difficult to reach voters in America, Let's find people who are 70% likely to vote and help them get to 100% likely to vote by removing incredibly stupid roadblocks to voter turnout. And like, I'm gonna be honest, when I launched this, it was kind of like a half-baked plan to use the internet to increase voter turnout, but 8 years and 6.2 million voters later, I'm absolutely... So at this point, I'm absolutely certain that we can use the internet to increase voter turnout. So this year, instead of like running a field drive, we've started buying the cell phone numbers of unregistered voters in swing states. And I literally have call centers of people sending text messages directly to unregistered voters. We're using text message because it's fast, it's cheap, it's easy to scale. And in a few weeks, when we're done with this, we'll be able to say that we ran one of the largest and most cost-effective voter registration drives in history. So, I'm gonna put my laptop down, offer some disclaimers. Vote.org is a nonpartisan organization dedicated to 100% voter turnout in America. And we would never tell you how to vote in the upcoming campaign. But I will tell you that this election is less a contest between two different parties and more a referendum on female leadership. And every day, I think we see evidence of the impossibly high standards that women are held to, especially women who dare to enter a male-dominated field. So on one side, we have the single most qualified candidate for office ever, and on the other side, we have a literal buffoon. And these people are considered equally qualified for the presidency. So I'm gonna be a little honest with you guys. The election is soon, and the race is maybe closer than it should be. So Vote.org has a plan, we have a vision, we have a really long track record of success. We even have 7 full-time employees if you count both of my cats. But what we don't have right now is a ton of money. So I'm counting on the people in this room to help me close a pretty decent budget gap right now. I think we can do it. We have time, and with your help, I think we're gonna make history in November. Thank you.
A literal buffoon. Let that sink in. All right, coming up next to the stage, we have Ginger Chin, device architect at AT&T. Embrace your fears, make the stories yours.
1, 2, 1, 2. This is a story about how I came to a new relationship with fear. One in which fear is embraced and not fought with, where it becomes more of a companion and much less of a constant obstacle. And how did I get to this place? Some wise friends taught me that I'm bigger than my feelings, and that rings true for me because I'm not just a pile of feelings. I have dreams and principles, and as I move through life in pursuit of those, the feelings, as messy as they are exactly what I need to measure how fully I'm living. But they aren't me. They're just a part of me, and that gives me the safety to hold them and not be overwhelmed by them and to look. The physicist Heisenberg said that all you have to do is look at something and it begins to change. And as I looked at my fear, I began to see that it wasn't just one fear, it was different kinds. There were some fears that were sharp and acute. They would appear instantly in the face of real danger, and as soon as that danger had passed, they were gone. And then there were the messy fears. These were accompanied by nausea and anxiety, and I could tell that these would appear long before anything even happened and linger long afterwards, and these were connected with my relationships. And I could trace these messy fears all the way back to my childhood, where I, being transgender and being raised as a little Chinese boy and asking for things from the heart of a little girl, like the toys and the friends and the clothes, I was met with ridicule, and I took it upon my shoulders to never shame the entire Chinese world again. And I wrote powerful stories, stories in my heart, dictated to me by my world, retold over a lifetime by my fears, stories to make sure I would never be vulnerable again. We become our stories. And yet they are just stories. And the change I made was to no longer fight the stories in order to get through the fear, but instead to say to them, through some tears, thank you. You served me well. But I'm not that little kid anymore. And in fact, I have a whole community that's pulling for me. And you're in my way. So thank you and goodbye. Now, the purpose being not to try to erase the stories. I can't really do that. The awful things that happened, they really happened. And the stories, they had a lifetime to perfect themselves. But my goal was to just move them into the distance far enough to make room so I could begin to write new stories to replace the old ones. And the old stories, they're still there, spinning away, always trying to hook me, and that's okay. But having been honored, and with me no longer giving them the energy of the fight, my energy, they've grown quieter. And that leaves me in a powerful place. I shared all of this with a lesbian friend of mine one day. And after I was done, she was staring at the floor. And she said, Ginger, I need to share something with you. She said years ago, when she was struggling with coming out, she had taken a trip. And she found herself at the top of a cliff. And as she stood there at the top, looking at the waves crashing at the rocks far below, she decided it was just too terrifying to live with being gay. And so she reached deep into her heart, and she ripped out everything that was gay, and she threw it over the cliff to be rid of being gay and her fears forever. And then she went back down to the bottom. But when she got there, she was confused because she still felt afraid. And she said, Ginger, I think I get it now. I think I see. The fears at the top and the bottom of the cliff, they were different. At the top of the cliff, that was the fear of living with being gay. And at the bottom of the cliff, thinking she had gotten rid of being gay, that was the fear of dying without ever having lived. I hope I've shared a little insight with you, maybe even a little wisdom, that you are bigger than your feelings. And there's safety there, safety to look and look deeply at your fears, but just look. Don't fight them, don't engage them, just look, and you'll begin to see, and you'll begin to feel that the fears are different. There are those that serve you, and there are those that don't. And of those that don't, those that may come from old stories, thank the old stories. They did what they had to do. But having been honored, they will move into the distance to give you room in which to write new stories with which to guide your life. Make the new stories yours.
Those ignites. Give it up. Those ignites were fierce. Fire, fire, fire. All right. Coming up to the stage next, we have Janisha Gabriel, who's the art director and graphic designer at Black Lives Matter, plus Speak My Name project. And she's going to talk about designing Black Lives Matter, how technology is shaping the most important social movement of our generation. Welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Is my mic on? Oh, awesome, there it is. I'm really loud otherwise, so I could totally yell this out, but I figured that's not a good thing. I have to say that I was totally, I found it really humorous when I found out that I was going to be speaking on the same day as a government official, as someone from Black Lives Matter. I made sure I encrypted all of my devices before I got here, and deleted all those pictures of like Asada Shakur and Angela Davis. But my name is Janisha, and I founded a graphic design and tech company called Hockey Creatives, and we've been instrumental in helping shape the Black Lives Matter movement. But I'm going to talk a little bit today about how technology has been instrumental in the development of the movement and where I think that we're going now. So Black Lives Matter began, I think you all know, as a hashtag, basically just a phrase that was uttered by 2 Black queer women and 1 Black woman who was an immigrant on Facebook after George Zimmerman was not indicted for the murder of Trayvon Martin. They were outraged. How could this possibly happen? A child was murdered. We had no idea what was going on, but yet George Zimmerman walked free. And so simply on Facebook, did Alicia Garza utter the words Black Lives Matter. And it sort of took off at that point. People just thought it was a really great phrase and a really great saying. So a design collective that you probably have heard of called Design Action Collective, which is in California, actually designed this logo. They heard about the phrase, and they were like, this is really awesome, we want to support you and give you some sort of visual representation. They also created this image here, which you can see references Trayvon Martin with sort of the hoodie. But this is what Black Lives Matter was. The 3 founders began a Tumblr blog and essentially just used social media to talk about the general concept of Black Lives Mattering. It was very simple. There was no heavy political weight behind it. This is actually the first Tumblr post on the Black Lives Matter Tumblr page, which is where this idea essentially lived. Someone designed this, obviously in reference to Trayvon Martin. But from the very beginning, Black Lives Matter has been an organization that is dedicated to fighting back. You can see that the hoodie around this child has a fist in the background. So even though no one was sure where Black Lives Matter would go or how it would evolve, it's obvious from the very beginning we were willing to do what is necessary to be free. Yeah. Yes, amen to that. So this is kind of what Black Lives Matter was for about 2 years. Simply a phrase that people used at protests. The hashtag was important because I think people unconsciously gave the name mobility, and even though they weren't thinking about this developing into an organization, the use of the £sign definitely was foreshadowing to what the movement would be, something that lives and grows constantly, and definitely something that is trending. So fast forward to August 9th of 2014, we all know that an unarmed teenager named Mike Brown was gunned down in a cul-de-sac where he lived in Ferguson. His body was then left uncovered in the sweltering sun for 4 hours to rot. If you've been to Ferguson, you'll know that the community is very small, and it's actually very close-knit, and it's comprised primarily of Black people that were pushed out of St. Louis due to gentrification. So already a community forged in oppression, right? Already a community that was hurting. I have heard Ferguson say that at least every Black person in Ferguson has at least 1 citation from the cops. So it's something routine. So police brutality and harassment is consistent there. So essentially, Mike Brown is murdered. The community erupts and says, we're not going to take this anymore. So Ferguson happens. The community jumps up, and then the police respond, obviously with militarized weaponry. But no one knew exactly what was happening outside of Ferguson, really. And it was literally the use of technology, specifically Vine and Instagram and Twitter, that helped the movement to take off in a way. Several folks in Ferguson were instrumental, but I think some of you know this woman named Janetta Elzie, whose Vine videos literally gave insight into this, which is what people in Ferguson were facing. So her Vine videos, as well as those of others, let the rest of us know that there was terrorism happening in our own backyard, and people responded. One way that response happened was with Patrisse Cullors, who's one of the founders of Black Lives Matter, talking to a man named Darnell Moore, who I know some of you also know, and saying, we should go to Ferguson. So they used Facebook, once again technology, to organize a ride to Ferguson from around the country. Literally, the Facebook event said, who wants to come to Ferguson and stay with the community here? So there were almost 1,000 of us that came from around the country. We took long bus rides, some of us flew to Ferguson, and basically stood in solidarity with the community there, helping them out over the weekend. And when we left Ferguson and went back to our respective cities, we formed chapters, and that's how the Black Lives Matter Network came to be. So I just included this picture just for my own personal humor, because the ride to Ferguson, when we were about 2 hours away from New York, the air conditioner stopped working, which was the worst technological fail ever, especially in the middle of the summer when you go into Missouri where it's basically a swamp. So I had to include this just to say that I was a gangster and I rode to Ferguson for Black people with no air conditioner for 27 hours. I deserve applause for that, I really do. So this is just to show you what the power of social media did. That weekend in Ferguson, I think there were almost 5,000 people that came. Like I said, 1,000 from Black Lives Matter, but several thousand more from around the country and from other countries, from Ghana specifically and from Canada, that came to stand in solidarity with Mike Brown and his family. So this is actually the cul-de-sac where Mike Brown was murdered, and sort of at the front and the crowd and like in the middle, you can't see, is the actual place where his body laid for 4 hours. So moving forward, Ferguson was over. We went back home and I said to Patrice, this is really something. And she was like, no, this is just a project. We just went to Ferguson for the weekend. And I was like, no, I think the people are ready for this to be an organization. So I demanded that they allow me to build them a website. So this is the first iteration of the Black Lives Matter website, which I built. And I said to her, this is something and we need a web presence so that people can follow us. And so from this point on, the organization began to develop a strong social media presence, heightened very much by Ferguson Fridays. So some of you have been around for the past couple of years. You'll remember Ferguson Fridays. So these Twitter chats that we had over the course of the months following Ferguson helped to shape the organization to what it is today. We had lots of different discussions on religion, on abolition, on the use of violence as a revolutionary tactic. We really also honed in on the narrative that all Black lives matter, not just the lives of Black men. We emphasized Black trans women. And an organization, shout out to Black trans women, an organization called TWOC, who I know a lot of you know, called Trans Women of Color Collective, was very instrumental in helping us shape a narrative around our Black feminist politics. So without TWOC and Ferguson Fridays, I don't think Black Lives Matter would actually exist. Those two things together literally helped push us into this movement where people began to question, am I only standing up for Black men? What do I think about people who are queer? What does it mean to be disabled? So this technology that we use, literally using Twitter, propelled us into the place where we are now. So one other thing that technology helped us do in the movement was to connect with Black people in other countries. So Black Lives Matter has always been international in a way, even though we're based in America. But we have seen amazing support from all around. So this is a recent photo from Afro-Latinos in Puerto Rico who are organizing and forming solidarity there. The next photo contains violence, I have to let you know. This is actually a photo of Ethiopians living in Israel who joined in on Black Lives Matter protests for their own rights in Israel, sort of around the time of Ferguson. So we've seen this amazing solidarity from Black people around the country and around the world. And Twitter literally has been that tool that has helped us do that. Someone sees our tweets and they're like, I'm in solidarity with you. And we've also seen a large outpouring, obviously, from non-Black people of color and from white allies also too. Palestinians were also instrumental during the time of Ferguson in giving us tips on how to deal with tear gassing and pepper spraying. So going forward, this is where we are now. Black Lives Matter is this amazing organization, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the use of technology to thwart our actions. So even though we are using Twitter and Facebook, we are aware that we don't own those platforms and we don't own the internet. Even though I know some people in here are probably going to be instrumental in changing that, and I look forward to that day. Right now, we understand that the tools that we use to organize are also weaponized against us. So the FBI has been very instrumental in monitoring our protests. One thing that they're using is geo-tracking on our tweets to see where we are at the time that the tweet is given. In New York City specifically, the NYPD also uses street cameras and the cameras on buses and subway cars to map when we leave our houses and where we go. So we're all being monitored specifically, and this adds another tone to the work that we're doing. We haven't had a civil rights movement when we have this much technology. When we had our previous civil rights movement, there was no internet, but yet COINTELPRO and other government efforts were able to essentially end the Black Panther Party, right? So we're in this new phase where we're asking ourselves, how can we actually be safe in this moment and use technology as much as we can, even though we don't own it? So obviously we use encryption and We're careful about our phone calls and all of those kinds of things. But what we realize more than anything is that Facebook and Twitter has been used for mobilization, but they cannot take the place of grassroots organizing. So no matter what we do, we have to door knock and talk to people on the street. That is literally how a revolution is built. It's not going to be tweeted. I saw a lot of folks in Ferguson, they were like, the revolution is going to be tweeted. And I was like, it will never be tweeted. It will always happen in your basement when your phones are off and you're making connection with another person. So all that being said, at this point, we still use Twitter and Facebook, obviously, but what we realize also is that, I'm gonna come back to this. This is Corinne Gaines as an example of how Facebook is used against us. If you did not know, she was murdered by the police recently, and she was actually live streaming the SWAT team in her hallway that came to arrest her, and the SWAT team was able to get Facebook to end her Facebook Live video. So no one actually knows what happened to her in the moments that she died. Yes, uplifting her young Black mother. This is Oscar Grant, who a lot of you know. During the protests around his death, the city of Oakland actually shut down the internet so that no one could tweet or use their phones. And I also want to show Troy Davis. I think everyone remembers that he was executed for a crime he likely didn't commit. But his name was trending on Twitter the night of his execution, and Twitter actually stopped his name from trending. So you couldn't see what was recently happening with him from his family or friends. So these are just examples on how we are able to make some inroads at the same time we have some great challenges around us. So all that being said, what we have learned is that grassroots organizing is always the way to go, and this simple tool literally will start the revolution that we need. It is a printer. I just want to say HP is not sponsoring the revolution. I thought it was a cool looking printer. The print is very futuristic looking. But I put this here because even when your Twitter account is hacked or you can't get onto Facebook because you're banned or because you don't have the internet, you can always make a flyer and you can always copy that flyer and hand it out. So we're in this phase right now. We still use technology, but we use it in a different way. We understand that the revolution will never, ever be on social media, but it will always come from this grassroots organizing like this. So that's what I have to say about Black Lives Matter. Thank you. Thank you. I know I'm over my time. Can I say one more thing? I'm long-winded. I'm really long-winded, but I just wanted to say thanks also too. I always give a personal thanks if I give a talk somewhere because it is not many places where someone can be publicly Black or publicly Black and queer at the same time. So these kinds of spaces are important. So thanks so much, Leanne, for the work that you're doing. And also thank you to the person who presented who actually gave their time to Black voices. I don't remember who that was, but that kind of work is really important. Jamie. Oh, yes. Thank you, Jamie.
Meet the first ever Lesbians Who Tech Coding Scholarship winners.
Hi, I'm Nicole Castillo, and I'm from Boston, Massachusetts.
Hi, my name is Annie Spage, and I am from Paris, France.
Hi, my name is Shay Wilson, and I am originally from Seattle, Washington.
I am Beatrix House, and I'm from New York.
Hi, I'm Dom Brassi from Oakland, California. I found out about the scholarship, I think I got an email. Building my technical abilities is basically adding a superpower onto a person.
Learning to code meant some sort of freedom to me, which is something that I really need.
I think that this coding scholarship has the potential to make an incredibly huge impact on my life.
I know that the scholarship is indispensable to me. I know that it's going towards me attending hack school and changing my career, changing all the opportunities I can have, and really changing my life.
What if I told you Edie Windsor was a lesbian who techs? Yep, that's right. Edie Windsor is not only the hero who helped all LGBTQ Americans win the freedom to marry the person they love, but she was also a leading software engineer at IBM.
Hi, Edie. Thank you so much for the trail that you've blazed for us.
Thank you for kicking ass.
Oh my goodness, Edie.
You're one of my heroes. I think you're courageous and incredible. And anytime that I think that I can't overcome a challenge, I can always look to you.
You've set the ground for us to be able to continue to make strides for our community. So thank you.
I'm a mess. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I don't know what else to say. I really am at a loss for words right now. This is gonna be so embarrassing. Thank you. Thank you. I got nothing left.
Edie, you have been such a treasure and such a gift to not only the entire world, but specifically to Lesbians Who Tech. Your story of being a software engineer, for being a leading software engineer, literally the first person at IBM to receive a PC in all of Manhattan. This is a story we want to tell, and we want to tell it for generations to come. So we've decided to name our coding scholarship after you, the Lesbians Who Tech Edie Windsor Coding Scholarship Fund. So forever, Lesbians Who Tech, now and in the future, will know you, will know your story, know all that you've done, but also know you are a techie, and you're still a techie through and through. We love you. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our Edie Windsor. Let me start over. I'd like to welcome to the stage our Edie Windsor Coding Scholars. There's so many, right? Can we get a little music? Goal was 20 scholars this year. Our first cohort had 5. We were just experimenting with this project to see what the need in our community actually was. Is this something people wanted? The first scholarship application had over 300 people apply. The second one had over 600 people apply. And we actually doubled our goal from 20 to 40, in large part because of your support of our Kickstarter campaign, so thank you. And these are our scholars. This is the future, and this is what technology should look like and does look like. This is what technology actually looks like. And now it is my great honor and privilege to bring to the stage the one and only love of our Lesbians Who Tech community. Not my life, I love you. Edie Windsor, stand up everybody. You want to come? So I want to tell you a quick story. When I told Edie that we were doing this and we were going to bring her on stage with all the scholars, she said, "Leanne, I need to know every single piece of information you have on every single person in the scholarship program." And I sent it to her, and she spent a couple days with it. But do you want to say something?
And what I wanted was just an opportunity to give you some sample of what these people have done. Okay, I went through the things they had to do to even apply. Incredible, and they had to make incredible commitments and to say incredible things. They did stories. Okay, this was all as part of their thing. When they realized they were winners, they had to then write blogs, okay, about where they were, what they hoped to do with it, and the like. These are stars. Okay, I think you pointed out the number of people who applied for this first one, okay, and did it. I started a book, okay, because there was no way. My feeling is, I hope it's a hunk of history for us. And so we'll keep updating it. What I have in here is... What I have in here, look at this. This is just a list, okay, of things. This is one person's, part of one person's application. Okay. This is every person's application. Amazing. It's with what they put into it. What we got out of it is the stars. Okay, the stars of our first time around, and I'm so proud and thrilled that my name is on it. Okay, can't tell you.
Everyone should be taking a photo of this. I don't know why you have your cell phones out.
Squeeze in.
Do we look good? All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
One more thing. The book has pictures of every single one. Okay, just this is okay. I intend to have it enlarged and framed, okay, and we'll have it forever, okay? Our first group, okay? It's just wonderful. That's all I know to say. I'm thrilled and thank you all, okay?
You guys, just stay here. Just stay here. Cut to black. Give me Neil. You guys kneel. And then we're gonna play a video. Just no. Lights off. Play the Megan video. Lights off.
I was just given the badass.
Okay, we're trying to make something that people love. And in order to make something that people love, we have to look at what are they going to see and feel and hear.
Of course, I pick up the phone right away when I see it's Megan. No, I don't think there's ever been a lesbian in a cabinet level position. And then she told me that she was going to be the chief technology officer, and she was, at that moment, on her way to DC to start her new job.
Please welcome an entrepreneur and a vice president of Google X, Megan Smith.
Megan Smith, our current Chief Technology Officer. Even as an MIT undergrad, she was a bit of a legend as an engineer.
Megan Smith, America's new Chief Technology Officer. Welcome.
To see her in that role is going to change a generation. Generations of girls are going to grow up with her as an example of how far you can go, what you can achieve.
And I'm here with Megan Smith, the Chief Technical Officer for the White House.
I think Megan is adding a new face to it, and she's bringing in folks who weren't always at the table when we talked about technology and the importance of it.
How do we help with getting out of the way of America's top innovators?
At Planet Out, she ran the show. Megan Smith led that company. She created that vibe.
She was doing the very first acquisitions that Google had ever done, Maps.
and satellite and things like that. Google.org, Google Glass.
Google X, where she was asked to come up with the biggest, craziest, best ideas.
We were working on the Google Books project, thinking about how we could enable and bring the world's books online.
Probably 60% of my conversations with Megan, I have no idea what she's talking about.
The most special thing about Megan to me is her incredible intellectual curiosity.
She's so curious, and she so has the ability to discern patterns of things and then cause them to happen by making the necessary introductions.
Megan sees on lots of levels. She sort of naturally thinks of scale and opportunity for people she knows because she sees them as her team and as her teammates, and that's a great leader.
As the new Chief Technology Officer for the United States, you know, all of you are coming in the room with me. So.
Her whole MO is if you have a good idea, I want to hear it, and if I think it's good, then I'm going to run with it.
But she combines being smart with being gentle and caring and loving.
She's a really amazing parent in terms of keeping the kids engaged and interested. It makes them aware of their place in the world and how lucky they are.
She can take a situation and make anything good out of it. And I really like how resilient she is, and she's a straight up good mom.
She has just made history.
Well, Washington needs Megan.
Megan's first week at the White House, it was interesting because she was very disruptive.
She kind of came in guns blazing. She came into every meeting with an opinion, with a thought on how she could make the world a better place.
You had, the president's chief of staff saying, we need more people like Megan Smith at the White House. You could tell that she had the full backing of the president.
During the hour of code, I saw Megan Smith standing over the president when he was writing his line of JavaScript, and that was really exciting. And I said, why are we not doing that? We need to do that.
We have a coding president.
One of the hallmarks of Megan's career is her unwavering commitment to young women in science, technology, engineering, and math.
It turns out you don't need to be technical to encourage a girl to come to coding and to technology. Just tell her she'll be good at it, because she will.
Her vision for getting more girls involved in technology, getting kids in general excited about technology and STEM is going to just reap huge rewards for our country in the long run.
For her to be in this position is just like rock on, and okay, maybe God does exist.
I do think knowing that someone like Megan Smith could have that role makes me believe that, closing the gender gap in technology, having more women role models in technology, hopefully having soon a women president is possible. It makes me believe all of that is possible.
Wait. Hi, people. You need a mic. Little tech.
My name is Piper, and I'm here today because I'm one of about 40 recipients of the Edie Windsor Coding Scholarship. Thank you. This is my first Lesbians Who Tech event, and I think one of the things that's been truly inspiring to me today is just sharing this space with everyone here and just being able to talk to people who are truly pioneers for women and for people of color and for the LGBTQ community in tech. And so on that note, on behalf of all of the scholars, I'd like to welcome Megan Smith to the stage.
Hey. Congrats, you guys. Awesome. Incredible. Go. You guys rock. This is incredible. Thank you. So, this is amazing. And it's fun to be with you guys. Leanne, our plan, according to Leanne, is we're going to do a little bit of a talk about some of the things we've been up to. And then I think one or two of you guys are going to come back up and we're going to talk. Does that sound good? Okay. You're amazing. Thanks, guys. So it's amazing to be back with you guys and to be with Edie again. She's got her pin on and it's sparkling. And I don't know if you guys, like she does, remember last year in the story of Thea and the pin that she wore because she couldn't wear a ring. But this is a techie one that I gave her from all of us. It's interesting that it was the UN General Assembly meeting, and there's this cool global goals that sort of makes me remember Edie when I wear it, but it's all the things we need to get up to using all the skills in the room. So I'm going to give a talk where I'm going to go through a ton of just kind of fast tour of the things, a brief for you guys. And the CTO job is an interesting job. President Obama started it with this administration, and the concept is how do you help the president and his team harness the power of data, innovation, and technology on behalf of the American people, and really capacity build and bring technical people into policy rooms. And the way we think a lot about it is how do you unlock talent? Unlock talent. So more of us, everyone, we can field the whole team against all the problems that each person is passionate about solving in the world and participating in, whether it's more literature or poetic or more technical or more exploring or any of those things. And so it really unlocks the possible. So that's what we want to talk about. And really goes to the president. And I think it was interesting kind of hearing the amazing Ignite talks. And one of the things about President Obama is he really is a very tech-forward president. It's incredible how much he's accomplished and pushed us. We are embedded in the Office of Science Technology Policy at the White House with Dr. Holdren, who's the president's science advisor. And he recently became the longest-standing science advisor since Vannevar Bush with FDR. And we published 100 things that have happened that the president has led us to do. And I really encourage you guys to scan that list. It's up online, but it's an impressive set of work in the aerospace and research and medical, all these different areas. And the one that I was going to focus on with you guys today really has to do with tech innovation and data and the areas he's pushing us to bring. But it also, you know, President Obama is really, in his early days, a community organizer. And one of the things he pushes us is we can solve things if we get everyone involved. And it's in that spirit that we come to this. Here's a cool picture of the Grace Hopper celebration. 12,000 women computer scientists and their friends coming together. It's awesome, and many of you guys have been there. But it's one of the things that he's been really focused on is how do we tap this talent and get all of us to consider a tour of duty in government and create things like 18F and USCS. Some of my colleagues from those areas are in the room, Presidential Innovation Fellows and others, to come and serve the country just like our lawyers. If you looked at a resume of our legal teams, they will have clerked at some point. If you look at the economists, they often rotate in government. Scientists rotate. Amazing management, operators, writers, communicators, they all rotate in government. And the tech folks rotate, but often underneath everybody. We're not kind of at the principal level, so our architecture isn't in the principal room. And so people kind of can't push the new ideas up. And so one of the ideas is to change that architecture. So he wants people to come and join us. And we have over 400 Americans who have already come into the United States Digital Service, 18F, Presidential Innovation Fellows, and they're from Amazon and Facebook and Google and Twitter and Dropbox, and they're incredible. And teaming up, these problems are really hard. If the tech community could have solved them alone, we would have. If the policy and others could have solved them alone, they would have. It takes almost like a Navy SEALs team or an elite cross-functional team to address these harder challenges, challenges of poverty and justice, challenges of economic inclusion, challenges of regulation and understanding technology together with safety and other pieces there. And so we need to step into that. And that looks like tour of duty. It can also look like coming through APIs, vote.org and the other kinds of clever things and amazingly brilliant things that we could get up to using open data sets. The president's opened 200,000 data sets since coming to office. So I was going to flip really quickly through a couple things. This first area, just a couple images of some of the things that tech teams have done, whether it's a much more engaging two-way platform of We the People. FDR got radio. He'd started the fireside chat. President Obama started We the People. He started the @POTUS hashtag, really trying to engage much more with the American people and use the technologies so we can be much more connected and much more aware of each other, collaborating. Lady Gaga was on stage with the Dalai Lama at the US Conference of Mayors, which was amazing, combination. And she said this incredible thing, which was, if our country is a body, we're asking the organs to fight each other, and the brain's not connected enough to the body. I thought it was a really interesting image to think about how can we use our amazing, engaging technologies, even at the sort of Lieutenant Uhura level, the digital communications, integrated stuff, to really engage with each other, right? And then a lot of the people who are serving government don't have the same kind of analytics tools that people have in the private sector. And so how do we help our nonprofit, our philanthropic, and our government sectors come into tech with just even basic knowledge of what are customers doing? So things like the simple analytic dashboard, which is now available to secretaries and their teams. This is an extractive industries tool. So when we pull stuff out of the ground, when we take different kind of resources from anywhere in the country, we need to report on that. And so it used to go in a PDF and in an Excel spreadsheet, but last year, the Department of Interior worked with 18F and others to build a simple tool, and it's open source. And so you can go anywhere, drill down to your zip code and see that. Now, with the UN, we're starting to collaborate with other countries. That's an amazing tool, state and local. It's also an amazing tool for other countries. There's a lot of corruption in extractive industries in a lot of other countries. A great way to change how citizens and people can be much more at the table in specific. This was the US Digital Service team at the Department of Education. Student loans, big challenge. The president really wanted to push on students to be able to know, what are they buying? How much does this place cost? What kind of salary do people make when they graduate from this university in this kind of major? What's the graduation rate? So how do we reveal those open data sets that sit there, the way that we can get weather and mapping, and all the apps on top of that? Couldn't we have apps and data sets and things on top of all of our different agencies, the Department of Agriculture, Labor, HUD? Recently, the census team started to do things with opportunity.census.gov, apps on top of census. So I just wanted to say a little bit, flip into sort of the UN and collaboration in capacity building that we're doing in addition to tech government, but also within at this general stage. And just wanted to note this incredible meeting that took place this week, which was the first ever high-level UN meeting on LGBTQ rights. And there's Vice President Biden speaking. It was amazing. So I wanted to shout out to the incredible leadership of the president, the vice president, Valerie Jarrett, just incredible work that they've been doing on behalf of our community, with our community together, and we're making progress. The Open Government Partnership will meet in December. We've added tech tracks, and we're collaborating with France, we're collaborating with Kenya, with Chile. This is really, I got to work in the beginning of the internet, the beginning of smartphones. This is the beginning of digital government. I really encourage you guys to come rotate in or get involved through APIs and civic tech. It's very exciting what we're going to be able to achieve. The president of France was talking about really the original civil code for democracy from hundreds of years ago. And really you can kind of think Code Civil. Is the code and civil tech going to really help bring the promise of this next wave of what we could have? We ran another solutions summit, which is where we put out a form and asked the world, you got any solutions for these sustainable development goals? This was one of my favorite. Emmanuel No was talking about using blockchain in Ghana, where he's from, to do land records, to get the thing off his own house, which says this home is not for sale. People sell each other's houses because the data is in print and terrible. We can fix that. He's fixing that. This is a crazy, messy slide, and I didn't have time to make it a more structured slide. But we need to work on our network. And so now we have the development institutions and the countries, and now tech folks who are in connectivity in addition to vendors, in working together on fixing something that the State Department launched with a bunch of other countries called Global Connect. Get involved in wiring this planet. That's something any of you can do. I put this up here because the president was going to Boise, Idaho, and we wanted to see how many tech meetups were in Boise. It turned out there were 14. And there's like 800 or 700 in the web one. Girl Develop It has a couple hundred people. And so this part of the world is invisible to most Americans in their own town. And there's hundreds of tech meetups around this country. So how do we kind of do the American barn raising where we like meet our neighbors and start to solve problems together? And so we've been doing hostings where we're bridging folks like Red Hook here in New York, who are a share space next door to a public housing unit, and they've gone over and collected the 16 to 22-year-olds, invited them to be interns and have an apprenticeship. And so they're not only working on new companies, they're also removing the digital divide in their homes. Tech hire. So the vice president was just in St. Louis, in the northern part towards Ferguson, working in the new incubator there that was started by the NAACP and Launch Code to bring youth, 16 to 24-year-olds, into coding boot camps and tech and into the tech center. So Tech Hire takes employers, and we have almost 1,000 employers hiring now, as Liam was talking about, from these code boot camps. We've got the training coming. We're trying to get all of the municipal leadership to realize these jobs are here, so they're talking to the whole city, not just the tech community recycling itself, and everyone else isn't in the game. So that's what Tech Hire is about. 600,000 jobs over the US, pulling the kids into computer science for all, into active STEM. We teach music and we teach gym in such a cool way, right? We teach writing, but why are we teaching science and technology in such a boring and intimidating way? So how can we change that? And we have a whole movement going there. And CS for All, we just had the back to school work. We see whole states from Rhode Island, Arkansas, Hawaii are stepping in, City of New York. A lot of people are getting involved, and I encourage all of you guys to step into this and look it up. Maker spaces, a whole movement across, and we're starting to work with the Department of Agriculture because we have an office in every county. How can we go on that same path of George Washington Carver and Secretary Wallace of Agriculture as we started the Ag Extension? Can we have tech extension in the Ag Extension, and get our libraries and use the E-rate money and others to really upgrade into the kinds of fun learning spaces that we could have? This is one of my favorite things. We found that Arizona, and this is part of one of our moves we call Scout and Scale, someone in this country has already solved many problems. We just have to find them. It's like venture capital, but venture catalyzing. You can find people who have solved things. So this is Arizona. They have a SciTech festival. They got this idea that you should elect kids to a chief science officer position. So we have presidents of classes, and we have treasurers, and we have these others. There's 150 chief science officers in Arizona across Phoenix. They're totally amazing. They're elected. They're completely diverse because they're elected, gender balanced, and they meet weekly. They're connected online. They have SciTech Jedis, which are like all of us who coach them once a month, and they have quarterly cabinet meetings with their governor. So these kids are amazing. This young woman was saying, she's in 7th grade. My friends don't like math, but I told them they got to just stop. She just went off. And how she was doing this. This young woman is now in 11th grade. As a 9th grader, she said, it was really weird. Our robots team, we only had like 2 or 3 girls, so we fixed it. I'm like, you are the ones we've been waiting for. So we got 20 different folks from states to show up and start helping us. Let's steal this great idea, right? Also, we have all the lab spaces all over this country. So last year at the end of African American History Month and Women's History Month was starting, we had a week at the labs, and we got 50 labs across the country to open their doors. Because you all know, you got into tech because there was a moment when you figured out it was awesome, right? And then in that moment, you also did it yourself a little, and you got the confidence that you're like, oh, not only is this kind of cool, but I do it, right? And so can we give that spark to our kids with the assets we already have right in our neighborhoods? It's the same barn raising. We have this in all our neighborhoods. How do we pull everybody into hackathons? And so one of our favorite things this year was in National Day of Civic Hacking in early June, some of the Promise Zones came, some of the other groups. Wichita was on television early in the week, just telling everybody about what was going to happen. They started solving problems together. We found some extraordinary things happening in this country around data, around policing, and around justice. One of them was that the chief of police of Dallas, Los Angeles, others were opening their data. So we knew that we could start to open up these data sets to try to get some more transparency about what was going on. So we have 2 big things to do. We were just talking, the culture change we have to make. And also the data changes. And Alia, who has that incredible quote, like, if you want to hire people of color, if you want to hire women, just hire them. She also always talks, and I always talk about Ida B. Wells, the most incredible data scientist America's ever known, who used the data sets of lynching in the turn of the last century and her journalistic skills to tell the stories, her digital media of the time, which was print, and she made this country change. And so we really think, as the tech folks, that all the kinds of social media engagement we can do, but also the data work that we can do together with all of our colleagues who are in service trying to protect people, getting them engaged with this kind of stuff. So that's what the Police Data Initiative is about. It's open, transparent data, use of force, officer-involved shooting, others. There's now over 70 jurisdictions in the Police Data Initiative with twice weekly community of practice calls, and really trying to get the blood flowing on getting this data out there. Data-driven justice is different. It's more of an enterprise data play. Specifically, it's an observation that Lynn Overman and some others had as we looked around, and the president really encouraged us to start working in this area as DJ Patil, the US Chief Data Scientist, came into government. We have the first ever data scientist leader in government at that level. And he said, and so we saw that Miami had figured out a different way to handle those in mental health or substance abuse crisis. And so typically a police officer really can take someone to jail who's in that situation or to the ER. They don't have another option. In Miami, they created a 12-bed stabilization unit. That unit turned out they trained the 911 and they trained all the police how to de-escalate and bring people there if they matched to this and how to recognize what was going on. Of 50,000 inbound calls in 4 years, there were only 109 arrests. They went from 7,000 people in prison to 4,900 and closed a jail. So our thought is, let's find the American leadership who's out there, who have figured out great things, just like our venture capitalists are doing with our commercial sector, and let's rapidly scale that across. Camden, New Jersey has figured out, looking at the data sets of the criminal justice world, of those in the healthcare system, of those who may be facing homelessness and other challenges, there's about 205 people who are really in a very difficult position, super utilizing the services. They started to think differently as they realized who the individuals were. Now for a fraction of the cost, they're really serving people. Those people are getting better and getting the help that they need in a systemic way that we can do. I mean, if we can make Amazon and self-driving cars, we can do this. So we have to do this, right? And the ask to you guys, we just crossed 80 jurisdictions who signed up for this. They're learning, they're making commitments. We need to show up as a tech community and help them, because I remember talking to the chief of police of Camden, and he said, you are the first technical people I've ever been able to talk to who aren't selling me something. And so it doesn't mean I love our vendors, we want our vendors, but you need a surgeon general sometimes, or you need a tech person who's just helping you navigate that. And so as we get into the world of data here, we really need some of us in there. We call it TQ, like IQ and EQ. We want all, Lorraine Jobs is just pushing on next-gen high schools this idea of XQ. We need all the different Qs, the skills, in there, in the room, so that we can make great solutions like a Navy SEALs team. This is a 10th grader, Grace. I gave her a Grace Hopper backwards clock. She's teaching the chief of police of New Orleans how to code. So she's awesome. And when we did the Solution Summit in the United Nations, we invited some of the New York City kids who are in high school, and it was very clear to them that they would love to have their high school feel more, like solving the Sustainable Development Goals, like all these goals: justice, equality, life underwater, sustainability, economic inclusion, and we can do this. So everyone in here, think of a little volunteer time you could do with your police force around the tech capability they have to get this flowing. And now 80 million Americans are covered by data-driven justice, and we hope to accelerate the solutions there. This is some work we've been doing for the president on artificial intelligence, and this specific group is a group from Carnegie Mellon, and I just want you to look at this picture. This is an elite artificial intelligence team at Carnegie Mellon. That's pretty interesting, right? So this is a very diverse, I see gender balance, I see lots of different people from different backgrounds racially. I'm sure there's LGBTQ folks that are amongst them. They're doing AI to help young kids learn. So they've created avatars for sort of science learning for first, second graders. So I think one of the strategies for diversifying tech is not only diversifying the tech community we have on the projects we have and the companies we have, but also there's all these other people who are not using technology, who have very diverse teams. So how about we techify that, right? And so techify, go get tech into the classroom and other places at the level that it deserves. And let's not have it trickling down in this way. Those people are awesome, right? And they know how to do the things. If we team up with them, we can accelerate all of those solutions. The president's been really working on inclusive entrepreneurship. And so this is White House Demo Day, so lots of work here. People today have been talking about this, but really, what can we do on best practice in hiring, advancement, C-suite? How do we get the priority to be not in the top 20 things we're doing, but in the top 3? Intel's starting to do this, some others, IBM. And also the ecosystems around the research that we're going to need around this. The data is here. It's very, very clear that the best teams are diverse teams. They're sometimes more uncomfortable because you're not accustomed to working with people from different backgrounds in the same ways. But you make better products, and it's really, Laura Weidman Powers has just come to our team in the White House, which is amazing, from the Code 2040, co-founder of Code 2040. And she's always talking about, this is a prosperity agenda. This is not a charity agenda. This is a prosperity agenda. So not only is it the right thing to do, it's the economically smart thing to do. It's the solution-making thing to do. So it's been very exciting seeing the national security teams really start to push themselves hard, because to keep this country secure, we need to have all the Americans in on security innovation. Okay, last subject has to do with bias. This is some work we've been doing with the President in the Office of Science, Technology, and Policy, very close with Dr. Joe Handelsman, who runs science. So this is just something came across on the web. This is about film. So here is children's television. This is boys' lines, and this is girls' lines. So we can't see this because of the unconscious bias we have, but when we grow up, the boys are talking and the men are getting the lines. And so an example would be Milan. 74% boy lines. Frozen, what do you guys think it is? It's a girl film, right? 54% boy lines. So we have to help each other with data science tools, because the Hollywood folks don't mean to be doing this. They grew up with this, so now they make our world this way. So this is actually, I love this website, polygraph.co. This is men's lines and women's lines in 2,000 screenplays. So we are doing this to each other. So the area under the curve is the inability to hear women on media, but in meetings. It's very interesting challenge we have. So we've been doing, we won't go into all the different work because we're like way over time, and Leanne will tell me when I have to stop. But this is this incredible, this is this amazing quote from Gloria Steinem, of course. And it came up during the Makers Conference that my friend Katie just happened. Katie was the captain of the crew team when I was a freshman, and she's an awesome MIT friend. She was catching this delivery to the space station. She was up there for 6 months. And you know what's really interesting? Seneca Falls is right here. So, like our history, we have to recapture our history. Women's history is missing. So we've been doing work on the science and tech history. We get administration folks to go and talk about heroes. We need everyone in this room to start working on adding our history. I was, early on when I was in Silicon Valley at Google, I was on the Niantic board with John Hanke, who founded that company. They spun out. Pokemon Go has a mechanism about locations that we could start adding history if we teamed up with them. As you're going to find Pokemon, you could also add history. So we get really creative about how we do this. You know, of course, a lot of people now know Katherine Johnson, the incredible mathematician who calculated the trajectories of John Glenn, Alan Shepard, and Apollo, and Hidden Figures. This film is going to be so awesome. Yeah. I hadn't known as much about Dorothy Vaughan, but I didn't realize all the details of the West team that she led, that is all the math for those early days. You know, it's Margaret Hamilton standing next to her code that she led or wrote, coined the word software engineering, created the concept of asynchronous software, so that when the lunar lander was coming down to the moon, it had some switches flipped wrong, but her architecture made it so that it ignored all that stuff that was in the manual incorrectly. Otherwise, they might have aborted the mission. Can you imagine? So her architecture, we landed safely. You know, here's Catherine, amazing. She is, she's still, I think Margaret still is running a software company. I think she's in her 80s. She's awesome. Of course, Catherine won the Medal of Freedom from the president, and he commented, how good must she have been? So I believe we need to do this because this is really, Churchill speaking to us. The farther back we can look, the farther forward we will see. If you don't know your history, you don't know that all of us on the planet always did awesome things together. Most people don't know this. This is the suffrage parade of 1913. Anybody in this room ever heard of this? A couple people. Do you know that like 500,000 people were in Pennsylvania Avenue? 5,000 women marched down, led by Alice Paul. How many people have ever heard of Alice Paul? A couple, yeah. Alice Paul is the Thurgood Marshall Baynard Russell of the women's movement. She is so awesome. She wrote the Equal Rights Amendment in 23. And she said, hopefully it won't be another 70 years till this happens, because she's looking back at Seneca Falls. That's amazing. So here they are, right? Why don't we know this? So Rosie Rios, who was U.S. Treasurer working with the Secretary, they put together Women Will Be on the Money, and that's why on the back of the $10 bill, the 5,000 women who came down Pennsylvania Avenue, including Helen Keller, including the first ever public event of the Deltas. Ida B. Wells, there was racism of like somebody wanted the black women to march to the back, and Ida's like, no. And she just stepped right in front and led the Illinois contingent, cover the Chicago Tribune. So they got here, and when they got to the end, people beat them up. And so we need to know that story, and they got to Treasury steps. And so on the back of the $10 bill will be the suffrage parade, right? So that's amazing. So really thank my colleagues at Treasury for thinking of that. So it's Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, Sojourner Truth, then Susan B. Anthony, then Alice Paul is the plan on the graphics. But this history, like I always look into history, I was just at the Adams House because we were coming back from Boston. Abigail was so significant in the founding of our country. We don't know about it. Eliza Hamilton was not this demure person. Go read her Wikipedia page. She's like totally an instigator. And in fact, Walter Isaacson said to me she was part of writing the Federalist Papers. Why don't we know that? I found out on her Wikipedia page that she went with Benjamin Franklin and with her father to the meeting with the Iroquois Nation. The Federation, interesting structure that it matches our country. Phyllis Wheatley, these two writing so much at the time. These are equal people, but they just disappear. It reminds me of the Jobs movies and how my friends who worked on smartphones in the early days, Joanna Hoffman, Susan Carroll, all the graphics you see, Joanna's in one movie, Susan's not in the movies. And one of the lines that refers to Susan says, Susan made the bag. Joanna's son, and she came out of the movie, and they said, Kate won the Golden Globe for playing Joanna, who's a physics grad from MIT, from Eastern Europe, super tough, sparring with Steve, doing things. They came out of the movie, and her son said, Mom, did you really iron Steve Jobs' shirt? She said, no, Jeremy, I have never ironed a shirt in my life, except once for you. So we need to tell the truth. We need to tell the truth. It disempowers all of us to not know the truth. It changes, like when you're in that meeting room, if you don't know that meetings in the past were much more balanced than we know, then it doesn't give you the courage. And so it's this kind of constant feeling that erodes your confidence. The Mercury 13, there were astronaut women in the beginning. They didn't make spacesuits for them, but they passed the tests. Ida and Frederick Douglass petitioned the Chicago World's Fair. We're so proud of the World's Fair. It was amazing, right? Light. So many things happened there, electricity. And they wouldn't let African-American exhibits into the fair in the way, and so these guys protested. Do you know the dishwasher was invented there? Do you know a woman invented the dishwasher? Do you know that she is responsible for a big part of what is KitchenAid now? We need to know these stories. This is Grace Hopper's amazing stuff. You guys saw the president writing his first line of code. We got this stuff out of the archives, and we put it in the room, and the kids explained Hopper to him, and he already knew a bunch of it, but it was really amazing. And here's some of the United States Civil Service team. But I bet there's not very much stuff from Thomas Edison that sits in a box. Why is this stuff in a box? This needs to be, we are proud of flight. We're proud of electricity. We're very proud of code. So we need to know about grace. These guys need to know about grace, right? So this is our wonderful Black Girls Code, 13-year-olds, same age as the classic stories of Zuckerberg and others who start, right? So we want Mark and Olivia. We want Kamura. We want these guys to all do this. And so one of my favorite things this year was the Muskogee Creek tribe in Oklahoma is teaching robotics and coding in Head Start. They also teach this, awesome. They teach something called Bot Ball. And Bot Ball is a much more collaborative thing. They said our culture doesn't want to have a contest. We want to teach the children to collaborate. And so they're focused on collaboration, that kind of learning you need to do as 3- and 4-year-olds, right? But with robotics and tech, so that everybody knows everyone does it and they're confident. This is just the last image. The president will host the Tribal Nations Conference on Monday. This is one of my favorite things that's happening in the world. So does anybody here know Hokulea, or did you see Hokulea when it came? Yeah, Hokulea. So Hokulea is a Polynesian sailing vessel. As the Native American people began to really push hard in the 70s for rights, in the next wave of that, some people started to build an original Polynesian sailing vessel. And they sailed it from Honolulu to Tahiti. They sailed with no instruments, no compass, nothing. Just with your ability to feel the waves, read the stars, and use the most profound knowledge, which is the indigenous knowledge. And so this team did that, and resurrecting that. And as soon as that happened, everyone in Hawaii knows about Hokulea. People would just sit near the boat. The pride, we became equal. And what's amazing right now is they're going around the world. They've been across the Pacific Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. They've come up the coast. They're up, they've gone around. They're up in the locks, actually near Seneca Falls, right now coming back down. But it's an amazing thing, and teams are rotating around. Women and men are learning the navigation with the master navigators who have passed this down forever. And so it's in this knowledge of our heritage that our future comes. And it's also in this understanding of the ecosystem we're part of with our planet and each other, that the future comes, the great future. That one of the greatest things about Star Trek is two things. One, it's 50 years. It's the 50-year anniversary of Star Trek a week ago. It was the vision of both all the cool stuff, right? We're going to beam around. Maybe those gravity waves will help us. We're going to, have tricorders. We're going to heal each other. We're going to communicate. We're going to be able to translate universally. Really cool technology. We can travel around on starships like Med Jemison's 100-year Starship project. But also the other part, which is a lot of people, diverse people seem to be on the bridge together. And we seem to be on a peace mission to explore and participate in a really interesting way in the universe. And that vision, I think, is as equal, of course, as the technology vision. And it's 1968, diversity, so one woman, but the idea is there, and it's significant, and it's profound. And so I'll end with just letting you know that at the Solutions Summit, knowing that the sky or the oceans are the limit, and there is none, there was a guy on stage who has a new exploration called Darwin, playing with Darwin. And literally they're doing signal processing on the sounds of whales. And they believe that, given that whales' brains are bigger than ours and their frontal cortex is so big, that the intelligence of the whales might be very high, and there might actually be a language, and we might be able to translate. That's a wild idea, and they think that maybe part of solving climate change might be this conversation we could get into. I was lucky at the Oceans Conference to get to talk to Sylvia Earle. The woman has the most time underwater. She's in her 80s, she's still diving. And she said, we don't really understand the oceans the way we need to. They're alive. Most of life on Earth lives in the dark. We're the exception, the thin layer of us where we live. And the more we explore deeper. President will host the Frontiers Conference in Pittsburgh on the 13th of October. We hope you guys will tune in. We'll be talking about personalized medicine frontiers, local smart community frontiers, national frontiers around AI, global frontiers around climate, and final frontiers around space. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Megan. I'm actually now going to bring on
stage some of our coding scholars who want to interview you, okay? But I'll have a round of applause, and then I'll introduce them. Yeah, I'll take this. All right. So let me welcome to the stage two of the amazing coding scholars. We've got LaToya and we've got Brianna. Come on up.
All right.
For you. Have a seat.
Hello, everyone. I'm LaToya.
I'm Brianna.
All right.
And so let's get this started. So you have had such a distinguished career in private enterprise. What were your goals for transitioning into the government?
I didn't, it's interesting because Leanne mentioned, after we went to the first LGBTQ summit at the White House, I had no plan to go to government. I think all of the people we've collected had no plan, but the president had a plan. So he just was starting to reach out and figuring out, and together with Todd Park, who was CTO at the time, and a bunch of other people, federal CIO, OMB, others, Valerie, sort of the whole team there, they're like, we need to pull this sector in. And Todd had already created the Presidential Innovation Fellows, of course, President Obama with the president, and had created the CTO's office. So I hadn't planned to go, but when they asked, it was, it's an honor to get to do this job, and hopefully, we have the baton, we're running as fast as we can.
Well, how has that transition been from the government to private?
The people that we work with are amazing, and it's the most diverse team I've ever worked on. So it's really shocking for me when I go to Silicon Valley, because it's just really physically shocking to be in an environment where I'm like, where'd everybody go? And I love my colleagues in Silicon Valley. They're amazing, but we just need to balance out and include everyone. So that's been an incredible experience. Also, just the diversity of knowledge sets. So there's people who really know. One of the things I'll encourage you guys, you don't have to know how to do policy and you might happen to, but economics and law and these other things, they know that. Your colleagues know that. It's really very much a Navy SEALs team kind of model where you come together and each person's doing their things and you learn from each other. And it's sort of like they have these amazing cars with a little bit flat tires. If they don't have our sector in there, it's not like we can solve this, but together we can solve it. And so it's been amazing. And we have a lot of work to do. The technology and government is, there's a lot, especially upgrading how we do procurement. The Secretary Carter of the Department of Defense has just been doing extraordinary work, bringing U.S. Digital Service team, working with his teams on new kinds of procurement. We have a new center in Silicon Valley called DIUX that encourage people to join if they're interested. So just new ways of doing things. So people are really pushing. The Social Security Administration is now teaching code bootcamp. So, it will change from within. It's been great.
That's awesome. So I'm actually in my coding boot camp right now.
Awesome.
3 weeks in.
Here in New York, or where are you?
In Washington, D.C., General Assembly's program.
So you have to come visit us?
Yes. So one of the things I'm struggling with is feeling that I am good enough, and I wonder if you ever felt that way, and how do you push through your worst times?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that we have to work on generally. This idea of sort of creative confidence and helping everyone understand that this work is sometimes hard work, and the way to make it not as hard is team up, have great mentors, have the knowledge that we're pushing a frontier to learn something. It is incredible. I got to talk to Katherine Johnson briefly when she came, and she said, math, everybody can do math, it's how we teach it. And so how do we, actually a really good example for this is I once got to meet Suzuki of the Suzuki method, the violin, amazing violin. He was 92 and he was still teaching. And the thing that I found out that I never knew was that he was not about violin, it's just that his father had a violin factory. He was about mastery. And he believed that anybody could learn anything to the point of mastery. And the proof was how much mastery we have in our native language. That every person, unless they have a challenge with a disability challenge, will learn their mother tongue to such an intricate, complex level. but that what he could see is that the parents were adapting to the child. Whoever's around was adapting to the child, not the child had to adapt to the form of learning. I thought it was really insightful. And one time he decided that he would teach 4th grade math, and he would apply the same principle. And he said, all of my children will get 100% on every test. And he did it. Right? And so that's what Catherine's insight is how can we change how we teach and how we learn so that you would feel just inspired to keep going, and that's like, maybe like working out, right? But with your brain. And so there's one thing that's such a struggle for us, because when we watch TV, when we look at history the way that it's biased, there's certain people who do this and certain people don't. And so you think like if you give a math test to kids and you have them identify their gender, the girls won't do as well. Because their brain is actually spending some time thinking they don't belong there. Right? So these are real things. For me, I certainly have experienced that at various points. And I think that I heard this cool word recently called style compliance. And that's one of the harder things for me, is like there's rules about how you're supposed to interact. And somebody set those rules from history, and I have to change that so you don't have to comply. You know, I love Sheryl Sandberg, and I think that her idea to lean in is right. It's part of it, because we have to lean in to get in, and then when we're in, we have to kind of break it open and make it so it's much more welcoming to everyone, and so everybody will already be in. So lean in to get everyone to be able to be in. So I think it's a path. Yeah.
So, in your career, what regrets or mistakes have you made that maybe we all can learn from?
Yeah, I think that it's hard, because I know from, for example, in the tech sector, there's huge style compliance and there's a lot of discrimination, and it's very much unconscious. And so some of it is, I think part of it is understanding what is you and what is the system. And so I think that you can push harder. I probably could push harder in different places where if I could have figured out it was not me, it was the system. It's interesting, like I was at TechCrunch and I was looking at that they have a contest for the startups, which is awesome, except it's called like Battlefield. Like, do I really want to go to a battlefield? I don't really want to go to a battlefield. And they're just not aware of it. And so, you style comply to that, but why should we? Right? So I want to go hang out with the Head Start people who are having the collaborative robot class with the 3-year-olds. Like, I'd like to do that. So I think that those are places where, you cannot sometimes you lose your confidence in various places there. Another one that I got to take acoustics from the most incredible teacher, Professor Bose, like Bose speakers. And that was amazing. Some friends, I was in mechanical engineering and he was in the electrical engineering department. People were like, you got to take this class. And he was always really saying, you guys are all great. You will learn all these things. He said 2 things. The second one is more on the question, but the first one that he said that's worth noting is like, figure out what you wanted, what you love, do that. And if you don't know yet, try a lot of stuff and work with people, you'll find it. But if you do that, you'll be unstoppable. And it was great advice. Find your passion. If 7 billion plus people would find their passion and have the creative confidence that we could get out of the kinds of tools and things we're working on, we could really do a lot of amazing things. But the second one he said is keep your bags packed. And he didn't mean like run away from hard things. He just meant be open to knowing that the environment you're in might not be the right place for you. And I thought it was really smart, insightful. For him, the example he gave us was he was going to teach the the sophomore electrical engineering course. And he walked in his office and there was the curriculum. And he looked at it and he's like, I don't want to teach this way. And so he went to the head of the department and said, will you allow me to experiment and teach in this new way? And he was one of the best teachers ever in our university. And they let him. He said, I'll give you my resignation at the end of the semester if it's not working or early. And they let him do it, and he did it. And that was sort of his coaching to all of us, is, be open to shifting if you can't do it the way you need to do it, or if the people aren't treating you right.
All right, so thank you for that. So what do you think is the biggest challenge that young queer techies are facing today?
I think it's all of this bias that's around, but I think part of it is we're working a little bit on seed funding, like the president. We got venture capitalists to start to sort of wake up and pledge really to work on their partnerships and the funding that they're doing. So I think a lot of us face discrimination in funding and in inclusion and getting the higher level job, being past all the unconscious bias that's around us, that's there for people. I don't know if you guys have thoughts about what you've experienced, but there's, say.
I got a lot of thoughts about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, before going into with the scholarship and all that, I had a junior developer position at a company that was one of the more horrific experiences of racism and sexism that I haven't really had in a long time since I was like a younger kid. And so just like in that regard, there was always this talk that, discrimination is real. And it was just like, yeah, that was a really grand reminder of how entrenched that is and having to, these obstacles to overcome.
Was it sort of more insidious or more overt, or both?
Yeah, it was both and strong.
Yeah, that's hard. And so we need to figure out how we're going to change that in a big way. So the president's really pushing hard on that in different forms. We're definitely working hard on the federal government itself because we can work on our own house. And so we're working on STEM, on national security teams and all the teams across the Office of Personnel Management and others. So we can do that. Hopefully that will provide some leadership. It's been interesting to watch. There's a tech inclusion pledge that 30 companies have signed, and they've signed to publish much more granular data about their teams. So who's in tech lead positions, junior positions, different kinds of positions, so we can see much more, okay, we have this many tech folks, but where are they, and do we have a chance that they're gonna accelerate up or not? And also to work on setting goals and having, like, publishing them, and then work in an ecosystem to try to accelerate change, because there's an amazing quote by Jefferson that's in the memorial, and he's talking about governments, but it applies here. He says, I'm not a fan of the rapid change of law, but sometimes the human mind advances and we understand things. And so just like you can't fit the coat you wore as in face a boy, so you can't go with the barbarous ways of our ancestors. And I love that he says barbarous ways, because they are. And that experience is a barbarous experience that you were happening, and those people are unconscious of it, and we have to help ourselves wake up and then act and change in the way that we need to.
Well, thank you. So as we're going into these programs, and with apps coming out every day, how do we ensure that the skills that we're about to slave over to learn aren't just replaced by an app?
They might be, but then you'll learn. We were just, Evan Cook, who's the co-founder of Twilio and he was CTO, is now in the Chief Technology Officer team. He's the US Digital Service Leader. We were talking, they were going to testify for the on the Cyber National Action Plan. We have a commission. They were testifying and talking to the commission teams. And I was talking to him on the phone, and I came up from the subway here to go to Unga, and I saw not snow, not rain, not gloom of night, over in the post office, right? Have you guys come out of Penn Station and looked up at the post office? And there's the saying for how we're going to do stuff. And I had just had in my hand a picture of the Pony Express, right? And they didn't say, make the Pony Express. They said, like, deliver the mail no matter what, right? If it's dark, if it's raining, whatever. And it's in the same way. Like, one of the boot camps that I love is one who teaches coding. It also teaches soft skills, like how should we all interact with each other? How does this culture work? And third is, how do you learn best? Because this code will become obsolete, so how are you going to stay with it the whole time? So I think that that's really the answer, is to know, like Grace Hopper, who invented the idea of coding in a language and translating, or a compiler. she knew that we wanted to keep evolving. So just plan for that. And that's one thing that's cool about that, is that you can plan for that. How cool is it to enter a field where it's constantly learning, and you're constantly learning? And my friend Shelley Zalis, who founded the Girls Lounge, creating girls' spaces and women's spaces in these conferences, starting with CES, Davos, other places, she said if we could have done it alone, we would have. So women want to work together. We need to work together. We can change the culture to make it much more collaborative. So learning together can be the way to do that.
All right, so we have one more question.
Okay.
I'm going to make it a good one. Truth or dare?
Uh-oh. What dare? I'm curious about the dare. What's the dare?
They're saying dare.
Okay.
All right. All right. I dare you to freestyle.
I don't know how to freestyle. Just
You can dance. You can rap. You can.
All right. Maybe I'll dance.
All right. Can we get some music, maybe? Beyonce. I don't know.
Like.
I had
You
never
can do
in my
it.
life. Megan Smith, CTO and like breakdancer.
And so unbelievable.
All right, y'all.
Lesbians Who Tech, I can't say anything with these on. They're
I
so
can't
dark.
say anything with these on. Give yourselves a round of applause.
You
we have
made it.
made it to the finish line. It has been an amazing, fantastic, fabulous, dope-ass day.
Amen.
Do you agree?
Yes. Shall we give a big thank you to Leanne for organizing this?
Yes, once again. Every year it gets better. Every year it gets better.
It does. And
aren't they amazing? To our MCs, to our lovely MCs.
And we'd like to thank the sponsors.
All right.
Are
and
you
you're going
ready?
to help us thank the sponsors because we have to thank all of them. Okay?
So
and no
feel
one
free.
is moving until I'm done. Because I said I wanted to drink at 5:15. Do you know what time it is? So y'all gonna wait. All right.
All right.
Go.
2 Sigma.
Goldman Sachs.
Bloomberg.
Deloitte.
IBM.
Johnson & Johnson.
Moody's.
Dell.
Indeed.
Bank of America.
Google.
AOL.
eBay.
MasterCard.
Disney.
Microsoft.
Mapbox.
T-Mobile.
Prudential.
Comcast.
Booz Allen Hamilton.
Credit Karma.
Priceline.com.
MailChimp.
On Deck.
BlackRock.
Bustle.
Morgan Stanley.
Oculus.
I literally couldn't see that, so that was good. Adipar.
Glad I didn't have that one.
Yeah, good.
Netflix.
PayPal.
Dev Bootcamp.
Mobile Future.
School. Is
Credit
that
Suisse?
schooly? I can't read it. Sorry.
Schoology.
Yeah,
Schoology.
thank you. Credit Suisse.
It's been a long day.
Oscar.
ThoughtWorks.
Mobile Future.
I said them. Amazon.
Thank
you.
Akamai.
GitHub.
Oh, why do I get
HubSpot.
Medium.
Capital One Bank. Yes.
All right, you're so
Okay.
close to drinks. We have to
I
thank
already
you to
started
NYU
drinking.
Law School, our volunteers, our crew over here, Marina
Yes.
T, give it up.
Unbelievable.
all day.
Volunteers.
Patty, Brianna, my parents for coming, Edie Windsor.
Woo!
We could not do this without you. Thank you so, so much, and come tomorrow. It's going to be amazing, and let's go.
What time does it start? Tomorrow. It starts at 9:40.
We have
Okay.
lots of
We got a
stuff.
hackathon.
Main stage and a career fair.
And a career fair. And right now, it is time for the after party.
After
We
party.
will see you
Good
there.
night.
Have a good night.